Chapter 401, Bond. Monarch of Time. The heavens themselves seemed to have dimmed the moment that the gigantic black palm met the golden bell, before a melodious sound was then heard from the bell, as it resounded throughout the sky mountain. And yet, the enormous black palm was similar to a gigantic hammer smashing on the bell's surface, barely stopping for a single moment, before it sent the golden bell flying into the distance as it continued descending down on the Seong family's palace. No. A voice filled with fear resounded from the depths of the luxurious palace, as an elder with a head filled with sparse white hair appeared from it, staring at the golden bell that was sent flying away from the sky mountain. Shenlong's memories allowed him to recognize this person as the head of the Seong family, Seong Qin. Seeing Seong Qin's haggard appearance with his disheveled hair and his lips dripping with blood made the thousands of core members of the Seong family's faces pale from fear, as they all looked at the golden-armored Shenlong with terrified looks in their eyes. However, before any of them had a chance to move and try to escape, the enormous black palm in the sky finally collided with the Seong family's palace. Boom! Countless runes and formations that seemed to be condensed from a myriad of colorful lights lit up around the palace walls, in an attempt to resist the black palm's descent, but no matter what, it was futile. Cracks instantly started to appear on the ground below the luxurious palace, while the powerful runes in the palace walls seemed to be rapidly dimming, unable to resist the power of the enormous black palm. Who are you? Why are you attacking my Seong family? The Seong family head, Seong Qin, shouted at the golden-robed Shenlong, unwilling to accept this sudden outcome. This person's strength was definitely extraordinary, and Seong Qin was also certain that neither he nor any core member of his Seong family had ever met him before. And yet, this person seemed to be suddenly attacking his Seong family. Shenlong, however, didn't respond to Seong Qin's question. Instead, he simply turned his head around and stared at the 10,000 black armored warriors of the Heaven Trampling Legion with a serious look in his eyes. Seeing Shenlong's gaze, a 1.8 meters 5.10 feet tall, red-haired young man who was holding a dark silver bow in his hands took a step forward, and looking at the black armored warriors around him he shouted in a loud voice. Heaven Trampling Legion? Surround them! Don't let a single one of them escape. The red-haired man's voice was domineering, as he coldly looked at the Seong family members who were hovering in the sky above the Seong family's palace. At the same time, a single name appeared in Shenlong's mind as he looked at the red-haired young man, while waves of memories seemed to be waking up in his mind. This was the second commander of his Heaven Trampling Legion, Hong Shuren. As these words echoed in the sky, the 10,000 warriors of the Heaven Trampling Legion immediately surrounded the sky mountain, not allowing a single member of the Seong family to try and escape. Seong Qin's face instantly paled when he heard the red-haired man's words, but before he could even open his mouth to respond, cracking sounds resounded from the Seong family's palace behind him, as the last protective formation was destroyed. Without any emotion in his eyes, Shenlong then slammed his right hand downwards, as the enormous black palm directly fell atop the Seong family's palace. Boom! The moment that Shenlong's palm fell atop the Seong family's palace, the entire sky mountain started to tremble from the terrifying force behind it. The cultivators living inside the city around the Seong family's palace thought that the sky was going to collapse, completely unaware of what the Seong family had done to invite such destruction on their doorstep. In a single instant, the core of the luxurious palace that spanned for more than 10 miles was instantly obliterated, while flesh and blood dyed the sky above the sky mountain a bright red color. At that moment, almost every single core member of the Seong family had been killed under the enormous black palm's terrifying might. The luxurious palace of the Seong family that had been standing there for hundreds of thousands of years was instantly reduced into dust, while the only person who was still alive inside it was the head of the Seong family, Seong Qin. And yet, the powerful family head of the Seong family had a blank look in his eyes, as he was unable to understand the reason behind his family's destruction, while his body had almost exploded from the impact of the terrifying black palm's attack, leaving him on the verge of death and yet unable to die even if he wanted to. At his level, how could Seong Qin not understand that Shenlong had intentionally left him alive? Despite being on the verge of death, Seong Qin raised his head with difficulty, and looking at Shenlong, he asked in a hoarse tone filled with incredulity, hate and disbelief. You are the city lord of the Heaven Trampling City. Long Han? Why did you destroy my Seong family? Shenlong, however, didn't reply to Seong Qin this time either. Instead, he simply turned his head around and looked at the black-armored warriors of the Heaven-Trampling Legion, before his gaze landed on a white-haired young man with a black eye patch on his left eye. The white-haired young man looked at Shenlong's figure in the sky, who seemed like a god of war, with a gaze filled with reverence, before he turned his attention towards Xiong Qin, who was lying on the ground amidst the rubble of the Xiong family's palace with a look of hatred in his eyes. Looking at the white-haired young man, Shenlong nodded his head before he said in a calm tone, "Jiahao, come here." The white-haired Hao Jiahao's body trembled when he heard this, as he lowered his head and slowly flew towards Shenlong's direction. No matter how much he hated the Xiong family, he respected and adored the Heaven-Trampling Legion even more. In his darkest hour, the Heaven-Trampling Legion had become his second family. Looking at the white-haired young man in front of him, Shenlong nodded his head before he said in an amiable but at the same time solemn tone, "You can do whatever you want, but remember one thing. Losing yourself in revenge won't bring back anyone. Don't let the Xiong family dictate your life." A myriad of emotions flashed through Hao Jiahao's eye when he heard Shenlong's words, as he nodded his head in response. Taking out a small, white-colored dagger from his spatial ring, Hao Jiahao then flew towards the Sky Mountain, towards where the Xiong family's palace was previously located, but all that was left now was a pile of rubble and dust. Looking at Xiong Qin in front of him, the white-haired young man placed the white dagger in his hand on Xiong Qin's throat before he said in a cold voice, "My name is Hao Jiahao, and I am the youngest son of the third elder of the Hao family." Xiong Qin's eyes instantly widened when he heard the words Hao family. The Hao family wasn't a big family, and since Xiong Qin had heard from a trustworthy source that they had obtained the Golden Immortal Bell, he hadn't hesitated to eradicate them down to the last person. He had never expected that there was actually someone who had survived from that family, and had come to the Sky Mountain with a terrifying backing to obtain revenge. Seeing the look in Xiong Qin's eyes, Hao Jiahao didn't show any change in his emotions, as he looked at the white dagger in his hands and continued with an absent-minded tone. "This dagger belonged to my elder brother, who sacrificed himself to save me, as we ran to escape from your Xiong family. He fell victim to the magic beasts inside the Nightmare Forest, because you decided to destroy our family for a single treasure." As he finished his words, Hao Jiahao slashed the white dagger in his hands sideways, tearing open a hole in Xiong Qin's neck without giving him any chance to speak and defend his actions. Although his voice had been calm in the beginning, when he mentioned his elder brother's death, it was obvious that his emotions had been agitated to the extreme. How could he not feel guilty that his brother had traded his life to save him? As the white dagger slashed through Xiong Qin's neck, blood spurted like a fountain as it dyed Hao Jiahao's armor with a bright crimson color, while a look of fury as well as helplessness had appeared inside Xiong Qin's eyes when he heard Hao Jiahao's explanation. At this point, he would be an idiot if he could not understand that this man had somehow managed to convince the Heaven-Trampling City's city lord to come here and help him take revenge on his Xiong family because he had destroyed the Hao family 2,000 years ago. Without taking another look at Xiong Qin, the white-haired young man then turned his gaze to look at the surroundings of the destroyed palace, where the rest of the members of the Xiong family were staying. Although the core members of the Xiong family had already died, the branch members were still alive and could very well try and take revenge on him in the future. And yet, Hao Jiahao only threw a single look towards them, before he shot to the sky, as he headed towards the golden-armored Shenlong. As soon as he arrived in front of Shenlong, Hao Jiahao knelt in the sky on both knees, as he started kowtowing while tears had started to flow from his left eye without stop. His voice that was previously calm, could no longer hold back his emotions of grief and sorrow as well as gratitude, as he raised his head to look at Shenlong in front of him, and said in a tone that was filled with devotion, "City Lord, I, Hao Jiahao, swear on my soul, that I will always follow the City Lord and be a part of the Heaven-Trampling Legion, until the day my soul dies." Although it was a short and simple sentence, Shenlong could feel Hao Jiahao's sincerity, as the young man in front of him had sworn an oath with his soul. The rest of the 10,000 warriors of the Heaven-Trampling Legion had solemn looks on their faces when they saw this scene, as they all stared at Shenlong and Hao Jiahao and nodded their heads in response. Respect, adoration, admiration, sincerity, gratitude. There was not a single warrior of the Heaven-Trampling Legion who didn't have these feelings for Shenlong. As Hao Jiahao finished his words, the scene in Shenlong's eyes finally changed. Chapter 402, Hua Fenjiu. Monarch of Time. Shenlong felt another wave of memories slowly waking up inside his mind, as he found himself inside a simple yet spacious room without many decorations. He found himself sitting cross-legged on a small silver cushion placed on the floor, while in front of him was a black-colored, plucked, 7-stringed musical instrument that didn't have any supportive legs. Shenlong only needed a single glance to recognize this as the instrument of the sages, the guqin. Even more waves of memories flooded his head at that moment, before Shenlong saw himself raising his right hand ever so slightly, placing it right above the 7-stringed instrument. As his hand was hanging above the guqin, he was unaware that his eyes had a calm look inside them, like a lake that no one could cause any ripples into it, as his finger then gently plucked a single string. Ping! An extremely beautiful and melodic sound echoed throughout the spacious room, causing a myriad of emotions to rise in Shenlong's heart like a tempestuous storm. This was the guqin? This was the musical instrument that he had played countless times in the past, be it when he had wanted to placate his own feelings, or when he wanted to enjoy his spare time. Although not many people outside of the Heaven Trampling Legion knew about it, Shenlong's skills with the guqin were actually second to no one. The melody when he played the guqin could help someone enter a state of enlightenment through a single note, or it could actually kill immortals with the pluck of a single string. This was the power of someone who had reached the absolute pinnacle with a musical instrument. Shenlong's fingers didn't stop, and with practiced movements, he plucked a second string before the melody of the first one could dissipate in the air. Pang! His fingers continued to move skillfully but without any hurry, as the quiet and soul-stirring melodic sounds started to spread even further away from the spacious room. As he looked at his hands that continued to pluck the guqin's strings, Shenlong could feel his own soul being cleansed in the process, as a feeling of indescribable tranquility and calmness filled his heart. A few minutes later, his hand plucked the final string of the guqin as he finished the song, before he then raised his head and looked at the person who was sitting in front of him. It was a peerlessly beautiful woman dressed in black armor, with long black hair tied in a ponytail and mesmerizing purple-colored eyes. This gorgeous woman had a look of infatuation on her face, while her gaze that was looking at Shenlong was no different, as if she was staring at her entire world, completely ignoring anything else in her surroundings. A myriad of emotions appeared in Shenlong's heart the moment that he saw this peerlessly beautiful woman in front of him, whose looks weren't inferior to even Lu Mei's, while a single name had appeared in his mind at the same time. Hua Fengjiu. This was the third commander of his Heaven Trampling Legion? The scene in Shenlong's eyes then instantly shattered, while the myriad of memories were rapidly integrating themselves inside his mind, as Shenlong found himself returning back to the small city where the test of the holy sect was taking place. As more and more fragments of different scenes were still appearing in his mind one after the other, Shenlong only needed a moment to realize what was going on as a single thought appeared in his mind. These are all my own memories. At that moment, Shenlong unconsciously raised his head to look in the sky above him, only to see 3 bright balls of qi floating inside the monarch's hourglass. He could feel large amounts of qi stored inside the 3 balls, while their color had also changed, and was no longer a white one but a bright silver instead. It only took a moment for Shenlong to realize that he had unconsciously fallen into a state of enlightenment, unintentionally beginning his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. At the same time, cold sweat had appeared on his forehead, realizing how dangerous a breakthrough in this place really was. After all, he was completely unable to fight if anyone happened to attack him at this moment, causing him to fail in his breakthrough and most likely injure his soul in the process. And yet, Shenlong also knew that he was also unable to suppress his breakthrough at this point even if he wanted to. The only thing that he could do was to try and finish it as quickly as possible. The gigantic black-colored vortex above his head continued to absorb the qi from the entire city like a black hole, as it continued to supply Shenlong with enormous amounts of pure qi. Although the purity of this qi wasn't even close to that of the heaven-swallowing vine, Shenlong didn't need to absorb it, and he only needed to make use of it to merge the remaining 3 balls of qi into one. During this time, although there were no longer any vivid-like scenes like earlier, fragments of memories continued to appear inside his mind, one after the other, making the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage even more difficult. Shenlong could feel that he was standing on a tightrope while trying hard to maintain his lucidity, and keep himself from falling asleep and losing himself into his memories. Half an hour later, after absorbing enormous amounts of qi in the process, the 3 balls of qi had been merged into a single, bright silver ball that was emitting large amounts of qi. This was the culmination of the previous 81 balls of qi from the pinnacle of the spirit realm, all condensed into one. Taking a deep breath, Shenlong closed his eyes for a single moment, before he waved his hand, as an alchemy bottle with a single pill inside appeared in front of him. Chapter 403, Nascent Soul. Monarch of Time. Inside the alchemy bottle was a single, light blue-colored pill with pale green lines on its surface. This was a top-grade rank 5 icicle soul pill that Shenlong had refined for himself and Lu Mei using the icicle soul grass that he had obtained from the rank 5 snow apes in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The value of this pill even exceeded that of a raw icicle soul grass by almost 10 times, allowing a cultivator at the peak of rank 9 of the spirit realm to condense their soul inside their spiritual space during the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage even more perfectly. To refine this pill, Shenlong had used half a dozen of rank 5 medicinal herbs as supplementary medicinal ingredients, as well as the blood essence of the rank 5 snow apes. Every magic beast that had reached the rank 5 or above had a special type of blood inside their hearts called blood essence. The value of the blood essence was only inferior to a magic beast's beast core, and sometimes, depending on the magic beasts, the blood essence may be even more valuable than the beast core itself. Using the blood essence of the early rank 5 and the middle rank 5 snow apes to refine these pills increased the efficiency of the icicle soul pills by at least 30% than a normal top grade rank 5 icicle soul pill. Holding the light blue colored pill in his hand, Shenlong could feel a frosty feeling permeating his body, almost as if he had dove into a frozen lake that was trying to directly freeze his soul. With his monarch's eternal body that had already reached the peak of the 4th stage long ago, Shenlong clearly understood that this feeling that came from the icicle soul pill in his hands wasn't something that was affecting his body, but instead, something that was directly affecting his soul. The moment that he placed the icicle soul pill in his mouth, Shenlong could feel his thoughts slowing down, almost as if his soul was suddenly placed inside a lake of ice. And yet, Shenlong knew that if he wanted to successfully complete his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, he had to get past this stage of condensing his soul inside his spiritual space that would then transform into a spiritual sea. In the spacious hall inside the luxurious white palace that pierced the clouds, the disciples of the holy sect were staring at the scene inside the screen of light with eyes filled with curiosity and shock. The enormous black vortex above Shenlong's head had already covered the entire city, and was only now starting to decrease in size. Although this was only one city among the 1,000 cities of the third test, how could a black vortex that had covered an entire city fail to be noticed by the disciples of the holy sect? Looking at the white-robed Elder Zwan, whose eyes were also staring at this scene as well, a young man turned his head to look at him before he asked curiously, "Elder Zwan, could this actually be a nascent soul vortex?" The moment that this question left the young man's mouth, the entire hall descended into silence, as everyone turned their gazes towards the white-robed elder as they waited for his answer. Elder Zwan seemed to have instinctively wanted to shake his head in response, but at the same time, he wasn't confident enough to deny this either. The reason was because the enormous black vortex did indeed resemble a nascent soul vortex. After a few moments of silence, Elder Zwan, who was still staring at the gigantic screen of light, slowly shook his head, before he said in a thoughtful tone, "It is impossible for a nascent soul vortex to be this big, but in this world, nothing is truly impossible. Additionally, the possibility of this vortex being created by an immortal grade cultivation technique isn't impossible either. In any case, as long as this person manages to pass the 4th test, we will definitely know the answer." Elder Zwan's words were like a sudden bolt of lightning that brought shock to the hearts of the disciples inside the hall. Although they had guessed that there was probably something extraordinary about this black vortex, Elder Zwan's guess wasn't something that could be easily accepted, causing hushed discussions to fill the hall. Immortal grade cultivation technique? Can there possibly be immortal grade cultivation techniques outside of the central region? I don't think so. This is just a guess in the end. Even Elder Zwan doesn't seem confident in this matter. After all, aside from senior brother Chen, who had a fortuitous encounter, I don't think that even inner disciples have immortal grade cultivation techniques. As the disciples of the holy sect continued to debate over this matter, rumbling sounds could be heard inside Shenlong's spiritual space, as an illusionary sea had started to form itself. Shenlong could feel that below his soul that was on the verge of condensing itself inside his spiritual space, his spiritual strength was rapidly transforming itself into an enormous sea. Shenlong immediately understood that this was the creation of his spiritual sea. He had already heard from Little Black that the moment that a cultivator entered the nascent soul stage, their spiritual strength would entirely transform into a spiritual sea. The power of a person's soul sense was also directly related to the purity of their soul, as well as their spiritual sea. An hour quickly passed, and at the same moment that the enormous black vortex above his head disappeared back inside his body, Shenlong, who was already just a step away from entering the nascent soul stage, could feel the icicle soul pill providing enormous amounts of energy to his soul, before his spiritual space violently shook. At the same moment that he could feel his nascent soul successfully condensing itself and becoming hundreds of times more powerful than before, Shenlong could feel that a vast spiritual sea had also formed itself inside his spiritual space. And right above this spiritual sea, the stone of time was calmly floating in the air, almost as if it was overlooking the changes in its own home. At this moment, Shenlong knew that he had finally entered the nascent soul stage. However, just when Shenlong thought that his breakthrough was over and he was about to open his eyes, he suddenly felt his blood churning inside his body, like a volcano that was about to explode. His arms and legs started to grow protective black scales that resembled black armor, while immense amounts of energy started to fill his body, making Shenlong feel as if something had finally woken up inside him after thousands of years of slumber. Chapter 404, Bloodline of a King of Magic Beasts. Monarch of Time. Shenlong could sense the changes that were taking place in his body even without opening his eyes, as more and more energy was filling his body without stop. He could feel as if an unending sea of qi had appeared inside him, while even his muscles, bones and tendons, were also being empowered by this strange energy as well. This was the first time that Shenlong had met something that could empower both his qi and his body at the same time, and yet, this unending stream of energy had only appeared for a single moment before it instantly disappeared. At the same time, Shenlong could feel his burning blood that had started to come down as well, while the black scales that had appeared on his body had also started to vanish, leaving behind no traces in the process, almost as if they had never existed in the first place. At that moment, two words appeared in Shenlong's mind, as he then mumbled to himself in an uncertain voice. Dragon bloodline. Opening his eyes, Shenlong immediately turned his gaze towards his hands, but there were no traces of any scales anywhere on his body. And yet, based on his memories, how could Shenlong not understand that the thing inside his soul that seemed to have woken up after his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage was precisely this bloodline? Although he knew that his memories weren't complete, Shenlong could clearly understand the meaning behind having a bloodline, especially one that came from a powerful king of magic beasts like a dragon. Cultivators with special bloodlines could activate their bloodline's effect, augmenting their strength and obtaining different benefits according to the level of their bloodline as well as their level of purity. At the same time, Shenlong also knew that there were only two ways of obtaining a bloodline. The first way was for a cultivator to have had an ancestor in their family who was extremely powerful in the past and had a special bloodline of his own, allowing his descendants to inherit it as well in the future. This was the most common way of inheriting a bloodline, but it was also the one with the weakest effects as well, as the purity of the bloodline that a descendant would inherit would be up to luck. If someone was lucky or was born with extreme talent and had inherited their ancestors' genes, they could inherit 90 or even 100% of their ancestors' bloodline purity, but if they were unlucky, they would only be able to inherit 10% of it, or in some cases not even 1%. As for the second way, it could actually guarantee that a cultivator could obtain a bloodline with 100% purity, but it was almost impossible to achieve in reality. It was by having a powerful magic beast to willingly offer some of its blood essence, thus absorbing it and obtaining its bloodline effects as well. However, magic beasts by nature were extremely unwilling to offer even a single drop of their blood essence, as that could weaken them for hundreds, and in some cases even for thousands of years. Even magic beasts that had a master were often unwilling to offer their blood essence to their master. Of course, even if a magic beast was willing to offer their blood, it didn't necessarily mean that a cultivator would successfully obtain its bloodline at the first try either. A single attempt may require a single drop of blood essence, but it could also require dozens, hundreds, and some cases even thousands of drops depending on the strength of the bloodline and the magic beast. At the same time, activating a bloodline didn't come without a cost. Although a cultivator could obtain the bloodline's effects for a limited amount of time after burning a part of their blood, Once the bloodline's effects were over, if they had expended too much of their blood essence, they would be greatly weakened, and would have to wait for a long period of time until their blood essence was replenished. At that moment, a myriad of different emotions appeared in Shenlong's heart as he realized one vital point. This isn't just any dragon's bloodline, but Little Black's own bloodline. As this thought appeared in his mind, Shenlong wanted to instinctively enter the foggy space in the Stone of Time where Little Black was, but remembering that this was still the Holy Sex test, as well as the fact that Little Black was still absorbing the Dragonstone and could very likely be woken up after sensing that Shenlong had awakened his bloodline, made him instantly discard this idea. After staring at his hands in a daze for a few more moments, Shenlong calmed himself down, before he turned his attention towards his surroundings. After all, this was still the Holy Sex test, and obtaining the Holy Sex token was a top priority if he wanted to pass the test. The moment that he raised his head to look at his surroundings, however, Shenlong saw a baffling scene appear in his vision. The old and half-destroyed buildings around him were actually no longer as damaged as they previously were, and instead, they seemed to have been restored back to a much better condition. Even the half-destroyed broken tower that the golden-robed young man had turned into a pile of ash with that enormous flame fist earlier, seemed as if it had been brought back to how it was before that attack. It was almost as if time had been reversed in this place, restoring everything in this place back to its original appearance. Closing his eyes, Shenlong stayed silent for a few moments, before a bright blue light suddenly appeared in his right hand. With a deep look in his eyes, Shenlong activated the monarch's hourglass, causing his eyes to turn golden, while at the same time a single, silver-colored ball of qi appeared inside the invisible figure of the hourglass. Chapter 405, Time Reversal. Monarch of Time. Turning his attention towards the half-broken tower in the distance, Shenlong flew towards it without any hesitation, before placing his right hand on the tower's walls. His golden eyes had a serious look inside them as he stared at the spot where his hand was touching, before he mumbled to himself in a low, almost inaudible voice. Time Reversal. As soon as his voice left his mouth, the bright blue light coming from his hand immediately expanded, quickly covering the entire tower in just a few moments. Shenlong could feel more than 10% of his own qi being sapped in an instant, as the half-broken tower was being restored back to its previous condition at a speed visible in the naked eye. Just a few moments later, Shenlong retracted his hand from the tower's wall, and despite the tower still being in a half-broken state, it was in a much better condition than the rest of the buildings around it. This was one of the moves that Shenlong had comprehended by himself upon breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Time reversal? In a sense, the time prison that he had comprehended in the past, the eternal banishment, and this time reversal, were no different than self-created martial skills. Using his qi, Shenlong could reverse the time around an item, bringing it back to its original condition. Of course, if Shenlong wanted to, he could restore this tower back to perfect condition in just a few moments, but more than half of his qi was required for such an action. Reversing time and restoring an item's condition back to who knew how many years ago, even if it was an inanimate thing like a half-broken tower, still required an enormous amount of qi expenditure. Looking at the receding blue glow in his hands that was returning back to his body, Shenlong didn't move immediately from the spot he was standing on, as various thoughts flashed through his mind one after the other. Although time reversal doesn't seem to be too useful in a fight at first glance, in a sense, it is no different than turning back time. Even though it is impossible for it to allow me to travel back in time, it has more than simply one use in the end. I wonder if I can use it to repair cauldrons or formations this way. Hehe, that would be no different than a quack formation master. The only problem with it is that the effects of the passage of time are too obvious, making it too easy for others to understand that it involves the Dao of time. At the same time, I wonder, now that I have broken through to the early rank 1 of the nascent soul stage, perhaps my eternal banishment will be able to affect even peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivators. Although it requires so much of my qi, it is still an instant kill move that leaves behind no traces in the end. This is definitely the best skill if I want to stealthily kill someone. Even opening a space tier and crushing someone's heart pales in comparison to it. The only problem is that it can't affect enemies whose cultivation is higher than mine by an entire rank. Even if I can't fully control it well enough now, upon breaking through to the late stages of the nascent soul stage or even the Dao King realm, my control over it will definitely advance by many times. After sorting out his thoughts, Shenlong took a deep breath before he decided to put the memories that had appeared in his mind aside for now, as he decided to stir his soul sense for the first time. After all, this was still the Holy Sex test, and he could not afford to delay obtaining the Holy Sex token any longer. Closing his eyes, Shenlong stirred the energy inside his spiritual sea, before an invisible green ball that contained his soul sense exploded out from his body. He could feel his short black hair raising upwards in the process as if a gust of wind had appeared around his body, while the green ball started to expand even further away from his location. Shenlong decided to not hold back, curious to see how far his soul sense could extend. Even before breaking through to the nascent soul stage, his spirit sense could still leave his body and extend a few meters around him. Now that he had broken through to the nascent soul stage, however, this effect had surely been augmented by many times. The green ball containing Shenlong's soul sense continued to expand, as more and more scenes of empty and half-broken buildings that were on the brink of collapse appeared in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the green ball had already expanded in a radius of nearly 3 miles. Although 3 miles was only a tenth compared to Little Black, who could use his soul sense while he was still a peak rank 3 magic beast and could cover an area of 30 miles around Shenlong, Little Black's soul was only weakened after he had entered the Stone of Time and had to restart his cultivation, and wasn't fractured into different pieces like Shenlong's. For a cultivator who had just broken through to the nascent soul stage to be able to extend their soul sense for 3 miles, this was already an unbelievable feat. As his soul sense had covered more than half of the city, Shenlong immediately spotted a group of 7 people fighting almost 2 miles away from him, towards the north of the city. Although it was practically impossible to see the faces of the people who were fighting since they covered by dense amounts of overflowing qi, Shenlong was certain that it was the golden-robed young man's group fighting against the black-robed young woman's. At the same time, Shenlong clearly remembered that the golden-robed young man had seemed certain that the black-robed young woman was the one who had the Holy Sex token, while she hadn't directly denied this either. Thus, after thinking about it for a while, Shenlong shot towards the north of the city without any hesitation. Now that he had already advanced to the nascent soul stage as well, he could certainly match up against the golden-robed young man, the black-robed old man as well as the black-robed young woman. As for who would obtain the Holy Sex token, that still remained to be seen. At the same time that Shenlong was flying towards the north of the city, heading towards the place where the golden-robed young man was fighting against the black-robed young woman's group, in the outskirts of another small city in this world, a white-robed Lu Mei was leading an enormous army of undead creatures as they marched towards the city's gates. Chapter 406, Lu Mei's Advancement. Monarch of Time. A little more than 5 miles away from the city, a group of nearly 130 disciples were gathered there, all of them staring at the undead army in front of Lu Mei with disbelieving looks on their faces. An army of more than 1,000 jade-white skeletons were following behind 50 undead knights that were clad in black armor, as they all headed towards the city gates in the distance. However, neither the 1,000 white skeletons nor the 50 undead knights were the most eye-catching and shocking creatures in this scene. Instead, right in the midst of the white skeleton army was an enormous 30 meters 100 feet tall bizarre undead beast, with a white-robed, white-veiled young woman sitting on its back. This beast's appearance was extremely sinister and bizarre. It had 4 thick and large black-colored legs that resembled horse hooves, as well as a gigantic body, but it didn't have any arms or a head. Instead, in the region of its torso was a large, black-colored mouth, with rows of white teeth being exposed. The appearance of this creature was so terrifying, that it brought chills down to the spines of everyone who turned their eyes towards it, while even the criminals on top of the city walls were no exception to this. What is this thing? It looks like some kind of magic beast. Is this thing even a magic beast? Its aura is clearly at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul stage, but why does it feel so terrifying then? The criminals on the city walls had shocked expressions on their faces as they stared at the enormous creature that Lu Mei was standing on, as they immediately prepared themselves for battle. Lu Mei, however, had an unperturbed expression in her eyes, as she ordered her skeletons to continue marching forward towards the city gates. After breaking through to the nascent soul stage, she had not only formed her own soul sense, but she also saw a huge increase in her spiritual strength as well. At the same time, the number of skeletons and undead knights that she could summon increased by many times, but that wasn't the biggest change. After breaking through to the nascent soul stage, Lu Mei also noticed that she could use a large amount of her chi to summon this enormous creature as well, which she ended up naming Death Eater. The Death Eater's cultivation was at the same level as hers, and the same level as her undead knights at the same time, at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul stage, but its strength wasn't that simple. Not only could it easily trample 10 undead knights with a single stomp if it wanted, but Lu Mei could feel an intense hunger coming from this beast. At the same time, that wasn't the third major change that Lu Mei noticed upon breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Her skeletons and undead knights seemed to have become stronger, but now, she also had to use her own spirit sense, no, her own soul sense to restrain them from escaping her control. Of course, this was a result of Lu Mei's Dao of Death strengthening itself, giving consciousness to her undead knights and her skeletons, and allowing them to become many times stronger during a fight. Originally, Lu Mei knew that it needed around 10 of her skeletons if they wanted to kill a single cultivator at the same level as them, but after her breakthrough, 5 skeletons at the peak of rank 9 of the spirit realm could probably take care of a peak rank 9 spirit realm cultivator without too much difficulty. The biggest problem that Lu Mei faced, however, was using her soul sense to control the enormous Death Eater. This creature had terrifying urges to consume everything around it and cause endless havoc and death at its surroundings. Of course, although it was challenging to control this undead creature, Lu Mei also knew that its strength was definitely terrifying. Although she hadn't tested it just yet, she could clearly feel that, even if her 1,000 skeletons and her 50 undead knights combined their strengths and attacked the Death Eater together at the same time, they may not necessarily win. Of course, to obtain this level of strength, Lu Mei's breakthrough was anything but easy. She had nearly fallen into the depths of hell, as the blood absorption art showed its negative effects for the first time. During her breakthrough, she could feel an intense feeling of bloodlust sprouting from inside her, trying to affect her mind, almost as if it was trying to corrupt her and turn her into a bloodthirsty demon that wanted nothing but chaos. It was at that moment that the purple-colored pill that she had consumed before her breakthrough finally showed its effects. This pill was something that Shenlong had personally concocted for her using the rank 5 dreamy ash flower as the main ingredient. Based on what the alchemists in the city of Sin knew, the dreamy ash flower had only one use: to be grinded into dust and produce a powder that could help a cultivator who was suffering from mental illnesses. However, Shenlong knew that this wasn't the only use of this rank 5 medicinal herb. Using it as the main medicinal ingredient, he could concoct a pill that could help Lu Mei retain clarity in her mind, and suppress the negative effects that the blood absorption art had on her during her breakthrough. Of course, as a top-grade rank 5 pill, the effects that the pill had on the peak rank 9 spirit realm Lu Mei were extremely potent, helping her suppress the bloodlust from the blood absorption art in the end and allowing her to successfully complete her breakthrough. Standing on the Death Eater's back, Lu Mei first threw a glance at the disciples who were staring at her from the plains a few miles away from the city, before she turned her attention back towards the enormous city gates, and the criminals of the holy sect who were stationed there. Chapter 407, Sieging the City. Monarch of Time. Seeing that Lu Mei's skeletons were less than a mile away from the small city and were heading towards the city gates without stopping, the disciples that were staring at this scene from the distance had disbelieving looks on their faces, almost unable to believe what they were seeing. Is she crazy? Does she really intend to siege the city by herself? Maybe. She has 1,000 of those skeletons, as well as 50 of those knights in black armor and that huge ugly beast. Perhaps it's not impossible. A young man in red robes chuckled when he heard this, and looking at Lu Mei who was confidently storming the city, he said in a mocking tone, "Hehe, it is indeed not impossible for her to succeed in killing those dogs with that army of hers as well as that beast she is riding on, but even if she manages to kill them all, she is doomed to suffer even if she somehow survives. It's only a matter of time until she attracts the attention of one of the peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators who will come and take care of her. After all, even though those scum on top of the city walls are only at the late stages of the spirit realm and the rank 1 of the nascent soul stage, they are still useful as guard dogs. There is no way that those idiots inside the city will allow their own dogs to be killed like that." Serious expressions appeared on those disciples' faces when they heard the red-robed young man's words. This person was the only peak rank 3 nascent soul expert in this group of disciples, and he was also the one who had led the attack in this city half a day ago. However, not only was the number of disciples in this group much smaller than the alliance that Shenlong and the golden-robed young man were in, but this city also had 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts hidden inside it as well. The moment that this red-robed man's group found out about this, they immediately turned around and fled, not daring to siege the city any longer. As a single peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator, he had no confidence in fighting against 3 other cultivators at the same level all by himself. And yet, he wasn't anxious about taking the holy sex token either, neither was he afraid of Lu Mei taking it by herself. Let alone the fact that a single peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator could easily take care of her and her undead army by himself. Lu Mei could actually be useful to him if she ended up killing even half of the criminals who were standing guard on the city walls. That way, his own alliance would face less resistance in the future and would be able to conquer the city with greater ease. As for the second reason why the red-robed young man wasn't anxious, was because he already knew that sooner or later, some more rank 3 nascent soul stage experts would come here from the nearby cities. After all, there were only 1,000 tokens of the holy sect, and far more than simply 1,000 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts, let alone those who were in the early and the middle of rank 3 as well. Once the tokens from the nearby cities were obtained, this city would also become those people's target as well. Although the competition would be much fiercer then, but he already knew that it was impossible for him to obtain the holy sex token in this city by himself. At the same time that these thoughts flashed through the red-robed young man's mind, Lu Mei's undead army had already arrived just a few hundred meters away from the city walls. At that moment, a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator who was standing on the walls stared at Lu Mei's army that was moving towards the city before he shouted loudly, "Attack!" The moment that his voice resounded in the air, an endless barrage of attacks exploded from the cultivators on top of the city walls. 1,000 late-stage spirit realm cultivators as well as rank 1 nascent soul stage experts, all launched out their attacks at the same time, blocking out the sky and leaving Lu Mei's army no room for retreat. One by one, the skeletons that had no way to protect themselves started to break down into countless pieces, as they faced the endless barrage of attacks that bombarded them without stop. And yet, despite the fact that dozens of them were being destroyed at every wave of attacks, the army of 1,000 jade white skeletons still continued to move forward towards the city walls. As for Lu Mei's undead knights, they were much more resilient than the skeletons. Although the attacks of the 1,000 cultivators on the city walls were numerous and without end, there were also 1,000 skeletons in Lu Mei's army as well, forcing them to spread out their range of attacks in order to hit all of the skeletons, thus causing the undead knights to not face too much difficulty in the process. Although a handful of the undead knights were killed, the rest of them only had superficial injuries, while most attacks didn't even manage to pierce through their black armors. After all, more than half of the criminals on top of the city walls were late-stage spirit realm cultivators. In front of the rank 1 nascent soul stage undead knights, their attacks couldn't be considered anything more than average. Although these attacks could definitely destroy the skeletons who were much weaker individually and were only at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm, the undead knights that had already advanced into the nascent soul stage were on a completely different level. However, the one who had it the easiest was actually the Death Eater and Lu Mei who was sitting on its back. This terrifying beast opened its mouth, and easily swallowed the attacks that came its way, almost as if it was having a meal. It didn't matter if they were flame arrows, huge stone rocks or ice shards, or if they came from the late-stage spirit realm cultivators or from early rank 1 nascent soul stage ones, all of them were swallowed without any problem, as they entered the Death Eater's mouth and disappeared without leaving behind any traces. As for the attacks of the middle rank 1 nascent soul stage experts, although they fell upon the Death Eater's massive body, they failed to cause any damage to the enormous beast who then completely ignored them. Only the attacks of the few peak rank 1 nascent soul stage experts seemed to be able to penetrate through its body, causing the massive beast to consciously avoid them. In just a few moments, the enormous Death Eater had arrived right in front of the city walls, along with Lu Mei's remaining army, as it stared at the cultivators on top of the walls with a hungry look in its eyes. Chapter 408, The Death Eater's Power. Monarch of Time. A little more than 400 skeletons, 43 undead knights as well as the Death Eater that Lu Mei was sitting on, had now arrived in front of the city gates, as they stared at the nearly 1,000 cultivators in front of them. Although more than half of the original 1,000 skeletons had been destroyed during the endless barrage of attacks, as well as 7 of her undead knights, Lu Mei didn't seem to have a change in her expression, as she kept staring at the criminals of the holy sect who were staring at the Death Eater with shock in their eyes. Lu Mei, however, barely threw a glance at them, before she turned her attention towards the Death Eater that she was riding on. With a cold look in her gorgeous black eyes, she waved her hand, as she finally lifted some of her restrictions on it, and allowed the Death Eater to go wild. The 30 meters 100 feet tall terrifying beast, which was even taller than the city's 20 meters 66 feet tall city walls, looked at the cultivators below it and opened its enormous mouth, letting out an ear-grating roar before it jumped in their midst with obvious hunger and excitement to kill. The moment that the Death Eater's thick legs touched the city walls, the stone walls instantly crumbled, as the criminals there hurriedly opened the distance between themselves and the enormous beast, while sending another wave of attacks towards it at the same time. The Death Eater, however, didn't seem to mind these attacks, and with an aura that oozed of excitement and bloodlust, it opened its enormous mouth as it immediately swallowed a handful of late-stage spirit realm cultivators as well as an early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator. The 5 cultivators' heart-wrenching cries resounded in the air, their voices unable to conceal their pain and horror in the slightest, as they shouted from the top of their lungs while they were inside the Death Eater's mouth. At the same time, looks of terror had appeared on the faces of the rest of the criminals on top of the city walls, as along with the screams, sounds of bones being crushed and munched could be heard from the Death Eater's mouth. Despite hearing the cries for help that were filled with fear and pain, however, Lu Mei had an unperturbed expression on her face, without any hints of sympathy in her eyes. Upon arriving in this place and starting the third test, she clearly remembered the reason why these people had been sent here. Raping men, women, and children, killing thousands of mortals and cultivators alike, destroying countless families, these were the crimes that the holy sect had placed these people here for. Lu Mei had already seen the cruel side of people more than once, as the city of Sin was an actual den of criminals, thus she felt no compassion for these people. Instead, killing them could be considered a form of revenge for the families whose lives had been destroyed by them. After all, even in the cultivation world where killing was rampant, most cultivators still had their own morals, almost as if there was a set of unwritten rules that they would all abide by. Usually, unless it was a deep grudge at the same level as a family feud, cultivators wouldn't easily harm mortals, even if they belonged to an enemy's family. After all, even heaven-grade cultivators had a lifespan of at least 1,000 years, let alone peak rank 9 spirit realm experts and nascent soul stage cultivators like these people who could live for at least 10,000 years. How many generations of mortals would be harmed if they fell in their hands? However, there was one thing that Lu Mei detested even more than those cultivators who killed mortals for their own enjoyment: rape. This was the thing that Lu Mei detested from the bottom of her heart. She could clearly remember how back in Kui Kuliang's Vermilion Realm, the disciples of the Poison Hall had secretly assaulted her while one of them had even coated his weapon with some kind of aphrodisiac. If it wasn't for Shenlong saving her back then, she would have most likely chosen to end her life and take those disciples of the Poison Hall along with her in the afterlife. Thus, seeing these people in front of her dying to the Death Eater's jaws didn't cause Lu Mei even the slightest bit of guilt, despite hearing their soul-wrenching cries for help that were only growing louder and louder. "Demon? You are a demon. Someone quickly call Senior Meng Yin." The criminals around Lu Mei shouted loudly when they saw the horrifying scene in front of their eyes, while they continued with their barrage of attacks against the enormous 30 meters 100 feet tall Death Eater. Lu Mei, however, wasn't planning on just sitting there and watch as these people attacked her. With a cold look in her eyes, she raised her left hand and pointed forward, causing the more than 400 skeletons and 43 undead knights to immediately join the fight, attacking the cultivators on top of the city walls. However, this wasn't the end of it. As the Death Eater continued to go on a rampage, chasing after the peak rank 9 spirit realm and rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivators around it, Lu Mei, who was sitting on its back, suddenly closed her eyes, as a black ball filled with death chi appeared between her hands. "Quickly! Attack her! No matter what she is trying to do, don't let her finish it." A peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator who was the closest to Lu Mei, was the first one to shout, attracting everyone's attention, before he raised his sword and immediately shot himself towards her, completely ignoring the jade-white skeletons and the undead knights around him. He didn't know what Lu Mei was planning, but he wasn't willing to wait until she finished with it. Holding the thin, red-colored sword in his hand, he shot to the sky, and ignoring the rampaging Death Eater that was recklessly killing and eating the cultivators around it, the man aimed his sword towards Lu Mei's throat. At that moment, however, Lu Mei snapped her eyes open, and looking at the peak rank 1 nascent soul stage expert who was quickly flying towards her and was intending to completely ignore the Death Eater, her lips slightly parted, as she opened her mouth and uttered a single word, one that brought chills down to the spine of anyone who heard it. Death. As this single and seemingly simple word left Lu Mei's mouth, the ball of death chi between her hands suddenly exploded, immediately covering the gigantic body of the Death Eater. A terrifying death aura covered the 30 meters 100 feet tall beast, as the enormous Death Eater suddenly stopped rampaging, and turned its attention towards the man with the thin, red-colored sword in his hands. Chapter 409, Shaking the City? Monarch of Time. Raising one of its gigantic forelegs, the Death Eater looked at the man who was flying towards Lu Mei, before it stumped its leg down violently, like a giant that was about to step on an ant. The peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator was startled when he felt the enormous Death Eater abruptly turning its attention towards him, while at the same time, a sense of lethal danger had suddenly appeared in his heart. He didn't understand why, but the early rank 1 nascent soul stage beast in front of him actually made him feel threatened. And yet, despite seeing the enormous leg that was descending upon him, the middle-aged man didn't back down. Instead, he changed the target of his sword, from Lu Mei to the Death Eater's leg, as he snorted angrily and said, "Humph, you think you can go against me with just an early rank 1 nascent soul stage beast? Know your place." Suppressing the danger that had sprouted from the bottom of his heart and was becoming even more intense with every passing moment, the middle-aged man's sword lit up with a bright light, as he swung it sideways, sending out a powerful slash towards the Death Eater's leg. The scene that followed after this, however, did not only shock the middle-aged man, but the rest of the criminals around him as well who happened to see it, as well as the disciples of the Alliance who were staring at the city walls from the distance a few miles away from the city. Contrary to the peak rank 1 nascent soul man's expectations, the powerful slash that he had expected to slash open the Death Eater's leg did not only fail to harm the enormous beast in the slightest, but instead, it was instantly obliterated. Unable to hide the shock in his eyes, the peak rank 1 nascent soul stage expert had no time to analyze why his attack had failed, and could only raise his sword in response, in an attempt to block the enormous black leg that continued its descent towards him and was now just a few meters away from him. The moment that his sword met the Death Eater's gigantic leg, however, the middle-aged man could feel an unstoppable force striking his body, immediately sending him flying back into the ground. Boom! The moment that the Death Eater's black leg descended on the peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator's body, a powerful earthquake suddenly erupted, shaking half of the city, causing even those cultivators who were fighting with Lu Mei's skeletons and undead knights to involuntarily turn their eyes towards its direction. The rowdy battlefield that was filled with screams and shouts just a moment ago immediately fell silent, as everyone turned their eyes towards Lu Mei and the Death Eater. The hideous beast slowly raised its leg from the ground, revealing the mangled and already destroyed body of a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator below it. A long and thin sword was lying by his side, but even with his rank 2 gold grade weapon, the peak rank 1 nascent soul cultivator's body had already turned into meat paste from the Death Eater's terrifying stomp. Looking at the fresh blood that was dripping from the Death Eater's leg, looks of shock, as well as incredulousness and disbelief had appeared on the eyes of the disciples that were 5 miles away from the city, unable to take in the scene in front of their eyes. What? How is this possible? It wasn't just the few spirit realm cultivators from the Alliance that were shocked, even the rank 1 and the rank 2 nascent soul stage cultivators, and even the young man in red robes who had already reached the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul stage had looks of disbelief in their eyes when they saw this scene. After all, it was clear that the Death Eater's aura was merely at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul stage, while the middle-aged man was clearly a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage expert. And yet, not only had that person died despite the disparity in their cultivation, but it was done with a single stomp. A young woman at the peak rank 2 in the nascent soul stage slowly approached the red-robed young man, as she suddenly asked in a voice full of skepticism, "Senior brother, could it be that that beast is actually at the middle rank 2 of the nascent soul stage or even higher? Otherwise, this isn't possible." The red-robed young man, however, simply shook his head without answering, as his eyes were intently staring at the white-veiled young woman on top of the beast's back. How could he not know that even an early rank 2 nascent soul stage cultivator was unable to kill that middle-aged man with a single hit? Only a middle rank 2 nascent soul stage expert, or someone who was even stronger, could possibly achieve such a feat. However, as a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert, he could clearly understand that Lu Mei's and the Death Eater's auras were only at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul stage. Of course, although the young man was shocked, he didn't know that to achieve this result, not only had Lu Mei used the Death Eater's full force, but the moment that she had said the word death earlier and allowed the black ball of death chi in her hands to fall on the Death Eater's back, she had used the first stage of the Death's chant. The Death Eater by itself could fight against the peak rank 1 nascent soul middle-aged man without any problem. However, augmented by Lu Mei's sane low-grade martial skill, the powerful beast's strength rose all the way to the middle of rank 2 in the nascent soul stage. Despite its aura being only at the early of rank 1 in the nascent soul, it was simply impossible for a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator to survive from its attack. At that moment, however, as the red-robed young man continued to stare at Lu Mei on top of the Death Eater's back, his eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared deeper inside the city. A cold smile then appeared on his lips, as he mumbled to himself in an almost indiscernible voice. "They have finally come." As these words left the young man's mouth, half a mile away from Lu Mei, an old man in black robes, a middle-aged man with eyes that resembled a snake's, as well as an old woman in red armor, all appeared practically at the same time, staring at Lu Mei on the Death Eater's back with nonchalant looks in their eyes. Chapter 410, Lu Mei's Trump Card. Monarch of Time. Although the 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts had nonchalant looks on their faces, the killing intent coming from their bodies showed that they weren't planning on giving Lu Mei any chance to escape from this place. However, Lu Mei didn't seem too surprised by the 3 criminals' sudden appearance. Despite sensing the aura coming from their bodies, which made it obvious that they were all peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts, Lu Mei still had a calm expression on her face behind her white veil, as she continued to sit on the Death Eater's back, almost if she had already expected their arrival just now. As for the Death Eater, despite having its strength augmented thanks to Lu Mei's death chant, which made it equal to a middle rank 2 nascent soul stage cultivator, and despite it certainly not being a match for the 3 people around it, it still didn't seem to be afraid of the 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts that had already surrounded it. However, due to Lu Mei's soul sense suppressing it naturally, unless it was allowed to attack, the 30 meters 100 feet tall enormous black beast wouldn't move an inch. At the same time, Lu Mei's skeletons and her undead knights also stopped fighting with the rest of the criminals around them, as they quickly surrounded the Death Eater, looking like they were protecting the enormous beast. The old man in black robes didn't seem to mind the fact that Lu Mei was gathering her skeletons and her undead knights around the Death Eater, and with a sinister look on his face, he revealed his crooked teeth as he then asked with a smile, "Little girl, are you in such a hurry to die? Don't you see those idiotic brats over there who don't even dare to step foot within 5 miles from this city? Don't tell me that you don't understand the reason behind that? Hehe, or do you perhaps think that you are even stronger than all of them combined?" The moment that the black-robed old man finished his words, ugly looks appeared on the faces of the disciples in the Alliance 5 miles away from the city. It was almost as if that person was inviting them to step foot into the city if they had the guts. However, since the red-robed young man in their group didn't speak and chose to remain silent while watching this scene, no one else dared to rebut the old man's words. After all, it was true that they had already tried to enter the city once, but they had already suffered a catastrophic defeat. From their original group of 170 people, 40 disciples ended up losing their lives, completely unable to put up any resistance. Additionally, if it wasn't because the old man's group didn't chase after them the moment that they left the city, the red-robed young man was certain that more than half of the members of his alliance would have died back then, while the rest of them would most likely be forced to scatter in the wild before regrouping in the future. Without waiting for Lu Mei's response, the old woman in red armor narrowed her eyes when she heard the old man's words, before she said in an ice-cold voice, "What's the point of chatting with a dead person? Just kill her and get this over with." The middle-aged man with vertical irises that resembled a snake's nodded his head in agreement, while his eyes stared at Lu Mei without any change in his expression, almost as if he was looking at a corpse. "Ha ha ha, all right. Let me have the honors then. After all, I love fresh meat the most," the black-robed old man said as he stared at Lu Mei on the Death Eater's back, before licking his lips in excitement, ready to make his move. Seeing that the peak rank 3 nascent soul old man was just about to attack, in the alliance of disciples 5 miles away from the city, the young woman at the peak rank 2 of the nascent soul stage looked at the red-robed young man next to her, before she asked in a curious voice, "Senior brother, should we try and help her? Although she is only at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul, perhaps she can be useful to us the next time we attack the city. As long as she can do the same thing as today and fight against those scum in the city walls by herself, it should be more than enough." The red-robed young man who was still staring at the Death Eater in the distance seemed to have fallen into deep thoughts for a few moments, but he eventually shook his head before he said in a disappointed tone, "The risk is not worth it. The moment that we enter the vicinity of the city, neither that snake-eyed man or that disgusting old hag will let us get close to her easily, and even if they did, it's very likely that I will suffer some injuries in that case. It is definitely not worth it. If she wasn't too rash and had simply joined our alliance, we could definitely wait for one more person at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul to arrive before we attacked the city. By then, we would have more than a just 50% chance of success if we fought together." However, being rash has already sealed her fate. Since she chose to attack the city by herself, she can only pay the price for this. Although the red-robed young man seemed calm when he said these words, it was obvious that he was extremely disappointed. After all, adding 1,000 peak rank 9 spirit realm skeletons to his alliance, 50 undead knights and that enormous monster that could probably fight against a middle rank 2 nascent soul stage expert without a problem, could have proven to be an immense help. At the same time, the young man was also interested in the type of Dao Lu Mei had comprehended to be able to summon such immensely powerful creatures, practically at the same level of cultivation as herself. No, the Death Eater that she had summoned alone was definitely much stronger than most rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivators, since it could obviously fight above its level. Even without Lu Mei's death chant that had augmented its strength, it could probably fight against a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator head-on without necessarily losing. Looking at the old man at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul stage that was about to make his move, Lu Mei actually didn't choose to try and escape. Instead, there was a resolute look in her beautiful black eyes behind her white veil, as she then waved her hand, taking out a pill bottle from her spatial ring with a single red-colored pill stored inside it. Seeing the pill bottle that had appeared in Lu Mei's hands, a sinister and at the same time mocking smile was formed on the old man's lips, before he asked her in a mocking tone, almost as if he was a hyena that was looking at a small, defenseless rabbit that was trying its hardest to survive. He, is that your trump card? A single pill? Ha ha ha. The moment that he finished his words, the old man didn't wait for Lu Mei's response, nor did he wait for her to consume the pill in her hands, as he suddenly shot towards her with that same mocking look on his face. No matter what that pill was, he was certain that there was no way for a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert like himself to be harmed by Lu Mei's pill, unless it was an extraordinarily powerful poison pill. However, even if it was a poison pill that could somehow harm late-stage nascent soul experts, the old man still had a peak rank 5 antitoxin pill in his spatial ring. No matter what that woman in front of him was intending to do, she was bound to die here today. Despite the mocking tone in the old man's voice, Lu Mei's lips actually curved up, forming a dazzling smile on her peerlessly beautiful face, as she then said in a nearly inaudible voice, "Right. This is the trump card that Long Ji prepared for me. Although it was meant to save my life when I'm in danger, this is the only way to pass this third test." As she finished her words, Lu Mei raised her white veil, revealing her alluring red lips, before she placed the red-colored pill in her mouth. Chapter 411, Rank 5 Blood Ignition Pill. Monarch of Time. The moment that the pill entered her mouth, Lu Mei could feel a violent type of energy suddenly erupting inside her, immediately filling her entire body. At the same time, her aura, which was clearly at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul stage, started to rise at an extremely rapid rate. The black-robed old man, the old woman in red armor, as well as the middle-aged man whose eyes resembled those of a snake's, all looked at Lu Mei with eyes filled with incredulity. In just a few moments, the aura coming from her body had already reached the peak of rank 1 in the nascent soul stage, and yet it still showed no signs of stopping. Early rank 2, middle rank 2, peak rank 2 of the nascent soul stage. In the blink of an eye, Lu Mei's aura had already climbed to the peak of rank 2 in the nascent soul stage, but this was still not the end. Under the disbelieving looks of the people around her, including the 3-peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts. Her aura broke through to the early rank 3 of the nascent soul stage, until a few moments later, it eventually stabilized itself in the middle of rank 3. Although this process seemed as if it had taken a while, in reality, it was completed in practically an instant. This sudden breakthrough had not only caused the old man in black robes to suddenly stop in his tracks and stare at Lu Mei with a look of wariness as well as shock and disbelief, but the disciples outside the city that were staring at this scene were also unable to believe their eyes, before they immediately exploded in fervent discussions. How is this even possible? She advanced from the early rank 1 of the nascent soul, all the way to the middle of rank 3 in just a few moments. What kind of divine pill was that? Wait, does this mean that if we were the ones who consumed that pill, we would be able to break through to the peak of rank 3? Or perhaps even the early rank 4 of the nascent soul? As one person came to this conclusion, everyone suddenly turned their gaze towards the few rank 3 nascent soul stage experts in the alliance, before their eyes finally landed on the red-robed young man who was the only person at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul stage. Despite everyone turning their gaze on him all at the same time, the red-robed young man didn't seem to care, as his eyes didn't move an inch from Lu Mei's figure on top of the Death Eater's back. Finally, after a few moments of silence, he shook his head with a serious expression on his face, before he replied in a thoughtful tone. It's not like that. This is not a true breakthrough all the way to the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul. Rather, it's most likely only a temporary increase in her strength. That pill probably increased that woman's cultivation to the middle of rank 3 temporarily, and it will revert back to its real level after a while. Of course, such a pill will certainly have immense negative effects, but it is definitely a godly pill in the end. It was obvious that although the young man didn't know many things about the pill that Lu Mei had consumed, his own knowledge was definitely up to par, and allowed him to instantly guess what was going on. Indeed, this pill was a trump card that Shen Long had given to Lu Mei, and had exhorted her to only consume it if she was placed in a life or death situation without any other solution. It was an enhanced version of his rank 4 blood ignition pill, and it temporarily increased the cultivation of a rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator, allowing them to even fight against a rank 3 nascent soul stage expert head-on. Of course, such a pill was not only extremely rare and valuable in the cultivation world, but it also had extremely severe negative effects. The moment that a cultivator consumed this enhanced version of the blood ignition pill, they would only be able to fight at full strength for at most 3 hours. 3 hours later, they would feel their body lose all of their strength, becoming no different than ordinary mortals. As for how long this situation would last for, Shen Long had already told Lu Mei that it could last anywhere from half a month to an entire month. This meant that after consuming this pill, the moment that the 3-hour period was over, Lu Mei would be in a situation where she would be unable to use her own qi for at least half a month until the side effects of the pill wore off. Considering that this third test of the Holy Sect originally lasted for an entire month and there were still 25 days left until it was over, being placed in a situation like that was extremely dangerous to Lu Mei, who would be unable to use her own qi during that period of time. And yet, this was also the only way for her to pass this third test. After all, even after breaking through to the early rank 1 of the nascent soul stage, Lu Mei knew that she wasn't strong enough to fight against a rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator head-on. Even if she went all out with the Death Eater and her undead army, it would still be impossible for the current her to match a normal rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator. However, passing through the third test of the Holy Sect wasn't the only reason why Lu Mei decided to take this risk today. She also had 2 more goals in her mind, which would definitely increase her strength by leaps and bounds if they managed to succeed. After all, there was one thing that she had wanted to test after breaking through to the nascent soul stage, and the 3-peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators in front of her were the best testing subjects for it. Chapter 412, A Bad Feeling. Monarch of Time. Looking at the white-robed young woman on top of the Death Eater's back, whose cultivation had already stabilized at the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul, the black-robed old man smiled sinisterly once again, before he said in a mocking tone, clearly implying that he had already seen through Lu Mei's trick. Hehe, middle of rank 3 of the nascent soul, not bad at all. That pill you consumed must have been very valuable, but too bad that this is only a fake increase in strength. No matter what, a fake increase will never be able to match the power of a real cultivator. As he finished his words and having reassured himself that Lu Mei didn't pose any danger to him, the old man no longer held back, as he continued to fly towards her at full speed. Earlier, he had been a bit apprehensive after seeing Lu Mei's strength rising at such a fast rate, and the same went for the old woman in red armor as well as the middle-aged man with eyes that resembled a snake's, but after seeing her aura stabilize at the middle of rank 3, they all heaved out a sigh of relief. They weren't afraid that Lu Mei's aura would advance to the peak of rank 3. Instead, they were afraid that with her previous momentum, she would end up advancing all the way to the early rank 4 of the nascent soul in one go. Thankfully that pill only allowed her to raise her strength to the middle of rank 3. Otherwise, if it was something as exaggerated as the middle stages of the nascent soul, even the three of us combined may be unable to resist in a head-on fight. Luckily she is nothing more than an early rank 1 nascent soul brat. However, if it was a rank 2 or a rank 3 nascent soul cultivator who had consumed it. The snake-eyed man nodded his head with a serious expression when he heard the old woman's words, before he turned his attention towards the peak rank 3 red-robed young man outside of the city. Although he was confident that that person wouldn't dare to attempt to save the white-robed young woman on the monster's back, in case that he actually did try something like that, the snake-eyed man was more than willing to stop him the moment that he steps foot inside the city. At the same time, seeing the black-robed old man that was once again flying towards her at full speed, a serious look appeared in Lu Mei's eyes. She knew that she only had 3 hours before the effects of the enhanced blood ignition pill wore off and she was placed in a helpless position. Thus, she had to take care of everything before the 3 hours period was over. Without wasting any more time, Lu Mei took a deep breath, before she actually sat up on the Death Eater's back. Closing her eyes, she raised both of her hands in front of her chest, when suddenly, the Death Eater below her feet disappeared. No, it wasn't just the Death Eater, even the remaining 43 undead knights as well as the 460 skeletons, all disappeared as well at the same time, immediately dumbfounding everyone who watched this scene. Hehe, it's too late to give up now. As the old man's words reverberated in the air, he was now less than 200 meters away from Lu Mei. Raising his left hand, a gust of wind appeared around him, before it turned into countless spiraling wind blades that floated in the air around him. Originally, he was planning on killing Lu Mei with his bare hands, but seeing that she had given up and had no more skeletons or black-armored knights to protect her, he decided to take care of her with his Dao of Wind. As the spiraling wind blades appeared around him, the black-robed old man slashed the air in front of him, sending them all flying towards the defenseless Lu Mei. It was obvious that the old man was determined to take care of her in one strike. As the wind blades cut through the air however, a black ball of death chi also took shape between Lu Mei's hands at the same time. At that moment, a dreadful feeling appeared in the old man's heart, and the same went for the old woman in red armor as well as the snake-eyed man, almost as if they had just realized something terrifying. It's not possible, right? The snake-eyed man was the first one to speak, as he stared at the black ball of death chi between Lu Mei's hands that was only growing bigger and bigger with every passing second. A terrifying possibility flashed through his mind, but was unable and unwilling to accept it. At the same time, the black-robed old man suppressed the feeling of anxiousness that had suddenly sprouted in his heart, and looking at Lu Mei he then shouted in an angry voice filled with killing intent. Die! However, just as the spiraling wind blades were just a few meters away from Lu Mei and were about to land on her body, Lu Mei suddenly opened her eyes, before she allowed the black ball of death chi in her hands to fall on the ground. As the ball of chi fell on the ground, it created what seemed to be a gigantic black hole that exuded endless amounts of death chi. A familiar, 30 meters 100 feet tall, enormous black beast, with 4 huge legs and a huge black body suddenly appeared from the black hole, like a giant that was coming out from his cave. As the enormous body of the Death Eater appeared in the city for the second time, the hundreds of wind blades that the black-robed old man had sent forward all fell upon it at the same time like a torrential rain. Before the Death Eater had enough time to come out from the black hole, hundreds of cuts had already appeared on its body, leaving behind countless scars. Roar! A powerful roar filled with hunger and fury sounded from the Death Eater's mouth, and yet, aside from those scars, the hundreds of spiraling wind blades had been unable to deal any real damage to the enormous black beast. Chapter 413, Making Their Move. Monarch of Time. A look of shock as well as fear appeared on the black-robed old man's face when he saw the Death Eater that was emerging from the black hole, almost as if his biggest fear had suddenly become reality. No, it wasn't just the black-robed old man. The old woman in red armor as well as the snake-eyed man also had similar expressions on their faces, as they involuntarily took a few steps back, opening the distance between themselves and the enormous beast. Even the disciples that were staring at this scene 5 miles away from the city, including the red-robed young man, were staring at this scene dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. The aura coming from the Death Eater was actually at the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul stage, the same as Lume's. How is this possible? Even if that pill augmented her own strength temporarily, the power of her summoned creatures shouldn't change. After all, this is just a temporary increase in strength. Don't tell me that their strength isn't actually set, and instead it rises in accordance with her own cultivation level? If that's the case, isn't this girl actually considered a monster genius as well? The more that the red-robed young man stared at the scene in the city, the more dumbfounded he became, while a myriad of thoughts seemed to have flashed through his eyes at the same time. At that moment, a young woman in red robes whose cultivation was at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul stage appeared next to him, and staring at the scene in the distance she couldn't help asking in a somewhat weak as well as uncertain voice. "Senior brother, doesn't that girl's fighting style look very similar to senior brother Jen's?" Serious looks flashed through 2 other disciples' faces when they heard this question, before they immediately turned their attention towards the red-robed young man, almost as if they were waiting for his reaction. The red-robed young man however simply smiled when he heard this before he turned his eyes to look at the young woman who had asked this question and said in an easygoing tone, "Hehe, you are right. At first glance, her style does indeed look similar to June Ren's. However, although it happens to look similar, in reality, there are also many differences as well, whether that is in their true strength or their own cultivation, as well as the way they truly fight. Hehehe. Don't forget that despite being ranked 8th in our continent, I am definitely among the 1,000 strongest people in this 3rd test. And yet, even I wouldn't dare to fight with June Ren head-on. That person is a true monster. There is a reason why he was called the undefeated god of war in our younger generation. Probably in this entire test of the Holy Sect, there will be 1, or at most 2 other people who are able to match him in a head-on fight, and all of them will definitely become disciples of the Holy Sect without question. I can confidently tell you that even if this girl was at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul stage as well, she would still have no chance fighting against June Ren in a 1 versus 1. The young woman who had asked this question, as well as the 2 other red-robed disciples who were close to the red-robed young man and happened to overhear this, all nodded their heads at the same time, as they continued to stare at the scene inside the city. At that moment however, the look on the red-robed young man's face turned slightly serious as he then added a shocking sentence. However, if that girl's cultivation was actually reached the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul as well, she would probably be able to enter the top 5 rankings in our continent. Actually, even the top 3 wouldn't be impossible either. After all, if that terrifying black beast was at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul, it would probably be able to fight against an early rank 4 nascent soul cultivator without losing. The moment that the disciples around the red-robed young man heard his judgment, looks of shock immediately covered their faces. The top 3? That was really a terrifying notion that these disciples were unable to accept. And yet, since it was this red-robed young man who had said this, they had no other choice but to accept that it was very likely to be true. After all, this young man was someone who was ranked within the top 10 in their own continent, and he was the most qualified person here to judge Lume's talent. Ruoar. By the time that these discussions had come to an end, the gigantic body of the Death Eater had already completely come out from the black hole, as it let out a powerful roar, as its aura that was filled with tyranny and killing intent swept through the entire battlefield, instantly shaking the hearts of all the criminals inside the city. The black-robed old man who had sent out the hundreds of wind blades involuntarily took a few steps back, while an obvious look of fear suddenly covered his face. And yet, this wasn't the end. Following behind the enormous body of the Death Eater, hundreds of skeletons started to appear from the black hole all at the same time, following behind the 50 black-armored undead knights who were wielding their black greatswords. It only took a few moments for the 50 undead knights and the 1,000 skeletons to arrange themselves in front of Lume, as they all turned their attention towards the black-robed old man who was just 200 meters away from them. The green and red wisps of ember that were flickering inside their eye sockets, finally made the old man feel a profound sense of fear for the first time today, a fear that seemed to have stemmed from the bottom of his heart. Lu Mei, however, wasn't planning on giving the old man even a single chance to try and escape, and raising her left hand, she simply pointed forward. At that moment, the aura of 1,000 skeletons and 50 undead knights at the early and the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul stage instantly exploded at the same time, immediately drowning the entire city. A terrifying scene that could shock any rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator suddenly appeared in the old man's eyes. 1,000 jade white skeletons at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul were holding the bony white swords in their hands, as they followed behind the 3 meters 10 feet tall undead knights clad in black armor, as they all rushed towards the old man at the same time. Seeing this soul-shaking scene, the old man didn't hesitate any longer, as he turned his head around and looked at the old woman in red armor and the man with the snake eyes before he shouted loudly, "Quickly! Come here and help me!" The moment that the old man finished his words, hundreds of wind blades quickly took shape in the air around him, as they all shot towards the army of undead that were rushing towards him without any fear in their eyes. At the same time, in the alliance of disciples outside the city, the red-robed young man who was at the peak of rank 3 of the nascent soul, narrowed his eyes as he stared at Lu Mei's army, before his lips slowly curved up into a smile. Without saying a single word, he instantly soared to the sky as he flew towards the city at full speed. The disciples in the alliance around him were stunned by this sudden turn of events, but without any hesitation, they all followed after the red-robed young man, as they flew towards the city as well, almost as if they were competing with each other. How could they not understand that with Lu Mei attacking the city by herself, this was their best chance to obtain the Holy Sex token? It was obvious that even if they did nothing, the white-robed young woman on the Death Eater's back would most likely end up obtaining the token by herself. At that moment, it would be practically impossible for most of these disciples to even have a chance at getting their hands on it and pass the third test. Chapter 414, Fighting 3 Peak Rank 3 Nascent Soul Stage Experts. Monarch of Time. As the red-robed young man flew towards the city at full speed, followed by a bunch of other disciples, the wind blades that the black-robed old man had sent were effortlessly cutting through the air itself, as they beheaded skeleton after skeleton. In just a few moments, nearly 100 skeletons had been beheaded or had been cut into half, while another 100 of them had lost at least an arm or a leg. And yet, by the time that the old man's wind blades disappeared, the skeletons had already covered more than half of the distance between them and the old man and were now less than 50 meters away from him. At the same time, the skeletons and the undead knights had already spread out, so even if the old man tried to escape, it would be impossible to do so by himself. The old woman in red armor as well as the snake-eyed man both turned to look at each other at the same time and nodded their heads with solemn looks on their faces, before they instantly flew towards the black-robed old man as well. They clearly understood that if nothing was done, the old man would certainly end up dead, while they wouldn't be able to escape from Lu Mei's army either. Thus, the only thing they could do was band together and fight. Seeing the 2 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators who quickly arrived to back him up, the old man heaved a sigh of relief, before he then said to the two of them in a voice filled with confidence, "Don't worry, that pill will certainly have some severe side effects and will only be able to boost her cultivation for a short time. As long as we can defend ourselves until its effects wear off, we will certainly be able to kill her." The snake-eyed man nodded his head seriously, and turned his eyes to look at Lu Mei before he said with a greedy look in his eyes, "Right? If she has such a valuable pill, the rest of the items inside her spatial rings will definitely not be too ordinary either." The old woman in red armor, however, had a solemn look on her old wrinkled face, as she suddenly turned her attention towards the red-robed young man in the distance who was followed by the rest of the disciples in his alliance, before she said in a hoarse voice, "Enough talking. Take care of these skeletons first." As she finished her words, the old woman's body was instantly covered by a layer of thin ice, before almost 300 icicle shards appeared in the air around her, as they all shot towards Lu Mei's undead army. The snake-eyed man nodded his head as well, as a green-colored liquid suddenly appeared from his body, slowly moving towards the 50 black-armored undead knights who were leading the remaining 900 skeletons. Lu Mei's army was only 200 meters away from the 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, when the old woman's ice shards fell on the skeletons and the undead knights that were the closest to them like an endless barrage. Guided by Lu Mei's soul sense, the black-armored knights easily blocked the ice shards with their great swords the moment that they banded together. Although the ice shards left a thin layer of ice on a handful of the undead knights' swords, this was the only result, as almost 100 ice shards were taken care of in a single instant. After all, although this was an attack created by a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert, it was still an attack that covered a wide area, and it wasn't focused on the undead knights alone, but rather the entire undead army instead. As the ice shards fell on the jade-white skeletons, 150 of them were obliterated in the blink of an eye, completely unable to withstand the old woman's violent attack. After all, the difference in strength between the undead knights and the skeletons wasn't just the single sub-rank in cultivation levels. Instead, it was a qualitative difference, similar to the difference of the undead knights with the enormous Death Eater. And yet, after both the black-robed old man's wind blades as well as the old woman's icicle shards, only 1/4 of Lu Mei's undead army was destroyed, before they finally appeared in front of the 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts. The moment that the black-armored undead knights who led the charge however appeared in front of the black-robed old man who was the closest to them, a thick green liquid suddenly emerged from the ground, instantly trapping the 10 undead knights in the lead. At that moment, Lu Mei suddenly could feel a corrosive effect on her soul sense that covered these 10 undead knights, while even the black armor on the undead knights' chests had started to slowly get affected by the green liquid, letting out sizzling sounds in the air. At the same time, no matter how much the undead knights tried to get rid of the green liquid that had trapped them, they were unable to do so. And yet, the remaining undead knights didn't seem to show any fear, as they rushed towards the black-robed old man who was now just a few meters away from them. The peak rank 3 nascent soul expert had a solemn look on his face, as he placed his palms together before he chanted a single word. Hurricane. A gigantic hurricane that spanned for more than 50 meters, 164 feet, into the sky immediately appeared around him, instantly trapping the first 30 undead knights in the lead, while at the same time it slowly expanded, slowly trapping the skeletons behind them as well. Unlike the undead knights, under the enormous hurricane's might, the jade-white skeletons were completely unable to resist, as their bodies were instantly swept in the air before they were dismembered, turning into a pile of bones and dust. At that moment, however, the ground suddenly started to tremble, as the old man and the old woman in red armor immediately turned their attention to the previously still Death Eater. The enormous black beast that was covered by a thick layer of death chi suddenly rushed towards the gigantic hurricane head-on. Dumbfounded looks instantly appeared on the faces of the 2 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts. This hurricane was a Saint low-grade martial skill, and yet Lu Mei had chosen to enter inside it by her own volition. The old man had originally planned to create another hurricane the moment that the Death Eater attacked, but it seems that his previous concerns were needless. After all, this hurricane was his strongest martial skill. Of course, although the hurricane blocked the most direct path towards the old man, it was also impossible for someone to enter inside it directly. Even the young man in red robes who had just led the disciples of the Alliance into the city was shocked by this shocking scene. Even if it was himself, he wouldn't dare to enter inside that hurricane since that was pure suicide. Even if he managed to survive the hurricane, he had no doubt that the old woman in red armor and the snake-eyed man would definitely follow up with an attack the moment that he emerged from it. Chapter 415, Trap. Monarch of Time. However, almost as if she was oblivious to the red-robed young man's thoughts, Lu Mei didn't stop the Death Eater, and instead, she allowed the gigantic monster to step inside the hurricane. Seeing the enormous 30 meters 100 feet tall black beast that had actually entered inside the hurricane, a look of joy as well as disbelief and excitement appeared on the black-robed old man's face at the same time, before he turned his head towards the red-armored old woman who nodded her head without any hesitation. The peak rank 3 nascent soul stage old woman raised her hands in front of her and gathered her chi, as a pillar of ice that was actually no smaller than the massive hurricane started to take shape in the air in front of her. The old man nodded his head when he saw this scene, before he sighed out in relief. This ice pillar was a martial skill at the same level as his own hurricane, a Saint low-grade martial skill. There was no way for Lu Mei and her Death Eater to survive in the midst of 2 Saint low-grade martial skills, both created by 2 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators. Even if the Death Eater's strength was at the same level or even slightly stronger than a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator, it was still bound to sustain fatal injuries this time, even if it somehow managed to luckily survive. As for Lu Mei, her fate would definitely be even worse than that. It only took a single breath of time for the massive ice pillar to condense itself in the air in front of the old woman. Snapping her eyes open, the old woman placed both of her hands on the ice pillar's surface, before she sent it flying forward towards the gigantic hurricane as she then shouted in a shrill voice, "Die, you little bitch!" The ice pillar shot through the air like a small, flying mountain of ice, heading straight towards the old man's hurricane. At the same time, however, a completely unexpected scene followed that made the old man's expression suddenly change, while his heartbeat had started to rapidly rise at the same time. An enormous leg that resembled a horse hoof slowly emerged from the midst of the hurricane, followed by a massive black body that was oozing with endless amounts of death chi. On top of the beast's body was a young woman in white robes with an ice-cold look in her eyes, as if everything that had happened just now was completely inconsequential to her. How is this possible? No way. The old man's hurricane was broken just like that. The old man in black robes and the snake-eyed man who was doing his best to hold back Lu Mei's skeletons and the remaining 10 undead knights both shouted out in disbelief at the same time, when they saw the Death Eater's massive body emerging from the hurricane. It had been less than 2 breaths of time, and yet the Death Eater had managed to pass through the hurricane effortlessly, completely ignoring the Saint low-grade martial skill. Even the young man in red robes who had quickly closed the distance and was almost in front of the city gates by now couldn't help but slow down his speed when his eyes took in this shocking scene. As soon as the Death Eater stepped out of the hurricane, however, Lu Mei saw the huge ice pillar that was flying towards her, destroying the remaining few buildings that were left standing between them in the process. The aura of death around the Death Eater suddenly exploded, as the enormous beast opened its hideous mouth and directly bit down on the enormous ice pillar that had instantly arrived in front of it without any hesitation. Crunch! The moment that the Death Eater's teeth chomped down on it, the massive ice pillar was instantly split in half as ice fragments exploded into the enormous beast's mouth. The 30 meters 100 feet tall Death Eater was suddenly rooted on the spot, as a sudden hailstorm started to ravage its insides. The old woman's lips curved up into a sinister smile when she saw this scene, while the black-robed old man and the snake-eyed man both nodded their heads with relieved looks in their eyes. The old woman's plan had actually succeeded. At the same time, Lu Mei narrowed her eyes behind her white veil, while she immediately understood what was going on thanks to her soul sense that was suppressing the Death Eater. The old woman's goal wasn't to use the ice pillar's weight and raw strength to fight the Death Eater head-on. Instead, it seemed that a powerful hailstorm was hidden inside the ice pillar, and the moment that the pillar was actually broken, the hailstorm would suddenly erupt. Lu Mei's guess was spot on, as this was exactly the old woman's goal. It was to send the ice pillar flying into the hurricane, and as the ice pillar was destroyed by the gigantic hurricane, the hurricane would then be merged with her hailstorm, immediately trapping Lu Mei inside it. With the strength of 2 Saint low-grade martial skills augmenting each other, Lu Mei's and the Death Eater's chances of survival would be practically non-existent. Even if the enormous beast managed to survive, it would definitely be riddled with countless injuries and wouldn't be too far from death either. Of course, although the 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul experts hadn't expected that the Death Eater's strength was enough to completely ignore the hurricane and walk out of it in just a single breath of time, there was still no way for it to avoid the ice pillar in the end. However, by opening its mouth and consuming the massive ice pillar directly, the Death Eater had practically jumped straight into its death. After all, it was an entirely different thing to resist the hailstorm head-on, and to allow it to erupt directly inside its mouth. Layers of frost started to slowly appear on the Death Eater's body, slowly covering the entirety of the enormous beast's body, while its movements had already completely come to a halt. And yet, this scene only lasted for a few moments before cracking sounds started to resound incessantly in the air. Crack, crack, crack. Before the layer of frost could completely solidify on the Death Eaters, ice shards started to fall on the ground one by one. At that moment, the black-robed old man who was the closest to Lu Mei felt a sudden chill on his spine, while he also had the illusion that the Death Eater was smiling mockingly towards him. However, just as he was about to step back and open up the distance between them, the Death Eater suddenly lunged forward with its mouth open, completely unaffected by the remaining ice shards on its body, and under the disbelieving eyes of the old woman in red armor and the snake-eyed man, as well as the thousands of criminals in the city and the alliance of disciples that had just arrived at the city walls, it immediately swallowed the peak rank 3 nascent soul old man, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 416, 1 in 3 chances. Monarch of Time. The old woman in red armor and the snake-eyed man, who were both standing just a few meters away from the old man in black robes, stared at the gigantic body of the Death Eater with blank looks. Even the red-robed young man, who was now less than a mile away from Lu Mei and the Death Eater, had also stopped in his tracks, as his gaze was glued on the enormous black beast at the center of the battlefield with a disbelieving expression. Absolute silence had suddenly filled the small city, as every single cultivator, regardless of whether they were disciples of the Alliance or the criminals in this city, all stared at the enormous black beast with looks of fear in their eyes. No, it wasn't absolute silence. The sound of Lu Mei's undead knights marching forward could still be heard clearly, bringing a horrifying sense of fear to the remaining criminals in the city. It only took a single moment for the old woman in red armor and the snake-eyed man to snap out of their reverie, before they immediately moved backwards as they tried to open up the distance between themselves and the Death Eater that was now just a few meters away from them. However, how could Lu Mei give them such a chance? From the start, she knew that she had at most 3 hours before the effects of the rank 5 blood ignition pill wore off. By then, she was certain that if she hadn't already taken care of every enemy around her and if she hadn't left the city and find a safe place to hide herself, she would definitely end up dead without any questions. Even if she had taken care of all the criminals in the city, there was no way that the Alliance of Disciples would let her go. After all, everyone's goal was the Holy Sex Token, and Lu Mei knew that even if it wasn't the old man in black robes who had it in his possession, it would definitely be the old woman in red armor or the snake-eyed man who had it. Once she obtained it, she would definitely become everyone's enemy. No, even if it wasn't for the token, I can't allow myself to be defenseless in this place. As she steeled her heart, Lu Mei allowed the Death Eater to go all out. The enormous magic beast looked at the 2 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts in front of it, before it immediately went after the snake-eyed man, completely ignoring the old woman in red armor for now. At the same time, the red-robed young man who seemed to have just returned back to his senses seemed to be hesitating on what to do. Things had changed much faster than he had originally expected. As the disciples that were following behind him finally caught up with him, a young woman at the peak of rank 2 in the nascent soul stage looked at the enormous monster in the distance before she asked hesitantly, "Senior brother, should we retreat? That thing has already eaten a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert." How could the red-robed young man not understand what this woman implied? Although he was slightly stronger than the old man in black robes, in the end he was also a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert. In a head-on fight, it was impossible for him to kill the black-robed old man by himself. And yet, not only was that woman in white robes able to kill him, but she was also taking on every single criminal in the city, all at once. After a moment of deliberation, the red-robed young man shook his head firmly before he then said, "Giving up will mean looking for another city, or even worse, for someone who has already obtained a holy sex token. However, there are only 1,000 tokens and 1,000 cities in the end. At the same time, although I am confident in ranking in the top 300 of the people taking the third test, finding someone who has already obtained a token and robbing them will be almost impossible in this world. It is the same for me, and it is even more so for you guys who have no hope of obtaining one in the first place." Almost as if he didn't notice the ugly expressions on the faces of the disciples around him, the young man in red robes then continued, "Trying to obtain this token is our best chance. Although it's not impossible for me to find another one, the same can't be said for any of you. So if you want to have even a single chance of passing this test, you know what to do." As he finished his words, the peak rank 3 nascent soul young man didn't give any more explanations before he instantly flew towards the old woman in red armor. He believed that the disciples behind him clearly understood his meaning. Although Lu Mei had already killed the old man in black robes and was now chasing after the snake-eyed man, there was still a 1 in 3 chances that it was actually the old woman who had the token in her possession. Additionally, with a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator, as well as 2 middle rank 3 ones and more than 10 peak rank 2 nascent soul stage cultivators, their hunting speed was probably not inferior to Lu Mei's Death Eater either. In the end, it would boil down to being nothing else than a matter of luck. seeing the disciples of the alliance that had entered the battlefield and were chasing after her like mad dogs, made the old woman's face to instantly turn pale, as she hurriedly fled in the opposite direction, opening up the distance between them. On one hand it was Lu Mei's skeletons and her undead knights who were fighting the criminals in the city, while on the other hand it was the hundreds of disciples who were finally making their move. There was practically nowhere for the old woman to run to, and yet she still chose to move towards Lu Mei's army in the end. Although she already knew that she could fight off the young man in red robes for a while by herself, it was nothing more than a wistful dream if she actually expected to survive against the more than 100 disciples that were following after him as well. Instead, moving towards Lu Mei's army that was slaughtering the criminals was a much better choice. At the same time, however, Lu Mei, who was sitting on the Death Eater's back and was chasing after the snake-eyed man, suddenly turned her attention towards the old woman's direction. Since the Death Eater had already eaten the old man in black robes, Lu Mei already knew that the holy sex token wasn't in his possession. This meant that it was either on the old woman's hands or in the snake-eyed man's. However, if it was in the old woman's hands and one of those disciples managed to obtain it, Lu Mei, who only had a little more than 3 hours of time to fight, would most certainly be unable to chase after that person. With a serious look in her eyes, Lu Mei had her undead army immediately give up on killing the criminals on the collapsed city walls, as they all moved towards the old woman's direction. The old woman had never expected Lu Mei to still have part of her attention split towards her while she was still chasing after the snake-eyed man. Her skeletons and her undead knights were just a few steps away from clashing with the old woman head-on, when suddenly, a pillar of flames appeared from behind the old woman, attacking her and Lu Mei's undead army at the same time, killing more than 60 skeletons as well as 2 undead knights in the process. Lu Mei immediately turned her attention towards the young man in red robes who was chasing after the old woman, and was obviously the one who had unleashed this attack. The young man seemed to have felt Lu Mei's bone-chilling gaze and turned to stare back at her for a moment, before he turned his attention towards the old woman in red armor. He wasn't going to bother with Lu Mei if he didn't have to. As long as the old woman was the one who had the holy sex token on her possession, he would definitely take it before he left the city. Roar. At the same time, the Death Eater that had already blocked tens of attacks from the snake-eyed man, suddenly let out a powerful roar the moment that it was just a few meters away from him, before it lunged forward once again with its mouth open. The peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator had a look of despair in his eyes, before his body was immediately covered with a layer of green liquid, similar to the one he had used to trap Lu Mei's skeletons and her undead knights previously. However, the enormous beast seemed as if it had a sinister smile plastered on its face while it watched the snake-eyed man vainly struggle to kill it along with himself, before it opened its hideous mouth and immediately swallowed the peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator. Chapter 417, The Holy Sex Token. Monarch of Time. The same scene repeated itself for the second time, as another peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator was swallowed by the gigantic Death Eater, and yet, the visual impact of this scene was no less than the first. No, it was actually even worse. Even if one argued that the black-robed old man had been caught off guard the first time, the look of despair in the snake-eyed man's face this time was obvious to everyone around him, sending chills down their backs. After all, this was a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator, and yet, despite doing his best to take the Death Eater to the grave along with him, the snake-eyed man's fate was no different than the black-robed old man's, as he ended up inside the enormous beast's mouth altogether. After staying still for a moment, Lu Mei's expression suddenly changed, as she suddenly turned her attention towards the old woman in crimson armor. The holy sex token wasn't in the snake-eyed man's possession either, which meant that there was only one possible target, the old woman in red armor. The young man in red robes who was killing off the remaining skeletons and undead knights that blocked his way didn't miss the change in Lu Mei's attitude, nor the sudden glance that she shot towards the old woman in red armor, immediately understanding that the holy sex token was most likely on her body. Without wasting a single moment, the young man looked at the old woman who was trying to escape from him and Lu Mei's army as she headed deeper inside the city, before he shouted in a loud voice, "Old bitch, hand over the holy sex token? Do it and I will let you live." The old woman who was at the peak rank 3 of the nascent soul stage could feel that this person was most likely saying the truth, and he wouldn't chase after her as long as she gave up the holy sex token in her possession. And yet, she merely snorted in response before she headed deeper inside the city. without so much as giving the young man's offer even a single thought. After all, giving up the holy sex token was no different from suicide for these criminals who had been placed here by the holy sect. Although they wouldn't regain their freedom due to the crimes that they had committed and the number of people that they had murdered, they would still be able to keep their lives if they managed to hold on to the holy sex token by the end of the test. This was the holy sex rule and the most important reason why these criminals didn't give up the holy sex token to the first person who attacked the city. After all, if they didn't have the token in their possession, it was very likely that those disciples would fight between themselves and would completely ignore the criminals inside the city. However, this wasn't the only reason why she refused to give up the sex token either. Even if both Lu Mei and the young man in red robes as well as his group all decided to spare the old woman's life, the next group who attacked the city would definitely not let her go. Even if they knew that the chances of her being alive and having the holy sex token in her possession were close to nil, they still wouldn't spare her life. Thus, her best chance was to stick to her original plan, and if their group was unable to kill the disciples that attacked the city, then hiding and wait for the 1 month to be over was the only choice she had left. At the same time, the young man in red robes had a furious expression on his face when he saw the old woman who didn't even consider his offer. And yet, despite wanting to go after her, he was unable to completely break free from Lu Mei's army either. Although the skeletons at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul were unable to hold him down for even a single moment, the 20 undead knights who had attacked him all at the same time were a completely different matter. Although the 3 meters 10 feet tall black armored knights were unable to threaten him in the slightest and it was only a matter of time until they were all exterminated under his powerful attacks, the undead knights were still successful in temporarily slowing the peak rank 3 nascent soul stage young man down. At the same time, the remaining 20 undead knights as well as the 300 skeletons that were still in perfect condition, all intercepted the rest of the disciples in the alliance that were chasing after the old woman, not allowing a single one to get past them. More than 300 jade white skeletons at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul stage had attacked these disciples at the same time, and even if the skeletons weren't as strong as the average cultivator at the same level as them, they were definitely strong enough to take care of 100 disciples who were all at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul stage or below. As for those few disciples in the alliance that were at the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul stage, they had their hands already full, fighting against Lu Mei's 20 remaining undead knights. Even if a single undead knight wasn't as strong as a normal disciple at the same level as them, due to the undead knights not having any long-ranged attacks, with their black armor and their strength augmented by Lu Mei's death chant, they could definitely fight with those disciples head-on without any issues. In fact, if they managed to get close to those disciples, the undead knights could actually deal fatal injuries if not outright kill them. How is this possible? It's not just that enormous black monster, even these knights in black armor are practically as strong as normal cultivators at the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul. Are these really summoned creatures? Stop talking and take care of them quickly. If we don't do it fast, that old hag will definitely get away. Indeed, those disciples had never expected Lu Mei's army outside of the gigantic Death Eater that she was riding on to be so strong, that she could simultaneously hold every single one of them down at the same time. At the same time, Lu Mei had the Death Eater run past these disciples, as she chased after the old woman in red armor. The old woman was originally feeling elated after seeing Lu Mei's skeletons and her undead knights fight against the disciples of the Alliance, giving her enough time to run as far away inside the city as possible. However, in less than 30 breaths of time, she could feel the ground beneath her feet shaking violently, as the enormous silhouette of the Death Eater appeared behind her, and was only getting bigger and bigger with every passing moment. No, don't come any closer. Finally, despair gripped the old woman's heart as she shouted loudly with all of her might. Lu Mei, however, wasn't moved by her screams as she allowed the Death Eater to continue chasing after her, coming ever so closer to her with every passing moment. She wasn't going to give this peak rank 3 nascent soul expert even a single chance to escape. Finally, when the Death Eater was just a few meters away from her, the old woman turned around with a sinister look in her eyes, before she shouted loudly, "Die, you little bitch!" As she finished her words, hundreds of small and sharp ice shards appeared around the old woman, as they all shot towards the white-robed Lu Mei on the Death Eater's back. Lu Mei, however, didn't move from the Death Eater's back, nor did she attempt to dodge the old woman's ice shards. Instead, the enormous beast that was more than 30 meters 100 feet tall, opened its gigantic mouth, and sucked in every single one of those ice shards, leaving nothing behind. However, this wasn't the end. Without giving the peak rank 3 nascent soul expert a chance to unleash another attack, the Death Eater jumped forward with its mouth still open, as it immediately swallowed the old woman in red armor. The third peak rank 3 nascent soul stage criminal in this city disappeared just like that. However, without wasting any more time in this place, the moment that Lu Mei sent her soul sense in the Death Eater's belly and confirmed that there was indeed a token on the old woman's body, Lu Mei immediately had the Death Eater fly towards the other end of the city. After all, Lu Mei already knew that the red-robed young man had already destroyed 20 of her undead knights, and was now flying towards her location at full speed. Chapter 418, Perilous Condition. Monarch of Time. As the Death Eater rushed towards the east of the city, the old and already half-destroyed buildings around it started to collapse one by one due to the tremors that its enormous body was causing, leaving only the sturdiest ones of them standing. It was as if small earthquakes were taking place in the eastern part of the city, as the Death Eater's huge and thick legs flattened everything in its path. At the same time, barely a minute had passed since the Death Eater had finished its fight with the old woman, when the young man in red robes arrived at the scene. However, a dejected expression soon appeared on his face the moment he laid his eyes on the scene in front of him. Contrary to his expectations, the fight between Lu Mei and the old woman hadn't even lasted for even a few moments, giving him no time to catch up to the enormous beast. It seemed that the gigantic black beast had taken care of the peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert as soon as it caught up with her before it immediately left the scene. The red-robed young man was unwilling to give up just yet and spread his soul sense as far as he could, but even after scanning every single building in the area half a mile around him, there was still nothing to be found. An expression of anger and killing intent appeared on his face as he stared at the flattened buildings that led towards the eastern part of the city, but in the end he still chose to remain standing without moving from this place. Although he wanted to chase after Lu Mei since he knew that her power-up was only temporary, and she was bound to return back to her real cultivation at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul sooner or later, he also knew by now that the enormous black beast that she was riding on was probably not any slower than him despite its massive body. At the same time, even if he managed to catch up to Lu Mei, the red-robed young man had no degree of assurance that he could even take the holy sex token from her in the first place. That monster's strength is definitely stronger than the average peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator. Especially when it is augmented by that weird chi, it is probably not much weaker than an average early rank 4 nascent soul stage expert. No, perhaps it's already at that level? It's likely that only monsters like Jun Ren or those who ranked in the top 3 in their continents can probably take care of that black beast in this third test. There is no reason to be too fixated on that particular token either. As long as I am not too unlucky, I will definitely be able to obtain a token myself within the next 25 days. Let's see how far that woman can go with borrowed strength and if she will be able to successfully hide herself for the next 25 days. I refuse to believe that she has another one of those pills and that it has no side effects either. As the red-robed young man arrived in this conjecture, he continued to stare at the east of the city and the destruction that the Death Eater had caused with a serious look on his face, before he actually flew towards the north. Staring behind her, Lu Mei actually heaved out a sigh of relief when she saw that the red-robed young man wasn't chasing after the Death Eater. Although she was certain that that person wasn't strong enough to match the Death Eater's power head-on, Lu Mei also knew that she only had a little more than 2 hours until the effects of the blood ignition pill wore off and her cultivation returned back to the early rank 1 of the nascent soul. Thus, she had to find a safe place for herself as quickly as possible instead of fighting against the red-robed young man. The land continued to quake as the Death Eater ran towards the east at full speed, passing through mountains and rivers in the process, before finally, an hour later, a lush forest appeared in the distance ahead of Lu Mei. At first glance, this forest seemed to span for hundreds if not 1,000 miles, and it was definitely the best place for anyone to hide themselves if they wanted to wait until the end of the third test. Without any hesitation, Lu Mei had the Death Eater enter inside the forest, while at the same time she observed her surroundings, as she looked for a place to stay. Half an hour quickly passed like this, and just as Lu Mei arrived in front of a small river, mocking voices filled with fury, lust, greed, and killing intent appeared in her ears all at the same time. "Xiazing I you bitch, Did you think that you could escape from us so easily? Against 4 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts, even you are completely incapable of escaping. He, little beauty, there is no reason to look at us like that. Give up the holy sex token and I will allow you to live a little longer. Ha 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 ha, that's right. As long as you are willing to serve the 4 of us brothers tonight, we will indeed allow you to live a little longer. The moment that she heard these words, Lu Mei was stunned for a moment, as the face of a gorgeous young woman with pale blonde hair and beautiful emerald eyes appeared in her mind. Xiaxing Ai. As the figure of the young woman in green robes that she and Shenlong had seen outside the Heaven's Dome city flashed through her mind, Lu Mei hesitated for a moment, before she finally ordered the Death Eater to go towards the origin of those voices. Chapter 419, Meddling in Other People's Business. Monarch of Time. As the Death Eater moved towards the direction of those voices, the ground beneath its feet had once again started to shake as the gigantic beast ran through the forest. Despite its enormous body, even without the augmentation of Lu Mei's death chant, the Death Eater's speed was definitely not inferior to an average peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator, and in just a few moments, Lu Mei had already arrived at the place where the origin of those voices was coming from. At that moment, as the last tree that was blocking her vision disappeared, a shocking scene appeared in Lu Mei's eyes. A gorgeous young woman dressed in green robes was standing at the edge of an 80 meters 260 feet waterfall, while 4 men dressed in different clothes had surrounded her from every direction, not willing to give her even a single chance to escape. Lu Mei only needed a glance to recognize this young woman, who was most likely related to the guild master of the Pale Moon Guild in the Silver Sword City as Xiaxing Ai. It was indeed the same kingdom-toppling beauty that she and Shenlong had seen from afar before the first test of the Holy Sect started. This was also part of the reason why Lu Mei decided to take the risk and come to this place, despite having less than 1 hour left until the effects of the blood ignition pill wore off and the side effects to start kicking in. After all, be it Xiaxing Ai's facial features or her last name, she was definitely related to Xierong. Although Lu Mei had already adopted this habit from Shenlong and would more often than not decide against putting herself into danger to help strangers, Xierong was an acquaintance and she had definitely showed some goodwill to Shenlong in the past. However, contrary to the first time that Lu Mei had seen Xiaxing Ai, the stunning young woman was in a much worse condition this time. Blood had stained the corner of her lips red, while her qi was clearly almost entirely depleted, bringing her on the verge of death. Even if she wanted to escape, it was very likely that Xiaxing Ai didn't even have enough qi to even move, which was why she was placed in such a perilous condition. Of course, the moment that Lu Mei appeared, Xiaxing Ai and the 4 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators who had surrounded her, all turned their attention towards the white-robed Lu Mei on the Death Eater's back at the same time. After all, how could the 5 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators not notice the commotion that the Death Eater had caused before arriving in this place? Originally, these people had thought that some kind of early rank 5 magic beast was living in this forest and was alerted by their fight, but the moment that they noticed the decaying aura of death around the Death Eater's body, serious expressions appeared on their faces. Although none of these disciples knew the Death Eater's origins, they could sense that despite its cultivation being at the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul, it was definitely not going to be an easy opponent for them. As for the young woman that was riding on its back, she was most likely going to be troublesome as well. A young man in luxurious purple robes was the first one to take a step forward as he looked at Lu Mei, before he shouted in an imposing voice. No matter who you are or what you are doing here, I suggest that you mind your own business and move along. This woman is our prey, so unless you want to fight all of us at the same time, leave this place right now. How could this person not understand that Lu Mei had intentionally come to this place after hearing their voices? She most likely overheard the matter of the holy sex token that is in Xierong's possession, which immediately drew her attention. However, with 4 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators in their midst, how could the purple-robed young man's group be afraid of a single middle rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator like Lu Mei? Although he wanted to avoid fighting her if possible, considering that they knew nothing about Lu Mei including her combat strength or any possible trump cards that she may have, his group had no reason to be afraid of her either. Looking at the purple-robed young man who had spoken just now, Lu Mei immediately recognized him barely a moment later. This person's name was Hua Ping and he was ranked 17th in the Heaven's Dome City's House of Rankings. Knowing that chatting with these people was useless, Lu Mei didn't waste any time as she had the Death Eater immediately lunge forward towards the two people that were the closest to her. The enormous black beast had a sinister smile on its face as it jumped forward with its mouth open, ready to devour the two peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts in front of it. Shocked looks appeared on Huaping's and the other disciples' faces when they saw the enormous beast's sudden attack, before they all shouted at the same time with voices filled with anger and killing intent. Die! The 4 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators all unleashed their own attacks at the Death Eater without holding back, as their combined attacks shook the entire forest. Sword and saber slashes, as well as powerful water arrows and wind blades all flew through the air, until they landed on the Death Eater's enormous body, filling it with cuts and injuries. And yet, the gigantic beast didn't seem daunted despite its injuries, nor did it seem to feel any pain, as it continued forward towards the two men that were the closest to it with saliva dripping from its ugly mouth. Horrified looks flashed through the 4 young men's eyes when they noticed that despite their combined attacks, the Death Eater didn't stop its advance, and instead, it actually seemed even hungrier than before. The 2 young men that were the closest to it immediately jumped away from each other in fright, but the gigantic monster wasn't any slower than them either. Unable to completely dodge the Death Eater's attack, the first young man was split in half, as his bottom half ended inside the Death Eater's mouth. Chapter 420, Saving Xie. Monarch of Time. Sounds of bones being chewed and gnawed on resounded in the silent forest, accompanied by the young man's terrified screams as he suddenly lost the bottom half of his body. Barely a moment later, a green wisp of smoke left the young man's body, and without any hesitation, it flew in the distance as far away from the forest as possible. Although he clearly knew that it was dangerous, the peak rank 3 nascent soul cultivator had still abandoned his body in the end, and flew away using his nascent soul alone. In practically an instant, a peak rank 3 nascent soul cultivator had been forced to abandon his body and survive solely with his soul. Huaping and the other 2 cultivators at the peak of rank 3 were left dumbfounded as they stared at the scene in front of them, not knowing what to do next. They had clearly pushed Xie to an inch of her life, expending a lot of their chi as well as their trump cards in the process, and yet someone else was coming here in the last moment to steal their spoils? The hungry Death Eater, however, didn't give the 3 young men any time to think over their options, as it jumped forward, this time heading straight for Huaping. A look of hate appeared on his face as Huaping stared at the gigantic monster that was moving towards him as well as the white-robed young woman that was sitting on its back, before he shouted in a decisive tone, "Retreat!" Without waiting for a response from the other 2 people in his group, the purple-robed Huaping immediately turned around and fled directly, as he headed for the entrance of the forest. The other 2 young men in his group had unwilling looks on their faces, but in the end, they still chose to retreat as well, while undisguised looks of hate and killing intent were plastered on their faces. Although they didn't want to retreat and would rather fight the gigantic black beast to the death, they had already expended more than 70% of their chi while they were chasing after and trapping Xie. At the same time, the enormous magic beast seemed to be even stronger than what they had originally estimated, able to kill a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert almost instantly. They knew that even if the 3 of them joined hands and decided to go all out, their chances of killing Lu Mei were definitely not any higher than 20% at most. Watching these people leave with hateful looks in their eyes, Lu Mei didn't chase after them, and instead, she stopped the hungry Death Eater right in its tracks. She could feel the hunger coming from the beast's soul as it was ready to devour the 3 remaining peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts, but she still used her soul sense to suppress the Death Eater's hunger before she turned her attention towards Xie. Lu Mei then stood up from her sitting position, as she slowly floated towards Xie's direction. The gorgeous young woman in green robes had a mesmerizing smile on her face as she looked at the white-robed young woman that was standing in front of her, before she bowed slightly with some difficulty. Then, taking out a small, golden token from her green robes that were stained with mud and blood, she handed it to Lu Mei before she said with that same smile on her face, "This is the Holy Sex token. I hope that you won't make it too difficult for me." As she handed the Holy Sex token to Lu Mei, Xie closed her eyes and waited for death to come. Although she knew that the 4 men from earlier would most likely not have the guts to rape her, considering that this was the Holy Sex test and the sect was most likely monitoring the test, she still didn't want those people to obtain the token from her. This was even more so for the purple-robed Huaping, whom she found utterly detestable. As for Lu Mei, it didn't matter if she did it to obtain the holy sex token from her. In the end, she still nearly killed one of those people while forcing the other 3 of them to retreat. Of course, Xie Xingyi wasn't naive enough to think that whoever took the holy sex token from her would allow her to live. After all, showing mercy to your enemy and letting them return to take revenge on you in the future was no different than being cruel to yourself. Taking the golden token in her hands, Lu Mei examined it carefully before she actually placed it back in Xie Xingyi's own hands barely a moment later. Then, with an equally mesmerizing smile on her face that could capture the hearts of both men and women alike, she lifted her white veil and looked at Xie Xingyi before she asked in a curious voice, "Are you related to Madame Xie Rong?" A stunned expression appeared on Xie Xingyi's face when she heard this question, while at the same time she involuntarily opened her previously closed eyes. Seeing how Lu Mei had not taken the holy sex token from her and had instead asked her this question, caused tempestuous waves to rise in Xie Xingyi's heart. At the same time, as she opened her eyes, Xie Xingyi was stunned when her eyes took in Lu Mei's peerlessly beautiful face, but suppressing the shock in her heart, she nodded her head in response before she asked in a tone that was obviously unable to hide her disbelief. "Do you know my elder sister?" "Sister." This time it was Lu Mei's turn to be shocked when she heard Xie Xingyi addressing Xie Rong as her sister. After taking a more careful look at Xie Xingyi's facial features, Lu Mei actually nodded her head lightly. Indeed, her blonde hair and her bright emerald eyes as well as her facial features, despite being different at the same time, they still greatly resembled Xie Rong's. Although Lu Mei had originally guessed that Xie Xingyi just happened to be from the same Xie family as Xie Rong, after a few moments of thought, she realized that it was very likely for the 2 of them to truly be blood-related sisters in the end. After all, Xie Rong was a beauty as well. Even if she paled ever so slightly in comparison to Lu Mei and Xie Xingyi, she was definitely a stunning beauty in her own right. Finally, a few moments later, Lu Mei had a serious expression on her face as she seemed to have made up her mind as she kept staring at Xie Xingyi. Knowing that she didn't have too much time until the effects of the blood ignition pill wore off, which would place both her and Xie Xingyi in a passive position if they ended up in danger, Lu Mei closed her eyes for a moment, before she suddenly opened them again barely a moment later and said seriously, "Let's find a place to hide for now. Otherwise, if any peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators find us, we will definitely be in a lot of trouble." Although she was stunned for a second, Xie Xingyi didn't refuse and simply nodded her head in response, before she saw Lu Mei holding her right arm and soaring in the sky, until they both sat on the enormous black beast's back. The reason why she didn't refuse was because, not only did Lu Mei seem to know her elder sister somehow, but she also didn't seem to want to take her holy sex token from her. Additionally, Xie Xingyi was in her most vulnerable state right now. If Lu Mei really wanted to kill her, she would have no way to resist even if she went all out. At the same time, Xie Xingyi didn't feel any hostile intentions from the peerlessly beautiful young woman in front of her either, finally lowering her final mental barrier and allowing Lu Mei to take her along with her. 15 minutes later, Lu Mei found a small, isolated cave inside the forest, covered by many tall trees and bushes. Then, under Xie Xingyi's shocked eyes, she had the Death Eater spit out the complete corpses of the old man in black robes, the snake-eyed man, and the old woman in red armor, before she allowed the enormous undead monster to disappear. A huge black hole that was exuding large amounts of death chi slowly appeared on the ground, before the gigantic Death Eater entered inside it and disappeared in front of Lu Mei and Xie Xingyi. Without any hesitation, Lu Mei then threw the 3 corpses inside the cave, before she and Xie Xingyi also entered inside. At the same time that Lu Mei and Xie Xingyi had hidden themselves inside the cave, Shen Long had already arrived at the north of the city, staring at the colossal fight that was taking place between the golden-robed young man, senior brother Kaiying, and his group that was fighting against the black-robed young woman's group. The moment that Shen Long arrived at the scene, he could feel 3 pairs of eyes that were suddenly focused in his direction, like 3 hungry magic beasts that were staring at a defenseless beast that had suddenly stepped into their territory. Chapter 421, Assassinate. Monarch of Time. Shen Long didn't even need to look at them to understand that these gazes were coming from senior brother Kaiying and the black-robed young woman that he was fighting against, as well as the old man in black robes who was looking at a chance to assassinate the golden-robed young man. After all, How could the three peak rank 3 nascent soul experts allow anyone to step too close to their fight? This was especially true for the golden-robed young man, senior brother Kyung. Although it was impossible for any cultivator to have their soul sense spread away from their bodies for an extended period of time, the golden-robed young man didn't have a choice this time. The black-robed old man would more often than not disappear into the darkness, and would only occasionally leave his hiding place to try and launch a sneak attack on him. Although it was extremely taxing to have his soul sense active for so long, senior brother Kyung could do nothing but grit his teeth and endure it while keeping his soul sense active in a few meters around his body at all times, so that he wouldn't be assassinated by the peak rank 3 nascent soul old man while he fought with the black-robed young woman. At the same time, Shenlong noticed that the entire northern part of the city had been leveled to the ground, while buildings had also started to melt under senior brother Kyung's terrifying flames. And yet, it was this same senior brother Kyung who was forced in a passive position during his fight against the black-robed young woman, as the old man who continuously appeared and disappeared from the battlefield could take his life at any moment. Seeing how everyone had suddenly turned their attention to him, Shenlong's lips quickly curved up into a smile as he took out a long, black-colored sword with strange patterns from the Stone of Time and held it tightly with both hands. The moment that they saw him taking out a weapon, senior brother Kyung, the young woman in black robes, as well as the old man who was also at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul, all had confused looks in their eyes as a single thought flashed through their minds at the same time. Is this early rank 1 nascent soul brat going to join the fight? At that moment, however, senior brother Kyung's expression suddenly changed, while his eyes also narrowed as he looked at Shenlong. Early rank 1 nascent soul? Was that vortex that covered the entire city caused by his breakthrough to the nascent soul? The same thought flashed through the black-robed young woman's and the old man's minds barely a moment later, while their eyes stared at Shenlong with a deadly glint inside them. After all, this small city spanned for more than 3 miles, and yet the nascent soul vortex that had appeared above Shenlong's head had covered it completely. If it was really a nascent soul vortex that had caused this phenomenon, then the person in front of them was definitely a monster. Even if such a person was only at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul, his talent, the cultivation technique that he was training in, as well as the Dao that he had comprehended, all of them must definitely be extremely terrifying to produce such a result. After all, even senior brother Kyung, who could be considered a genius as well, had only managed to create a nascent soul vortex with a radius of 11 meters during his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage back then. No one of them had ever heard of such a terrifying nascent soul vortex. Almost as if he hadn't noticed the expressions on the peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts' faces, Shenlong continued to stand there comfortably while he leisurely played with the black sword in his hand, almost as if he was a spectator watching a play. At the same time, an angry look appeared on the black-robed old man's face as he stared at Shenlong before he suddenly disappeared on the spot, almost as if his body had blended into the darkness of the night without any warning. Watching this scene, Shenlong didn't choose to move from the spot he was standing on, but his previously black eyes instantly turned golden, while the invisible figure of an hourglass expanded from his body at the same time. The black-robed young woman stared at Shenlong with a mocking look in her eyes, almost as if she was waiting for his body to be cut in half at any moment. Even the golden-robed young man, senior brother Kyung, shook his head when he saw that, before he turned his eyes towards the black-robed woman in front of him ready to continue the fight. In his eyes, Shenlong, who had clearly not spread his soul sense around him, was already dead. There was no other way to avoid the old man's attack if you didn't know when or where it was going to hit you from. Instead, now that the black-robed old man was going to kill Shenlong, senior brother Kyung could take advantage of this to take care of the black-robed woman in front of him and obtain the holy sex token from her body. Barely a moment later, the old man's body suddenly materialized behind Shenlong, while a sinister smile appeared in the old man's eyes as he stared at the prey in front of him. Without waiting for Shenlong to react, the old man held the 2 pitch-black daggers tightly with both hands, before he thrust them towards Shenlong's neck as well as his back at the same time. This attack was practically invisible, and even the sound of the daggers slashing the air couldn't be heard no matter how much attention someone was paying at it. In the old man's eyes, no matter what Shenlong did, it was impossible for him to avoid this attack. With that same smile on his face, Shenlong didn't seem flustered at all, as if he had already foreseen this attack a long time ago. A blue light suddenly covered his body, while his speed increased by many times as the second monarch's domain forcibly changed the flow of time around him. Inside his own domain, Shenlong was equivalent to a god. Turning around, his body and his light blue-colored robes left after images behind them, as Shenlong infused his qi in the black sword in his hands and swung it towards the black-robed old man. The old man's eyes suddenly widened when he realized how fast the young man in front of him was, but before he had enough time to stop his attack and retract his hands, Shenlong's black sword chopped at him without any warning. Slash! Under the black-robed young woman's horrified eyes, as well as senior brother Kaing's gaze that was filled with disbelief, two hands that were holding two pitch-black daggers were chopped from their wrists, as blood started to spurt from the old man's wounds. However, before the old man had enough time to back away, Shenlong suddenly blinked in front of him as he swung the star-rank sword sideways. A head filled with an expression of fear as well as unwillingness was severed from its body, as the peak rank 3 nascent soul old man that was about to kill Shenlong immediately collapsed to the ground, his body losing all signs of life that it had left in the process. Absolute silence filled the battlefield, as everyone turned their attention towards the early rank 1 nascent soul young man in blue robes who unhurriedly removed the old man's spatial ring, before he turned his attention towards the young woman in black robes in front of senior brother Kaing. Chapter 422, Sandstorm. Monarch of Time. Seeing Shenlong leisurely staring at her with that same, light smile on his face, the young woman in black robes involuntarily took a few steps back in fear. She couldn't understand how Shenlong had not only managed to avoid the old man's attack, but he had also counterattacked as well. It was the same for the golden-robed young man, senior brother Kaing, who was staring at Shenlong with a shocked expression on his face. He had already fought against the black-robed young woman who had joined hands with the old man in black robes, and he knew very clearly how terrifying the old man's assassination attacks really were. If he hadn't been using his soul sense all this while to avoid the old man's attacks, he would have definitely died long ago and wouldn't have lasted for so long. Of course, the two peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators had no idea that Shenlong had never taken the old man's attacks to heart. After all, how could Shenlong ever be assassinated when he was already expecting it? He had already foreseen this sneak attack thanks to his golden eyes and knew exactly when and where the old man would attack him from. At the same time, after breaking through to the nascent soul stage, the effects of both of his monarch's domains increased once again. By activating both of the monarch's domains at the same time, he had easily slowed down the old man's speed by 20% while augmenting his own speed at the same time. Even with his cultivation at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul, it was extremely easy for Shenlong to compete with the old man if it was purely in terms of speed. Unless it was a cultivator who had comprehended the Dao of Wind, the Dao of Lightning or some other peculiar Dao that could help them increase their speed by many times, even average peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators had no hope of competing with Shenlong when it came down to a match of speed. Of course, if these cultivators had a saint-grade movement technique, then things would be completely different. The unsuspected old man had never expected that not only had Shenlong already foreseen his attack, but he was also much faster than him as well. Additionally, with his thoughts being slowed down due to Shenlong's monarch's domain, the black-robed old man wasn't fast enough to retreat when he realized the danger he was in, resulting in both his hands being cut off. The mental impact that this scene created caused the old man's thoughts to become muddled for a moment, unable to fully process the scene that had just happened. Of course, Shenlong wouldn't miss this chance, especially when his enemy was in their most vulnerable state and didn't have a chance to retreat. Using Blink, he instantly appeared in front of the black-robed old man and swung the star-rank sword in his hand horizontally, beheading the peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator with a single slash. It was all of these factors together that had allowed Shenlong to instantly kill a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator with a single move, but the effect was simply astonishing. Whether it was the black-robed young woman, the golden-robed young man, senior brother Kaing, or the 4 middle rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators that were fighting with each other, all of them stared at Shenlong with eyes filled with shock and incredulity. After all, the old man was a peak rank 3 nascent soul cultivator. Even if his strength was more suited towards assassination and sneak attacks instead of head-on fights, he still wasn't someone that an early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator like Shenlong should be capable of fighting against. Of course, Shenlong didn't pay too much attention to these shocked gazes and instead, he continued to stare at the black-robed young woman who had an ugly look on her face. Without the old man to support her, it wasn't even certain if she would be able to fight against the golden-robed young man head-on by herself. If one included Shenlong's sudden arrival in this place, her chances of survival were almost zero. Without any hesitation, the black-robed young woman spread her hands in the air, as a massive sandstorm erupted around her, instantly covering everyone on the battlefield. It didn't matter if it was Shenlong, Senior Brother Kyang or the 4 middle rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, all of them were trapped inside the sandstorm in a single instant while their vision was completely blocked. Senior Brother Kyang snorted when he saw this scene, immediately understanding that the black-robed woman was trying to escape, before his body suddenly lit up with a bright red light. This was his most powerful attack, a Saint low-grade martial skill that could burn everything around him to ashes. Even peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts would be badly hurt if they were inside the radius of this martial skill. If it wasn't because he was wary of the old man sneak attacking him the moment that he finished this skill, Senior Brother Kyang would have long since used this skill to take care of the black-robed woman and obtain the holy sex token from her body. In the blinding sandstorm that covered the entire battlefield, his body suddenly lit up like the sun in the sky, attracting everyone's attention. The grains of sand around him were being burned quickly, slowly turning into ash and dust. It was obvious that it was just a matter of a few seconds until the golden-robed young man completely extracted himself from this sandstorm. At the same time, however, Shenlong actually smiled despite being trapped inside the peak rank 3 nascent soul woman's sandstorm, while his golden eyes lit up with a bright blue light that slowly expanded and covered his entire body. With his gaze focused in the distance ahead of him, Shenlong then mumbled in a low but domineering voice as if he was the king inside this place. Eternal banishment. The single ball of qi inside the monarch's hourglass started to churn, as the blue light around his body started to become even brighter than before. At that moment, Shenlong's gaze was like the gaze of a monarch, ready to judge the life and death of all things around him. It didn't matter where his gaze landed, the moment that his eyes looked at the sandstorm around him, the grains of sands didn't even touch him before they were being erased from existence. It was almost as if they were being banished in a different realm, completely unable to resist the might of the blue light coming from Shenlong for even a second. As the sandstorm in Shenlong's eyes thinned out, he saw the figure of a black-robed young woman flying away from the battlefield at full speed. Clutching the black sword in his right hand, Shenlong raised his left hand in the air, and with a focused look in his eyes he slashed the air in front of him, opening a medium-sized space tear. At that moment, the black-robed young woman seemed to have sensed something, as her body suddenly shivered while a sense of lethal danger overcame her. Turning her head around, she saw a black space tear appear behind her seemingly out of nowhere, before a handsome young man in blue robes walked out from it. The pupils in the black-robed woman's eyes widened when she saw Shenlong casually tear space open and appear behind her, as she immediately turned around and tried to escape even further. She couldn't understand how Shenlong had managed to escape from her sandstorm so easily, but she knew that she couldn't fight him head-on just yet. Her qi had been severely depleted after creating that huge sandstorm, causing a trace of fear to flash through her eyes. Her only choice was to try and lure Shenlong to the place where the other peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators were, before they all killed him together. Knowing that she wasn't in a condition to fight him head-on, Shenlong wasn't going to give the black-robed woman any chances to escape. Using Blink for the second time, he instantly appeared behind her, and without giving her a second to flee, he slashed the black, star-rank sword towards her using both hands. The moment that Senior Brother Kyang managed to escape from the sandstorm, a scene that he was practically unable to believe appeared in his eyes. As Shenlong slashed the black sword in his hands horizontally, a rain of blood filled the air, before the black-robed woman's body was split in half in a single instant. Chapter 423, Don't Throw Away Your Life. Monarch of Time. Senior Brother Kyang couldn't believe that 2 peak rank 3 nascent soul experts had died under the hands of an early rank 1 nascent soul stage rookie, let alone with both of them being completely incapable of even putting up a fight. They didn't even have enough time to resist before they were both killed in an instant. Even for a genius like Senior Brother Kyang, who was one of the 3 strongest people in this alliance of disciples that attacked this city, this was still a shocking scene that couldn't be explained. Of course, although it was true that the black-robed old man had most likely underestimated Shenlong while the black-robed woman was actually fleeing, the result was that they both died in a head-on fight. In the end, they weren't even able to struggle before they were killed. This was especially so for the black-robed woman's death. Before senior brother Kying even had enough time to escape from her sandstorm, Shenlong had already taken her life. For senior brother Kying, who had already suffered under the two peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators' combined attacks earlier, seeing them getting both killed by an early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator one after the other made him shiver in his heart. And yet, this wasn't something that he could accept so easily. No matter what, he himself was a genius who would certainly pass the holy sex test. He was a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator. How could he allow anyone else to obtain the holy sex token in front of his eyes? Let alone an early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator. He would even fight with other peak rank 3 nascent soul stage geniuses if he had to. Completely oblivious to the golden-robed young man's thoughts, Shenlong, who was now standing in front of the black-robed old woman's body, waved his hand and removed her spatial ring. However, after checking the ring's contents, he immediately turned his attention towards the black-robed woman's corpse in front of him that was split in two halves. Aside from 10.000 middle-grade spirit stones and a few middle-grade rank 5 chi replenishing pills as well as some healing and several antitoxin pills, the black-robed woman's spatial ring didn't have anything else. That meant that the holy sex token was either on her body or it was hidden somewhere else. At that moment, Shenlong closed his eyes before his soul sense erupted like a volcano as it completely covered the woman's body. As he opened his eyes, Shenlong stared at the bottom half of the black-robed woman's body as he mumbled to himself. There is actually something hidden here. Waving his right hand, Shenlong used the black, star-rank sword, to slice open a small hole near the black-robed woman's butt as a palm-sized, golden-colored token with the character holy slowly revealed itself in front of Shenlong. The moment that Shenlong was about to touch the holy sex token, however, he could feel an intense feeling of danger sprouting in his heart, while his golden eyes lit up with a bright azure light. Another scene appeared in his eyes, causing Shenlong to give up on picking up the holy sex token before he immediately dodged to the side without any hesitation. Almost at the same time that he dodged, a huge flame pillar struck the spot that he was standing on, immediately enveloping the black-robed woman's corpse as well as the holy sex token. As the flame pillar slowly dissipated, Shenlong saw the golden-robed young man, senior brother Kying, standing a few meters away from him, staring at the holy sex token on the ground with a look of fervor in his eyes, before he slowly turned his attention back to Shenlong. There was a serious look in the peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert's eyes as he stared at Shenlong, looking like he was staring at another powerful peak rank 3 nascent soul cultivator instead of an early rank 1 nascent soul rookie. Shaking his head, senior brother Kying took a deep breath before he said with a serious look in his eyes, "Don't try and touch that token again, or the next time it won't just be a warning attack." Hearing senior brother Kying's words, Shenlong stared at the peak rank 3 nascent soul expert in front of him without any change in his emotions. He had already expected that there was no way for the golden-robed young man to give up on the holy sex token so easily. Indeed, senior brother Kying stared at Shenlong with the same solemn look before he continued. "I admit that you are strong, at least strong enough for me to take you seriously, but the only reason that you managed to kill those two was thanks to me keeping that woman busy, as well as the old man not taking you seriously to begin with. If it wasn't because he underestimated your speed since you are still at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul, there was no way that you would have even managed to harm him, let alone kill him. However, I'm not going to do the same mistake. I am warning you because you are strong enough to do so, but don't think that you can fight against me head-on. I am sure that you are aware that I am not like those two scum that you just killed. I suggest that you don't throw your life away for a single holy sex token. If we really start fighting, I will not spare your life." Shenlong slowly narrowed his eyes as he stared at the golden-robed man in front of him. Although the man's words were laced with threats left and right, it was obvious that he didn't want to fight him head-on if he didn't have to. However, it was also obvious that he wasn't going to give up the holy sex token either. In senior brother Kying's eyes, Shenlong was a much easier target to deal with compared to the black-robed woman and the old man whom he was fighting against previously. After all, no matter how strong Shenlong was, it was most likely only his speed that had reached the level of a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator. Additionally, If it wasn't because the black-robed woman knew that she had no chance of fight against Shenlong and senior brother Kying at the same time, she wouldn't have resorted to fleeing in the first place. Staring at the young man in front of him who was waiting for his answer, Shenlong ignored the 4 middle-rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators who were previously fighting with each other and were now staring at the holy sex token on the ground like a pack of wolves ready to pounce at it, before he shook his head a moment later, and said in a firm tone, "You are indeed stronger than the old man and that woman, but you are wrong about something. Even if the old man was on his guard against me, he would still have died all the same. At the same time, I would rather not kill someone I have no enmity with. If you leave, you can still find another city and have a chance of obtaining another token to pass the 3rd test. However, if we start fighting, don't expect to leave alive." Sigh. The moment that Shenlong finished his words, he saw the golden-robed man's expression slowly darken before he let out a sigh. Then with a look of disappointment on his face, senior brother Kying stared at him before he said, "I don't have enough time to waste with you. Either turn around and leave, or die." Boundless killing intent suddenly erupted from the golden-robed man's body when he uttered the last word, before an enormous flame pillar started to condense itself in the air around him. Seeing that the golden-robed man had no intentions of avoiding this fight, Shenlong nodded his head without saying another word. At this point, arguing with each other was useless. Holding the black, star-rank sword with both hands, he closed his eyes for a moment as he infused his qi inside it. The strange and intertwining black runes and patterns on the sword's surface started to lit up, while sparks of lightning started to appear on the sword's surface at the same time. With a serious look, Shenlong then stared at the enormous pillar of flames above senior brother Kying's head that seemed to have reached its peak, before he mumbled to himself, "Hopefully you won't die from this." Thunder Gods / Chapter 424, The Power of the Thunder Gods / Monarch of Time. As the sparks of lightning condensed themselves on the sword's surface, Shenlong used his soul sense to suppress them and make them gather around the sword's edge. As the sparks of lightning all gathered in the sword's edge and the strange and complicated patterns on the sword's surface lit up with a bright golden light that seemed to have reached its peak, Shenlong slashed the sword forward using all of his strength. At that moment, the sparks of lightning all merged together, as a terrifying, black-colored slash that seemed to be infused with the Dao of lightning emerged from the sword's edge and traveled towards the golden-robed young man opposite to Shenlong. The moment that senior brother Kying saw the terrifying slash that was coming his way, his eyes involuntarily widened while a feeling of lethal danger appeared in his heart. He could feel that this sword slash was powerful enough to completely kill him and even eradicate his soul if it ended up striking his body, leaving him with no room for survival. How is this possible? How can a small rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator be so powerful? Originally, senior brother Kying had thought that although Shenlong was probably slightly faster than the average peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator, there was still no way for him to pose any danger towards him. However, after feeling the Dao of lightning and the terrifying force hidden inside this black-colored slash, he realized that he may actually be weaker than him even in a head-on fight. At that moment, Shenlong saw the golden-robed young man's eyes suddenly become focused as the pillar of light above his head seemed to have reached its peak power. Thrusting his palm forward, senior brother Kying then shouted, "Saint low-grade martial skill, Inferno Pillar." The huge flame pillar above his head rapidly increased in size, becoming 3 times larger than before it flew directly towards Shenlong's black-colored sword slash. As for the remaining 4 middle rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators that were watching this scene, their faces immediately paled when they sensed the power behind Shenlong's and the golden-robed man's attack. They could feel as if the blood was being drained from their bodies, as they scurried away from the scene without any hesitation. Although their strength was only a minor level away from the golden-robed young man's and they had only stayed in this place because they were secretly waiting for a chance to sneak attack him and obtain the holy sex token, they could now clearly feel that none of them would survive if they were caught up between the 2 attacks created by 2 saint low-grade martial skills. Putting aside the fact that 2 of these middle-rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators were originally subordinates of the black-robed woman and the old man, and had no hope of obtaining the holy sex token in the first place, the other 2 that were participating in the holy sex test had actually chosen saint low-grade cultivation techniques to comprehend during the second test. Even if they erupted with their full strength, they would be unable to last for more than a second if they were caught in the midst of Shenlong's and the golden-robed man's attacks. After all, most of the disciples participating in the holy sect's test would usually choose cultivation techniques instead of martial skills from the barrier of knowledge. Although martial skills could increase their strength during a crucial fight, cultivation techniques could help them increase their cultivation at an even faster rate than before. Of course, those disciples who came from powerful forces and already had a few low-grade cultivation techniques to choose from, would then choose martial skills during the second test of the holy sect. And this golden-robed young man was precisely such a person. Finally, the moment that the Thunder Gods met Senior Brother Kying's Inferno Pillar, the entire world seemed to have dimmed for a moment, before a horrifying explosion shook the small city. Boom! As the huge flame pillar collided with the black-colored slash that was empowered with the Deo of Lightning, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. It didn't matter if it was the two other groups that were led by peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts, or the disciples at the city walls that were fighting with the criminals there. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads at the same time, as they stared at the explosion that shook the whole city. Orange flames filled with lightning seemed to have filled in the sky, as the massive flame pillar collided with the black-colored slash. And yet, Senior Brother Kying's expression finally changed when he felt the gigantic flame pillar that he had condensed, being destroyed inch by inch. The powerful black-colored sword slash was barely stopped for a single moment by the huge flame pillar, before it started to cut through the flames, as it slowly split the Inferno Pillar in half. The golden-robed Senior Brother Kying's eyes widened in disbelief when he saw this scene, as he hurriedly started to inject even more of his chi into the flame pillar, in an attempt to stop the terrifying black-colored slash from cutting through it. However, no matter how much chi he injected in it, he only managed to slow down the Thunder God's slash, and was unable to completely stop it. No? How is this possible? I am a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage genius. The golden-robed young man could no longer hold back his shock as he shouted out in anger and disbelief. He couldn't understand how it was possible for the attack of an early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator to overpower his Inferno Pillar, to the state where he was unable to completely stop it even after injecting a huge amount of his chi. After all, the difference in cultivation between himself and Shenlong should have been impossible to be bridged, especially when they were both using low-grade martial skills. Of course, how could the golden-robed man's Inferno Pillar that had barely reached a 20% level of comprehension, compare to Shenlong's Thunder God's slash? Not only had Shenlong's level of comprehension over this martial skill reached a shocking 92%, but his attack was also augmented by his extremely pure chi, and was also supported by a peak rank 1 star rank weapon. At the same time, during the last 4 years, Shenlong had only absorbed extremely pure chi from the heaven-swallowing vine, while the chi inside his chi balls was filtered even further thanks to the monarch's hourglass. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that there was no other cultivator at the early stages of the nascent soul who could even come close to compare the purity of their chi with Shenlong. It was these 3 factors that allowed Shenlong to be able to breach the difference in cultivation levels and fight equally against a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert. Anger and fear flashed through the golden-robed young man's eyes at the same time when he saw that the black-colored slash was about to completely cut through his flame pillar. Finally, he gritted his teeth and gave up on the Inferno Pillar, as he immediately turned around and tried to escape. Without any further support from his chi, however, the flame pillar that was on the verge of collapse instantly dispersed, as the black-colored slash continued to fly towards the golden-robed man's direction. No, I can't die. The golden-robed man shouted madly as he tried to outrun the terrifying slash that was becoming bigger and bigger in his eyes. However, no matter what he did, it was impossible to escape this attack. As the powerful slash cut through his body, the peak rank 3 nascent soul stage young man was split in 2 halves, and under the 4 middle rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators' terrified gazes, his body lifelessly collapsed on the ground. Chapter 425, Not even put him in my eyes. Monarch of Time. The rowdy battlefield immediately fell silent as the golden-robed man's body collapsed on the ground. His body had been cut in half from his waist, and yet his face still had a look of anger and madness, as well as unwillingness and disbelief, almost unable to accept the fact that he had died. Shenlong shook his head slightly when he saw Senior Brother Kying's expression after his death, but there wasn't any regret in his heart. He knew that this was an unavoidable outcome once the two of them started fighting. As soon as they both used low-grade martial skills, only one of them would stay alive. Although he and the golden-robed young man had no enmity between them, it was obvious that neither of them was willing to give up the holy sex token. After all, as a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator, how could senior brother Kyung be afraid of someone who had just broken through to the early rank 1 of the nascent soul? Of course, if he knew that even his Inferno Pillar was no match for Shenlong's Thunder God's Slash, then he may have chosen to retreat and attack another city instead of fighting Shenlong head-on. However, in this world, there is no medicine for regret. At the same time, even if Shenlong wanted to go easy on him and wasn't willing to kill him, he couldn't be certain that the golden-robed young man wouldn't chase after him once he had expended his chi. No matter what, the Thunder God's Slash required an enormous amount of his chi to be activated, and even after breaking through to the early rank 1 of the nascent soul stage, Shenlong was unable to use it more than 2 times in a row before his chi was entirely depleted. After staring at the golden-robed young man's body for a few moments, Shenlong took the spatial ring from his hand, before he turned his eyes towards the 4 middle rank 3 nascent soul cultivators who were staring at him from the distance with looks of fear and disbelief in their eyes. The scenes that they had just witnessed had left them scarred in their minds, and the moment that they met Shenlong's gaze they couldn't help taking a few steps back in fear. Not only had an early rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator managed to kill the old man in black robes as well as the young woman with short hair, both of whom were peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts, but he had even managed to kill the golden-robed young man who was fighting against those two earlier in just one slash. A single sword slash had not only destroyed the gigantic flame pillar that was most likely a saint low-grade martial skill, but it had even destroyed that person's body and soul in one go. After staring at the 4 middle rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators for a moment, Shenlong turned his attention towards the holy sex token on the ground. Using Blink, he instantly appeared in the air above the golden-colored token, before he swept it in his right hand. Then, without any hesitation, Shenlong slashed his left hand in the air, opening a large space tier, and ignoring the 4 middle rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators who were staring at him with shocked looks on their faces, he stepped forward and entered inside the space tier, before he disappeared right in front of their eyes. At the same time, in the hall of the holy sect where the yellow-robed disciples of the sect were watching the test, the elder in white robes, Elder Zwan, had already stood up from his seat, and was now staring at the wide screen of light at the center of the hall with a shocked look on his face. His abnormal reaction had already caused the disciples of the holy sect inside the hall to all turn their attention towards him at the same time. Although they too had been shocked by Shenlong's ability to kill 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators by himself, especially when he was still at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul stage himself, they had never expected that something like this would have even alarmed Elder Zwan. Even when Shenlong had comprehended 92% of the Thunder God's Slash during the second test, the look on Elder Zwan's face wasn't as exaggerated. Ignoring the stunned looks of the disciples around him, Elder Zwan took a deep breath and continued to stare at the screen of light in front of him, before he mumbled to himself in a low voice that didn't hide his puzzlement and shock. This kid has really comprehended the Dao of space? No, it's not just that he has comprehended it, but it's probably the foundation Dao that he has chosen for his body refinement cultivation. The moment that Elder Zwan's voice resounded in the air, the entire hall instantly fell silent. The disciples of the holy sect felt as if an explosion had taken place in their minds, as they all stared at the screen of light at the center of the hall with incredulous looks on their faces. Some of them had shocked looks, others had looks of puzzlement, some of them were filled with envy, and there were even some who were filled with scorn. Finally, a young woman in yellow robes who was the closest to the white-robed Elder Zwan couldn't stay silent when she heard his words, as she asked curiously, "Is Elder Zwan certain that it is the Dao of space? Perhaps it's some kind of special talisman that can bend space for a few moments. I heard that junior brother Mew also has a similar talisman." Some of the disciples inside the hall nodded their heads when they heard this question, before they turned their attention towards Elder Zwan as they waited for his answer. Elder Zwan, however, only stared at the disciple who had asked this question for a single moment, before he shook his head and asked without any hints of anger in his voice, "Do you think I wouldn't be able to realize it if someone used a talisman under my watch? let alone the fact that the third test prohibits the use of any talismans that someone hasn't personally crafted. That kid clearly didn't use any chi when he tore space apart, using just his physical strength. This is only possible if he has chosen the Dao of space as his foundational Dao for his body refinement cultivation. Otherwise, there will be at least some chi fluctuations when he creates a space tier. As Elder Zwan's voice finished resounding inside the hall, the disciples of the holy sect fell silent once again, before a relatively tall and robust young man with long black hair stared at the screen of light with a scornful look in his eyes and said, "Even if it really is the Dao of space, Elder Zwan still gives that brat too much credit. After all, his cultivation in body refinement is still at the peak of the 4th stage. Even if he managed to get some insights in the Dao of space in the past, he was still far too cocky to dare and use it as his foundational Dao during his breakthrough. At the same time, even though his nascent soul vortex was abnormal during his breakthrough, he is still at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul in the end. I bet that it will take him at least a few thousand years until his body cultivation even breaks through to the early 5th stage. By then, which of us here won't have stepped into the Dao King realm? Honestly, I don't even put that brat in my eyes. As for his Dao of lightning, although it will certainly enhance his speed, he is definitely not going to be anyone too important in the future. Instead, I'd be much more wary of some of those brats that can destroy an entire city by themselves." As the young man finished his words, everyone seemed to have realized that his words were probably true, and caused them to heave out a sigh of relief. No matter how abnormal Shen Long's nascent soul vortex was, his Dao of space was still something that he had comprehended and set as a foundation for his body cultivation. This was something that even Elder Zwan had confirmed. At the same time, it was common knowledge that body cultivators took much longer to break through to the next stage compared to chi cultivators, due to the strict requirements that they needed to adhere to as they tempered their body to its fullest. Even if Shen Long broke through to the early 5th stage in body refinement in the future, considering that he had just broken through to the early rank 1 of the nascent soul, it would definitely take 100 years at the very least until his body refinement managed to catch up. By then, even if his chi cultivation had managed to catch up with his peers, he would definitely be left behind in terms of body refinement. Elder Zwan didn't reply right away when he heard the young man's words, as his eyes continued to stare at the screen of light at the center of the hall with a serious look inside them. Chapter 426, Being Careful. Monarch of Time. At the same time, Shen Long, who had just entered the space tier, instantly appeared above the city walls a moment later, arriving right in the midst of the fight that had yet to end. Originally, there were 1,000 peak rank 9 spirit realm and rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivators on top of the city walls trying to fend off the alliance of disciples that attacked the city, not allowing them to come closer. However, the cultivation of the disciples in the alliance was still much higher than the criminals on the city walls, causing catastrophic losses towards the criminals, with less than 400 of them left alive at this point. The moment that the disciples in the alliance managed to endure the first wave of long-range attacks and reached the city walls was the moment that the slaughter started, causing hundreds of corpses to pile up on the city walls. Of course, more than 30 of the original 170 disciples had also ended up dying during this fight, but most of them were either the few people that were at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm or those who were at the rank 1 of the nascent soul. At the same time, although Shen Long's appearance was noticed by people from both sides, no one paid too much attention to an early rank 1 nascent soul cultivator who appeared out of nowhere. After taking a quick look at the situation below him, Shen Long didn't stay in this place any longer, as he raised his left hand for the second time, opening another space tier, arriving 3 miles away from the city. Shen Long repeated this action 3 more times until he was more than 10 miles away from the city. Since he had already obtained the Holy Sex token, there was no reason for him to stay in the city any longer. Instead, staying in the city was actually even more dangerous to him. After all, the 4 middle rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators who had seen him kill the golden-robed man, the black-robed old man as well as the young woman in short hair, already knew that he was the one who had obtained the token from the city. If Shen Long wasted more time inside the city, it was very likely that he would end up clashing against the remaining peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators and their groups. After all, Shen Long still remembered that from the original members of the alliance that attacked the city, there were also 2 other peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, each of whom led their own small groups when they attacked the city. At the same time, he had also heard from the golden-robed young man's discussion with the black-robed young woman, that there were 2 other criminals at the peak of rank 3 inside the city as well, while the 2 groups of disciples from the Alliance had already chased after those peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts. Of course, although Shenlong had managed to kill the 2 black-robed old man and the short-haired woman who were at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul, as well as the golden-robed senior brother Kying all by himself, it was impossible for him to fight against 4 more people at the same level, let alone when they were all leading their own groups. After all, he had already expended a large amount of his chi using the Thunder God / once to kill the golden-robed senior brother Kying. If he was besieged by 4 other peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators at the same time, then even in the best-case scenario, he would only be able to kill one of them before he ended up running out of chi and dying in their hands. Of course, he had also considered killing the 4 people who had witnessed him obtaining the holy sex token, silencing them and allowing no one to know that he was the one who had obtained the token in the first place, but this thought only flashed past his mind for a single moment before it was instantly extinguished. In the end, these people were still middle rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, and even if all of them were weaker than the golden-robed senior brother Kying, their strength was definitely not too far off from the black-robed old man who was at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul. Killing all 4 of them in a short amount of time was simply impossible. At the same time, Shenlong was also aware that his fight against the golden-robed young man had already been noticed by the other cultivators in the city, causing all of them to head over to that place. After all, his Thunder God / slashing the huge inferno pillar in half was probably noticed by more than just 1 or 2 people. At that moment, everyone would immediately understand that the only thing that could be enticing enough to cause 2 people to fight all out using their saint low-grade martial skills could only be the holy sex token or something of similar value. Thus, it would only take a few moments for the remaining 2 groups of disciples to move towards the north of the city where he was fighting with the golden-robed young man. With these thoughts in mind, Shenlong didn't hesitate, as he flew towards the south. Originally, he had also thought of flying towards the west, to the forest where he originally came from, but knowing that the disciples inside the city could very likely remember this and start combing through it, caused him to change his direction and head towards the south instead. Shenlong flew towards the south at full speed, passing through many mountains and a small forest, but he still didn't stop. Finally, more than 3 hours later, he arrived in front of an inconspicuous small mountain that was part of a small mountain range. Seeing that there was a naturally formed cave near the small mountain's foot, Shenlong first closed his eyes and spread his soul sense to check if there were any humans or magic beasts around him, before he entered inside the cave. Having obtained the holy sex token, the only thing he had to do was stay in seclusion for the next 25 days, and try to advance his strength as much as possible during this time. In the blink of an eye, 24 days quickly passed, and the last day of the 3rd test finally arrived. Chapter 427, Golden Door. Monarch of Time. As the sun slowly rose in this world of 1,000 cities, sunlight seeped through the gaps of the cave's entrance, slowly illuminating the dim environment inside it. More than 5,000 spirit stones were piled up on the ground around Shenlong in an orderly manner, and all of them seemed to have lost their luster by now, looking like they were nothing more than average stones without any value. In the last 24 days Shenlong hadn't moved from this cave at all, and he was either absorbing the energy inside the middle-grade spirit stones in front of him, or he spent his time trying to break through to the next stage of body refinement. Since he wasn't certain yet if there would be another test of the Holy Sect after this one, breaking through to the early 5th stage of the monarch's eternal body and increasing his strength as much as possible was the most important thing to do right now. After all, in this 3rd test alone, someone like the golden-robed senior brother Kying had already forced him to nearly go all out after using the Thunder God /. If there was a 4th test and it was even harder than the 3rd test, Shenlong guessed that even in the best-case scenario, not more than 200 out of the original 1,000 disciples that passed through the 3rd test would manage to successfully pass the 4th one. It was too bad that during these last 24 days, Shenlong hadn't managed to break through to the early 5th stage in the monarch's eternal body. Although he could feel that his monarch's eternal body had already reached the absolute peak of the 4th stage and his Dao of space was also at a high enough level for him to break through by now, Shenlong could feel that he was still half a step away from succeeding. At the same time, Since he was still inside the holy sex test, Shenlong didn't dare to enter inside the Stone of Time or summon the heaven-swallowing vine to swallow the middle-grade spirit stones and provide him with pure qi during this time. Instead, he was absorbing the spirit stones in front of him by himself, and although it was a slow process with a much lower efficiency compared to the heaven-swallowing vines, this was still the only thing he could do right now to advance his strength. After all, Shenlong knew that if the holy sect learned of the existence of the heaven-swallowing vine, then, even if they were a sect that would never rob its disciples, it was still very likely that there would be at least a few elders who would be unable to rein in their greed and would choose to make their move. After all, even in his previous life, Shenlong knew that the heaven-swallowing vine was a peerless treasure that could increase anyone's speed of cultivation, as well as provide them with endless pure qi. This was something that had been buried in the annals of history, a treasure that hadn't been found for countless years. Who could expect that something like it would appear in a place so small like the desolate East? Even Dao emperors would have their eyes turn red with envy if they learned of the existence of this treasure, and would trade everything in their possession if it meant that they could get a hold of this treasure vine. Of course, during these past 24 days, since he was unable to use the heaven-swallowing vine to turn the middle-grade spirit stones into pure qi, Shenlong knew that his monarch's hourglass would end up expelling even more qi from the middle-grade spirit stones, causing him to waste even more spirit stones in the process. After all, Shenlong knew that the monarch's hourglass wouldn't allow him to absorb the entirety of the qi contained inside a single middle-grade spirit stone, and would only absorb the tiniest amount inside it that contained the purest qi, rejecting anything that contained even the slightest bit of impurities. Of course, the heaven-swallowing vine was still a treasure that could cleanse the qi regardless of its source, including the qi coming from the bodies of magic beasts, let alone that inside the spirit stones, and turn it into pure qi that Shenlong would then absorb. In reality, even the qi coming from the heaven-swallowing vine was still screened by the monarch's hourglass in the end, allowing Shenlong to only absorb 80% of it while rejecting the rest, but compared to the qi that was coming directly from the spirit stones, the difference in quality was simply incomparable. At the same time, this was the only point that Shenlong couldn't help but lament on regarding his own cultivation. After all, not only did the monarch's hourglass require enormous amounts of qi compared to other cultivators at the same level as him, but Shenlong also knew that it would only allow him to absorb the purest qi possible inside his qi balls. Thus, even with the heaven-swallowing vine and the foggy space inside the Stone of Time, Shenlong still had to spend more time cultivating compared to other cultivators at the same level as him. Of course, after obtaining the golden-robed senior brother Kaiying's spatial ring, Shenlong definitely didn't feel the pinch of wasting 5.000 middle-grade spirit stones. After all, senior brother Kaiying's spatial ring had more than 200.000 middle-grade spirit stones inside it. Such wealth easily rivaled that of an average Dao kings in the Night Star continent. Of course, as a person who most likely came from a major power in his own continent, it wasn't too surprising for senior brother Kaiying to be this rich. As for the old man's and the short-haired woman's spatial rings, Shenlong had been initially surprised to find out that they were practically empty. However, after thinking about it for a while, he understood that this was only natural in the end. After all, the holy sect would definitely sweep their spatial rings clean before exiling them in this place, and would only allow them to keep their weapons to defend themselves and fight. Letting them keep their spirit stones or any rare pills and medicinal herbs in their possession was simply impossible. As the spirit stones on the ground completely turned to dust, Shenlong finally condensed the seventh ball of qi above his head, reaching the peak of rank 1 in the nascent soul stage. At the same time, as the final day came to an end, Shenlong saw the holy sex token that he had placed beside him suddenly lit up with a bright golden light. In the beginning, the light was dim and had barely covered the surface of the holy sex token, but as time went on it started to expand as it turned even brighter, slowly turning into a golden, incorporeal door. The door started to ripple, and in just a few moments, it looked no different than a real door. The only difference was that this door that was created from qi had no handle on it. However, with just a glance, Shenlong could see that this was definitely the exit from the third test. This door didn't only appear in front of Shenlong. Everyone else who had a holy sex token on their possession saw a similar scene appearing in front of their eyes. In a forest far away from Shenlong, in a small, isolated cave, two peerlessly beautiful young women were staring at the two golden doors that were taking shape in front of them, with dazzling smiles on both of their faces. It was like spring had come inside the small cave, painting a scene of indescribable beauty as the two kingdom-toppling beautiful women stood next to each other. A moment later, the green-robed blonde beauty on the left looked at the young woman on her right who had just finished putting a white veil on her face and asked with that same smile, "Mei, are you ready?" Lu Mei nodded her head a moment later, while Shenlong's image suddenly appeared in her mind, almost as if he was waiting behind this golden door, and without hesitating for a moment, she placed her left hand on the golden door's surface. Xie smiled and did the same, before the figures of the two beautiful women instantly disappeared from the cave, leaving nothing left inside. At the same time, inside the small mountain he was in, Shenlong took a step forward and placed his right hand on the golden door's surface. Golden light suddenly appeared from the door, completely covering his body from head to toe. Before a moment later, Shenlong's body disappeared from the small cave. Chapter 428, The Fourth Test's Rules. Monarch of Time. The moment that his right hand touched the golden door, Shenlong could sense the familiar feeling of spatial fluctuations instantly covering his body, before the scene in front of his eyes started to blur. At the same time, he could sense his surroundings that were rapidly changing, while different scenes flashed through his eyes one after the other. Finally, an hour later, Shenlong could see the segregated colors around him as they started to come together, forming a completely unfamiliar place. It was a large arena filled with empty seats, that seemed spacious enough to hold hundreds of thousands of people at the same time. As Shenlong took a look around him, he instantly realized that he was no longer in the world of 1,000 cities. At the same time, he saw hundreds of other disciples around him dressed in all kinds of different clothing, all of them staring at their surroundings with eyes that didn't hide their confusion, clearly having no idea what this place was. And yet, barely a moment had passed since Shenlong had appeared in this place, when the same powerful voice that he had heard back during the start of the third test suddenly resounded throughout the entire arena, like a bolt of lightning that was coming down from the sky, as it once again said in that same, domineering tone as before, "Welcome to the fourth test of my holy sect, the entrance battle." As this booming voice resounded throughout the arena, everyone suddenly raised their heads to stare at the sky above the arena at the same time. Turning his eyes towards the sky, Shenlong saw an old man in white robes standing above the arena, staring at Shenlong and the rest of the disciples around him with a calm smile on his face. With just a glance, Shenlong's eyes instantly took in the old man's appearance. He was thin and tall, with a long white beard and almost no hair on his head. At the same time, from the smile that was hanging on his lips, anyone could guess that he was the person who had spoken just now. However, everyone shook when they noticed the old man's aura. Unlike his domineering voice, the old man's aura was completely retracted, making him look like an ordinary, harmless mortal. And yet, this scene was actually even more terrifying to the disciples inside the arena, than if the old man had been openly displaying his strength. After all, to be able to stand in the sky without emitting the slightest bit of chi fluctuations, showed how terrifying this person really was. A Dao Emperor realm expert. This thought flashed through every disciple's mind practically at the same time, causing waves of shock to rise in their hearts. This was especially true for those disciples who didn't come from a powerful force in their own continents and didn't know the true strength of the holy sect. Seeing a Dao Emperor realm expert standing in front of them with a smile on his face caused them to tremble, while some of them involuntarily lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze head-on. At the same time, although Shenlong had already guessed long ago that a Dao Emperor realm expert was most likely presiding over the holy sect's test, he hadn't expected that he would meet one today. After all, in the last 3 years that he and Lu Mei had spent in the Night Star continent, Shenlong hadn't even seen a single Dao Emperor realm cultivator. He had only heard rumors that in the past, there were a couple Dao Emperor realm experts in the Night Star continent, but they eventually left for the central continent and never came back. After staring at the old man for a moment, Shenlong turned his gaze to the people following behind him. A step behind this old man was another old man in white robes, with long white hair and a clean-shaven face, his appearance in sharp contrast to the old man in the lead. This old man's aura caused another wave of shock to rise in Shenlong's heart. Although this person wasn't at the Dao Emperor realm, his aura was definitely similar to Duanzhu's from the Demon Emperor Palace, at the peak of the Dao King realm. No, it was actually slightly stronger than Duanzhu's. Shenlong stared at this peak rank 9 Dao King realm expert for a few moments with a serious look in his eyes, before he turned his attention towards the young men and women who were standing in the sky behind him. Most of those young men and women had arrogant looks on their faces, almost as if they were looking down on Shenlong and the rest of the disciples around him. At the same time, these people were dressed in yellow robes, with the word holy engraved on the front part of their robes, near their chests, while the word sect was engraved on the back of their robes. These were definitely disciples of the holy sect. At that moment, Shenlong's eyes suddenly narrowed when he realized how many of those disciples were present here. There were precisely 1,000 of them. Before anyone could ask any questions, however, the old man that was leading the holy sect's group smiled before he continued speaking. This is the fourth and final test of my holy sect, the entrance battle. The rules of this test are actually very simple, and yet, this can also be considered the most difficult test for you. All you have to do is fight against an outer disciple of my holy sect and defeat them. Those of you who manage to pass this test and defeat your opponents will be able to join my holy sect and become official outer disciples. As for those of you who fail, you can only blame yourselves. As the old man finished his words, looks that were filled with both shock and disbelief immediately appeared on the faces of the disciples inside the arena, as they all turned their gazes towards the 1,000 young men and women in the sky behind the old man. The disciples of the holy sect, however, weren't flustered in the slightest, obviously having already expected this, as they stared back at the disciples inside the arena with condescending looks in their eyes. Chapter 429, Token Numbers. Monarch of Time. Defeat an outer disciple of the holy sect. The old man's words reverberated like a bolt of thunder in everyone's ears, as the disciples inside the arena stared at the yellow-robed disciples of the holy sect in the sky with shock in their eyes. Even the weakest among the disciples of the holy sect was at the early rank 4 of the nascent soul, while the strongest of them were actually at the early rank 6. After all, not only did the disciples of the holy sect have a much higher cultivation level than the disciples in the arena, but it was certain that most of them were most likely training in saint-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills as well. No matter what, this test was simply impossible. Even Shenlong was stunned for a moment when he heard the rules of the fourth test, before he turned to look at the old man with a curious look in his eyes. Is the holy sect planning on eliminating everyone with this fourth test? As this thought flashed through Shenlong's mind, he quickly rejected it as it didn't make any sense. There was definitely more to this test than what the old man had explained just now, otherwise, the previous 3 tests would have been pointless. Indeed, the old man smiled a moment later when he noticed the reaction of the disciples in the arena, before he continued explaining with an unperturbed expression on his face. Hehe, don't be so afraid. The disciples that you fight will have their cultivation restricted at the peak of rank 3 of the nascent soul. Otherwise, I doubt that there would be any of you who would be able to pass this test. Hehehe. Sighs of relief quickly filled the arena when the disciples heard the old man's explanation, and yet, the condescending looks on the faces of those disciples of the holy sect in the sky didn't disappear, as mocking smiles slowly appeared on their faces at the same time. Staring at the Dao Emperor old man in the sky, a young woman that was at the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul and was standing a few meters away from Shenlong took a deep breath, before she took a step forward, attracting everyone's attention, as she asked in a curious voice. Senior, I want to ask, what happens to those who fail this test? Can they still join the sect? I heard that even if someone fails the 3rd or the 4th test, they can still choose to become followers of an outer disciple. Is that true? Ha 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 ha. The white-robed old man with an unkempt appearance started laughing when he heard the young woman's words, before he nodded his head and said with an amiable smile on his face, "That's right. As long as you pass through the 4th test, you can choose to take in 2 people along with you when you enter the sect. Those people can be your servants and will have to listen to everything you say. Additionally, if you fail the 4th test, if someone else who passes takes an interest in you, you can choose to become their servant and follow them in the sect as well. Of course, if you fail the 4th test and you don't want to become someone else's servant, you can choose to return back to your own continent instead." Most disciples nodded their heads as if they already knew about this matter. At the same time, Shenlong's eyes instantly widened, as he suddenly remembered what the old man from the Alchemist's Guild in the Heaven's Dome City had said a little more than 2 years ago. Back then, the peak rank 3 gold grade alchemist Zhao Lan had told Shenlong that as long as he was willing to, the Alchemist's Guild would give him a chance to groom him and allow him to become a follower of one of the geniuses that enter the holy sect. This way, he would be able to follow them inside the holy sect and become their so-called follower. After all, a talented alchemist would be sought after by both individuals and large powers alike. However, the Dao Emperor the Holy Sect didn't use the word follower just now to describe the people who entered the sect this way, but the word servant instead. This implied that those followers would only have the same status as a servant inside the sect. Even if their status slightly higher, it wouldn't be that much different from an actual servant's in the end. Thank you, Senior. The young woman who had asked the question just now bowed to the Dao Emperor in the sky with a determined look on her face. It was obvious that she had made up her mind to pass this fourth test no matter what. Seeing that no one else took a step forward to ask any more questions, the white-robed old man waved his hand and took out a holy sex token from his spatial ring. This token was practically identical to the one that Shenlong and the rest of the disciples here had all obtained during the third test. Seeing that everyone below him recognized the token in his hands, the old man's lips seemed to have curved up unnoticeably, as he then continued with that same smile on his face. Each of you managed to obtain a token during the third test. It doesn't matter if you hunted others and stole it from them, or if you obtained it directly from one of the 1,000 cities in the test. The token in your hands is what will determine your opponent during this fourth test. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the 1,000 disciples of the holy sect behind him all took out a golden-colored token from their robes, that looked identical to the one that Shenlong and the rest of the disciples around him had. However, their tokens didn't have the words holy sect on them, but they had different numbers instead. Those numbers ranged from number 1 all the way to 1,000. Taking a look at the token in his hands, Shenlong was stunned for a moment. The words holy and sect that were engraved on the token seemed to have disappeared, as 3 numbers seemed to have taken their place instead. 351. At the same moment that this number appeared on his holy sex token, Shenlong suddenly felt an unstoppable force enveloping his body, as he and the rest of the disciples in the arena were all sent flying towards the audience seats, no longer standing in the middle of the arena. The unstoppable force slowly disappeared once Shenlong and the rest of the disciples arrived above the audience seats, allowing them to land safely. Of course, this force had come from the old man in the sky, and it was nothing more than a simple wave of his hand. Even 1,000 nascent soul stage cultivators were unable to resist a single gust of air that came from the Dao Emperor as he swept his hand. Ignoring the shocked expressions on the disciples' faces, the old man with an unkempt appearance turned his head around and stared at the 1,000 disciples of the holy sect behind him, before he asked in a domineering voice, "Who is fighting first?" The disciples of the holy sect all turned their eyes towards a tall, robust young man with long black hair. This was the same young man who had said that he doesn't put Shenlong in his eyes during the third test, a peak rank 5 nascent soul stage expert. The young man looked at the white-robed old man in the sky and bowed deeply, before he said in a tone filled with confidence, "Elder Cao, this junior is first." The white-robed Dao Emperor, Elder Cao, nodded his head after seeing the golden-colored token in the young man's hands that had the number 1 on it, and allowed him to go and stand at the center of the arena. The young man smiled as he descended in the middle of the arena like a bolt of lightning coming down from the sky. At that moment, his cultivation started to drop, from the peak of rank 5 in the nascent soul, until it finally stopped at the peak of rank 3 a few moments later. As soon as his cultivation stabilized at the peak of rank 3, the robust young man turned his attention towards the group of disciples in the audience seats in the arena, before he called out in an arrogant tone as if he didn't place any of those disciples in his eyes, "Which one of you has the token with the number 1 on it? Come out." At that moment, everyone instantly turned their attention towards a handsome young man in sky blue robes who shot towards the center of the arena with a serious expression on his face. This young man stared at the tall and robust outer disciple of the holy sect in front of him with a solemn look in his eyes, before he took out a golden-colored token from his robes. This token had the number 1 on it. At the same time, in the audience seats, Shenlong narrowed his eyes when he saw the blue-robed young man's face. After all, this was a person that Shenlong had already met once back in the Night Star continent. Chapter 430, Difference. Monarch of Time. With just a glance, Shenlong instantly recognized this person as the young master of the Golden Exchange firm, the person who was ranked 4th in the House of Rankings of the Heaven's Dome City, Hulu. This man with blue-colored hair and sword-like eyebrows was the same person who owned the blue-tailed thunder leopard and had allowed it to attack Little Silver at the entrance of the golden exchange firm in broad daylight. Back then, Hulu hadn't chosen to suppress the blue-tailed thunder leopard, and instead had a smile on his face as he observed the two magic beasts fighting with each other, almost as if he was watching a play. And yet, his expression right now as he was about to face an outer disciple of the holy sect lacked any hints of a smile, and was replaced by a serious and solemn look instead. Staring at his opponent, Hulu seemed to have suppressed his usual arrogance as he cupped his hands and introduced himself. My name is Hulu and I come from the Golden Exchange Firm of the Night Star continent. However, the robust young man in yellow robes opposite to him smiled when he heard this introduction, and after shaking his head lightly he took a step forward and said with a smile filled with mockery, "It doesn't matter who you are since you are getting eliminated here today. As soon as you are ready you can make your move." Hulu's expression changed when he heard the mockery and disregard on the robust young man's voice. After all, in the end, Hulu was a person of extremely high status in the Night Star continent, the young master of one of the peak powers in the Heaven's Dome City, the Golden Exchange Firm. This was the first time that he had been treated like this and was brushed aside like a random beggar on the streets. Not only did his opponent not introduce himself, but he even said that he was going to eliminate him without a change in his expression. To a person like Hulu who had never lowered his head before to someone of the same generation, this was an insult that he couldn't swallow. The utter disregard and the ridiculing look in his opponent's eyes was no different than a fishbone being stuck in his throat. Unable to endure this any longer, Hulu raised both of his hands in front of his chest and placed his palms against each other as he shouted in an angry voice, "Earth Golem Summoning." At that moment, Hulu's cultivation at the peak of rank 3 exploded outwards while the ground beneath his feet had also started to rumble at the same time. The earth around him started to come together, as it quickly turned into a large golem more than 15 meters 49 feet tall. This was a Saint low-grade martial skill that Hulu had obtained from the Golden Exchange Firm, Earth Golem Summoning. Of course, this was the only Saint low-grade martial skill that the Golden Exchange Firm had, and it was something that they had obtained by chance thousands of years ago. This martial skill could only be practiced by cultivators who had comprehended the Dao of Earth, allowing them to summon an Earth Golem at the same cultivation level as themselves. This golem had terrifying defensive capabilities, and it was almost impossible to be damaged by cultivators at the same level. Additionally, even if this golem was damaged, it was impossible for it to be killed as long as Hulu's chi didn't run out. Without waiting for the robust young man from the holy sect to respond, after summoning the huge golem, Hulu also summoned a thick layer of earth armor around his body, making him look no different than a miniature golem himself. At the same time, he also took out a shining silver-colored shield from his spatial ring and held it in front of his chest. This was the full power of the person ranked 4th in the Night Star continent, and the reason why Hulu had been high in the house of rankings for so many years. The robust young man's expression changed slightly when he saw the shield in front of Hulu, but he didn't seem to care one bit about the golem that was standing in front of him like a guard. Of course, as an outer disciple of the holy sect, how could he not realize that the silver shield in front of Hulu was a rank 3 gold grade weapon? It wasn't just an average rank 3 gold grade weapon either. Instead, it seemed to be very close to reaching the peak of rank 3 as well. Of course, the robust young man's expression only changed for a single moment, as he turned to look at Hulu with that same smile on his face a moment later, before he took out a small snow-white sword from his spatial ring. This was another peak rank 3 gold grade weapon, while its quality was actually similar to Hulu's shield. Hulu wasn't surprised when he saw the peak rank 3 gold grade sword in the young man's hands. Although his origins as the young master of the Golden Exchange Firm were illustrious in the Night Star continent, many disciples of the Holy Sect originated from powerful forces as well whose statuses may not be inferior to Hulu's own. Thus, he was already prepared if his opponent were to have a rank 3 gold grade weapon as well, which was why his father had given him this shield to use during the Holy Sect's test. After all, even for the Golden Exchange Firm, which was one of the top powers even in the entire Night Star continent, the number of rank 3 and peak rank 3 gold grade weapons that they had could be counted on 2 hands. They only had a single peak rank 3 gold grade weapon which belonged to the head of the Golden Exchange Firm, while the rest of their rank 3 gold-grade weapons actually didn't exceed 10 in number? Without waiting for the young man of the holy sect to make the first move, Hulu then pointed forward with his shield, as the large earth golem in front of him raised its feet, and ran towards the tall young man in yellow robes in front of it. The young man of the holy sect didn't seem flustered by the fact that Hulu seemed to have taken the initiative, and instead, a mocking smile was slowly formed on his lips. Raising his snow-white sword above his head, the young man infused his chi inside it as he said with a casual voice, "I seal." A blinding white light instantly enveloped the small white sword, as large amounts of chi left the yellow-robed young man's body, rapidly forming layers of ice around the sword's surface. At the same time, Huliu's earth golem had already closed the distance between itself and the yellow-robed young man, but at the same moment that it clenched its fist and sent its large fist flying towards the yellow-robed disciple of the holy sect, the yellow-robed young man suddenly slashed the sword forward. A powerful hailstorm instantly erupted from the sword's surface, instantly enveloping the huge earth golem. Huliu's eyes instantly widened when he saw the scene inside the hailstorm. The golem that he had summoned using his Saint low-grade martial skill was now trapped in a thick layer of ice, unable to even touch the yellow-robed young man in front of it. Although its fist was less than 1 meter away from the yellow-robed man, the golem was unable to even move its muscles. Hulu instantly saw his strongest skill being stopped without even inflicting any damage on the disciple of the holy sect. And yet, this wasn't the end of it, as the terrifying hailstorm that had already frozen the earth golem in its tracks, started to move towards Hulu. Hulu wanted to dodge, but the hailstorm had already covered a third of the arena. No matter where he went, he would still be trapped inside the hailstorm eventually. At the same time, his biggest advantage was his own defense. If he backed down now, he might as well give up on the holy sect's test. Raising the silver shield in front of him, the blue-haired young man stood rooted on the spot as he actually resisted the powerful hailstorm head-on. At that moment, however, the yellow-robed young man from the holy sect didn't stay idle, as he dove inside the hailstorm as well. Sitting in the audience seats, Shenlong narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Barely 3 breaths of time passed since that moment, as the hailstorm rapidly dispersed, revealing the scene inside it. The yellow-robed disciple of the holy sect was holding his sword against Huliu's neck with a playful look on his face, almost as if he was looking at an ant that he was toying around with. In less than 3 moves, the young master of the Golden Exchange Firm, a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator, the person ranked 4th in the Night Star continent, Hulu had actually been defeated. Chapter 431, Shocking Revelation. Monarch of Time. Hulu stared at the young man in front of him who was holding the snow-white sword against his neck with a dazed look in his eyes. For a moment, the young master of the Golden Exchange Firm thought that he was actually living in a nightmare and couldn't wait to wake up from it. And yet, the chilling feeling that was coming from the tip of the sword, as well as the few droplets of blood and the faint pain on his neck, both made him realize that this was all real. Seeing the blue-haired Hulu stumble backwards, the yellow-robed young man of the holy sect smiled mockingly, when a cold voice came from the sky and said in a cold tone, "Eliminated." As everyone turned their heads towards the sky, they noticed that this voice came from the white-robed old man with long hair, whose cultivation was at the peak of the Dao King realm. "No, I didn't lose. I want another chance. I am still standing." The moment that the word eliminated entered Huliu's ears, it was as if something had suddenly broken inside him, as the young master of the Golden Exchange Firm shouted unwillingly at the old man in the sky from the top of his lungs. His father, the head of the Golden Exchange Firm, had already told him time and time again during the past few years of how important it was for him to enter the holy sect. If he became a disciple of the holy sect, not only would he be able to help the Night Star continent alleviate the pressure that they were feeling from the Demon Emperor Palace, but his own cultivation and status would also explode. Even though Hulu didn't really care about the Night Star continent and its fate, how could he possibly accept being eliminated from the Holy Sect's test at this point? The Holy Sect was the dream of every young cultivator in the Night Star continent, especially those who came from the peak powers of the continent. This was the ticket that would allow Hulu to become a true powerhouse in the future, one that wouldn't be restricted at the peak of the Dao King realm. And yet, the peak rank 9 Dao King in white robes stared at the raging Hulu, who was filled with unwillingness, with a calm expression on his face. Raising his hand, the old man revealed a small white token with mysterious symbols on it. Before Hulu had any time to react, A white ray of light appeared from the token in the white-robed elder's hand and instantly covered his entire body. "No, I didn't lose." The blue-haired young man's scream reverberated throughout the arena as his body started to fade away, turning into countless motes of light that slowly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Silence immediately filled the arena as everyone stared at Hu Liu's disappearing body with different expressions on their faces, before they all turned their attention towards the old man in white robes in the sky. The peak rank 9 Dao King looked at the disciples in the audience seats with a serious look, almost as if he was taking in everyone's appearance, while stopping on a few select individuals for a few seconds longer than the rest. Finally, a few moments later, the old man smiled before he said in a nonchalant voice, "Don't worry, that kid isn't dead. I simply sent him to wait along with the rest of those who have failed the third test. If any of you has a good relationship with him, I suppose that you can choose him as your servant later on and allow him to follow you inside the sect. Hehe, that is of course under the premise that you will actually manage to pass this test first. The truth is, that the disciples that you will all face here today are actually the 1,000 weakest outer disciples of my holy sect, and yet, less than 100 out of the 1,000 people that participate in the fourth test manage to enter our holy sect in the end and become official disciples." After a brief moment of pause, the old man's smile slightly widened as he then continued. "Of course, I am sure that some of you were shocked when you heard the test's rules and thought that it is unfair. After all, how can you fight against those who have already become outer disciples of the sect? Hehehe. However, the truth is, that these disciples in front of you only entered the sect 2 months before you." The moment that the white-haired old Dao King finished his words, shocked looks appeared on the faces of the disciples in the audience seats. Even Shenlong couldn't help feeling stunned for a moment once he heard this. These were the 1,000 weakest disciples of the sect? They only entered the sect a month ago? In that case, how many disciples did the holy sect actually accept? However, aside from these 3 questions, an even more shocking one appeared in Shenlong's mind at the same time. A random disciple among the 1,000 weakest disciples of the holy sect could actually defeat Hu Lu within 2 or 3 moves. Of course, it was natural for Shenlong to feel shocked after realizing this. After all, no matter how weak Hu Lu may have really been, as the young master of the Golden Exchange firm and as a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator, it should be impossible for him to lose against someone else so quickly. For the fight to end so quickly, this only proved one thing. That Hu Liu's opponent was so powerful, that he could definitely surmount realms and fight people stronger than him. At the very least, as a peak rank 3 nascent soul expert, the young man in yellow robes was definitely strong enough to fight against early rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivators head-on. And yet, such a person was still ranked within the 1,000 weakest disciples of the holy sect? The gap of strength between the holy sect and the peak powers in the Night Star continent couldn't even be described if one compared them with the clouds and the mud. The old Dao King seemed satisfied after seeing the shocked looks on every disciple's faces, before turning his attention towards the yellow-robed disciples behind him, almost as if he was waiting for the next person to step into the arena. At the same time, the old Dao Emperor who had stayed silent during this time actually raised his eyebrows with a curious expression on his face. He had originally expected that these new disciples would have been shocked for a good while, and perhaps they would even tremble after realizing the holy sect's strength that was beyond their expectations. And yet, there were actually 2 among those disciples who were only startled for a few moments, before they turned their eyes towards the rest of the yellow-robed disciples behind the old man, almost as if the shock from what they had just heard didn't matter too much in the end. At that moment, Shenlong had the illusion that the Dao Emperor's gaze had landed on his body, before it slowly moved away from him, towards a person clad in black robes not too far away from his location. A few moments later, the white-robed Dao Emperor closed his eyes, his lips curving up into a smile as he mumbled a single word. Interesting. Chapter 432, The Holy Sect's Undefeatable Disciples. Monarch of Time. The moment that he heard the bald old man's mumbling, the peak rank 9 Dao King who was standing in the air just a few meters away from him immediately turned his eyes to look at the bald Dao Emperor with a shocked look. Having obtained a deep understanding of this elder's personality over the years, the white-robed Dao King that was responsible for overseeing the first 3 tests of the Holy Sect, Elder Zwan, clearly knew that there were very few things that would attract this Dao Emperor's attention. Even in the tests of the Holy Sect that took place 3 months ago, there were only a handful of disciples who had managed to pique this elder's interest. Without hiding his astonishment, the long white-haired elder Zwan stared at the white-robed Dao Emperor next to him before he asked in a voice filled with curiosity, "Senior Cao Ling, did one of those disciples manage to attract your attention?" The bald Dao Emperor in white robes, Cao Ling opened his eyes when he heard Elder Zwan's question, and looking at the peak rank 9 Dao King next to him, he nodded his head while his lips slowly curved up into a smile before he replied, "Hehe, there are actually 2 brats who didn't seem to feel any fear for the sect even after hearing your explanation earlier." Although they appeared shocked for a few moments, there were no traces of shock in their hearts. This old man is indeed a bit curious about their backgrounds now. However, let's wait and see if they manage to pass this test first. Elder Zwan nodded his head once he heard Senior Cao Ling's words. Although he didn't know which disciples had managed to attract the Dao Emperor's attention, as the overseer of the first 3 tests, Elder Zwan already knew that there were some disciples that were participating in the sex test, who were really worth paying attention to. At the same time, without waiting for any instructions, the robust young man in yellow robes didn't stay in the arena any longer and flew towards the mass of disciples behind Elder Zwan, before another disciple in yellow robes flew out from that group of disciples and landed at the center of the arena. Without waiting for the disciples in the audience seats to get over the shock that they felt after hearing Elder Zwan's previous words, the young woman in yellow robes who was now standing in the middle of the arena took out a holy sex token from her robes with the number 2 engraved on it, and turned to look at those disciples in the audience seats before she then said, "Which of you has the token with the number 2? Come out." Shunlong raised his eyebrows once he felt the nearly tangible anger and killing intent coming from the young woman's voice, puzzling him for a moment. However, he instantly linked the woman's behavior with the words that the white-robed Dao King had said a few moments ago, quickly realizing what was going on. Indeed, it's only natural for her to feel humiliation in her heart. After all, that holy sect elder clearly said that each of them are actually the 1,000 weakest outer disciples of the sect. And yet they are still official disciples of the sect. If they lose in front of everyone else and allow new disciples to enter the sect, wouldn't they feel humiliated? So this test motivates both those disciples and us to do everything in order to win. At the same time that this thought flashed through his mind, Shunlong saw a tall young man dressed in beast skin walk out from the group in the audience seats, as he slowly walked towards the center of the arena to face the young woman in yellow robes from the holy sect. However, what surprised Shunlong the most was that the fight that followed wasn't too different from Hu Liu's fight in the end. The young man dressed in beast skin had only managed to last for 5 moves against the young woman from the holy sect, before he was sent flying back towards the audience seats. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th fights followed right after, and yet the disciples of the holy sect seemed to have won every single time. This result made some of the disciples in the audience seats start to despair once they realized the difference in their strength between themselves and the disciples of the holy sect. In the blink of an eye, the first 10 fights were completed, and not a single disciple of the holy sect had lost yet. Finally, after the first 20 fights were over, even the peak Dao King in white robes, Elder Zwan raised his eyebrows as if he hadn't expected this. Although it wasn't abnormal for 20 fights in a row to go by for the disciples of the holy sect without a single defeat, it wasn't too common either. At that moment, however, as the 21st disciple of the holy sect stood in the arena, the eyes of the white-robed Dao Emperor, Senior Cao Ling, lit up with interest when he saw the person walking out from the audience seats. It was a person whose silhouette was completely covered by a pair of black robes, not leaving even a small part of their face exposed, while the aura coming from their body had actually surpassed the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul. This was an early rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivator. Out of the people who were participating in the 4th test of the holy sect, there were less than a handful of them who had actually broken through to the middle stages of the nascent soul, and this black-robed person was precisely one of them. At the same time, this was also the person who had managed to attract Senior Cao Ling's interest earlier along with Shunlong. The white-robed Dao Emperor had an eager look in his eyes, curious to find out what secrets this person really held. Chapter 433, Black-Robed Person. Monarch of Time. As the black-robed person landed in the middle of the arena, the disciples sitting in the audience seats all had serious looks in their eyes as they stared at his back. After all, among the disciples who were participating in this 4th test, this was the first person whose cultivation had reached the middle stages of the nascent soul. No matter what, this black-robed person was definitely considered a genius. If even he couldn't defeat a disciple of the holy sect, the confidence that the rest of the disciples had to pass this fourth test would definitely plummet. As the young woman from the holy sect stared at this black-robed person who had appeared in front of her and sensed the aura coming from his body, her eyes narrowed dangerously before she turned around to look at the white-robed peak rank 9 Dao King in the sky behind her. If Elder Zwan wanted her to fight against this person with her cultivation suppressed at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul, she wouldn't mind doing so either. Elder Zwan seemed to have fallen into deep thought for a few moments, before he nodded his head without saying anything. However, the young woman in yellow robes at the center of the arena smiled and bowed lightly at the elder in the sky, before she unsealed part of her own cultivation, bringing herself at the early rank 4 of the nascent soul as well. She understood that Elder Zwan nodding his head was a sign that she should fight the opponent on equal grounds. At that moment, however, just as the young woman was about to speak, the silent white-robed Dao Emperor, Cao Ling, shook his head with a smile on his face, before he then said in a deep voice, "Unseal your cultivation completely. Go all out." The Dao Emperor's voice reverberated throughout the silent arena, bringing endless shock to every single disciple that heard his voice. It didn't matter if it was the disciples in the audience seats, the yellow-robed disciples of the holy sect behind him, or even the peak rank 9 Dao King that was next to him. Everyone turned their attention towards the Dao Emperor with eyes filled with disbelief. Even Shen Long was no exception to this, as he stared at the white-robed bald old man in the sky above the arena with confusion in his eyes. At the same time, the black-robed person at the center of the arena and the yellow-robed young woman from the holy sect both raised their heads to look at the old man in the sky, before the young woman from the holy sect asked in a cautious tone, "Elder Cao, should I really not hold back?" Without waiting for Elder Cao to respond, the peak rank 9 Dao King Elder Zwan looked at the young woman with an angry look in his eyes, before he said in a berating tone, "Since Elder Cao Ling said so, then fight with your full strength." Although Elder Zwan was initially confused, since he clearly knew the cultivation level of this young woman, his words didn't lag behind his thoughts, as he immediately ordered her to fight without holding back. Of course, it only took a single moment for Elder Zwan to actually link Elder Cao Ling's abnormal order with the fact that he had been interested in 2 disciples earlier on. Without a doubt, this black-robed young man must be one of the 2 people that caught Senior Cao Ling's attention. As this thought appeared in Elder Zwan's head, curiosity filled the white-robed Dao King, who could no longer wait for this fight to start. After all, someone who had attracted Elder Cao Ling's attention was definitely bound to be extraordinary in some aspects. Although the yellow-robed young woman and the rest of the disciples in the holy sect were stunned by this order, no one dared to say a word, since Elder Cao Ling had already spoken, as they all turned their eyes towards the 2 people standing at the center of the arena. The young woman from the holy sect looked at the person in black robes in front of her with a pitiful look in her eyes, before her cultivation immediately started to rise uncontrollably. In just a moment, it had instantly reached the middle of rank 4 of the nascent soul, and yet there were still no signs of stopping, indicating that this was still the beginning. Middle of rank 4 of the nascent soul. Peak of rank 4. Early rank 5. Middle rank 5 of the nascent soul. The disciples in the audience seats had their eyes widen in horror, as the young woman's cultivation actually stabilized at the middle of rank 5 in the nascent soul stage. Although the black-robed person was concealed by his black robes, he still raised his head to stare at the Dao Emperor in the sky for a few moments, before he turned his attention towards the yellow-robed young woman in front of him. As a disciple of the holy sect, the young woman had an embarrassed expression on her face after feeling the black-robed young man's gaze on her, obviously unwilling to fight against an early rank 4 nascent soul stage disciple using her full strength. Shaking her head, she looked at the black-robed person opposite to her and said in a somewhat apologetic tone, "This is Elder Cao Ling's order. I don't want to do this either, but we don't have a choice. If you are ready, let's fight." For a disciple of the holy sect like her, defeating an early rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivator this way brought her no glory. However, since this was Elder Cao Ling's order, she had no other choice. For the first time since he had entered the holy sect's tests, the black-robed person finally took off his hood, revealing a devilishly handsome face that could make countless women go crazy, which was only tainted by a single scar below his left eye. Staring at the yellow-robed young woman from the holy sect in front of him, the black-robed young man slowly shook his head, before he said in a cold voice, "No matter. Let's begin." As the young man finished his words, his aura at the early rank 4 of the nascent soul exploded outwards, before a pair of huge black wings burning with dark red flames erupted from his back. Chapter 434, Trump Card. Monarch of Time. Elder Zwan's eyes widened slightly the moment he saw the black wings that had sprouted from the black-robed young man's back, while some of the disciples of the holy sect narrowed their eyes at the same time, as if they had just realized something. This black-robed young man was the first person to pass through the second test of the sect a month ago after comprehending the demonic wings. At the same time, the wings that he had created back then were still somewhat incorporeal, while the dark flames that were burning around them weren't this intense. However, right now, not only were the black wings on his back looking no different than real wings, but the dark red flames around them were burning so intensely that they were slowly distorting the air around them. The young woman from the holy sect opposite to him only needed a single glance to realize that the black-robed man's comprehension of this Saint low-grade martial skill had already increased by leaps and bounds during this last 1 month that he was spent in the third test. If his level of comprehension had originally reached 27% before he had passed through the barrier of knowledge and entered the third test, then right now it was definitely above 80%. Although this wasn't too shocking to the disciples of the holy sect after having seen Shenlong comprehend more than 90% of the first level of the Thunder God / within 4 days, it was still a result that even inner disciples may not be able to achieve within a month while passing the third test at the same time. After all, the early portions of a martial skill were much easier to comprehend compared to the later ones. Of course, although she was surprised for a moment, the young woman from the holy sect didn't seem flustered at all by this development, let alone 80%. Even if the young man in front of her had comprehended the entire first portion of the demonic wings, he still wouldn't be able to put up a fight against her. Shaking her head, the yellow-robed young woman no longer waited for the black-robed young man to make a move, as she suddenly sprung into action. Her feet started to blur as her body instantly disappeared on the spot, leaving behind nothing but rows of afterimages wherever she passed. She continuously circled around the black-robed young man, almost as if she was trapping him into place, not allowing him to take even a single step forward. However, she didn't immediately attack him, and instead, she kept circling around him while her speed continued to increase while she asked in a casual tone, "Did you think that you were the only one who has comprehended a Saint low-grade movement technique? If this is your trump card, then you were too unlucky that you had to face me today. Even if my cultivation was suppressed at the early rank 4 of the nascent soul, you would still be unable to match up to my speed. Although the first level of the demonic wings can definitely increase your speed, it is actually useless against me. After all, I don't mind telling you that I have already comprehended the entire first level of the 1000 afterimages. Even if you had managed to comprehend the entire first level of the demonic wings, you would still be helpless against me." The disciples in the audience seats around Shenlong, including Lu Mei and Xie who were quite a distance away from him mixed among the crowd, seemed to have suddenly realized what was going on, as they stared at the ever-growing afterimages around the black-robed young man that didn't stop increasing in number. At the same time, Shenlong had a thoughtful look on his face as he stared at the scene at the center of the arena with a deep look in his eyes. Like most of the disciples around him, he had also noticed the 1000 afterimages skill that was in the barrier of knowledge during the second test of the holy sect. Since Shenlong had intended to check every martial skill to see if any of them were related to his Dao of Time or the Dao of Space, he had to pay more attention to the martial skills in the barrier of knowledge compared to the rest of the disciples participating in the second test. Thus, he clearly remembered that the 1000 afterimages was a movement technique that was purely used to evade the opponent's attacks. If a cultivator could train this martial skill to the 4th level, he would be able to move so quickly that he could create 1000 afterimages around him almost instantly. At the same time, although the demonic wings wasn't any inferior to the 1000 afterimages, and both of them were Saint low-grade martial skills, the latter still countered the demonic wings to a certain extent, despite the fact that the demonic wings were actually even more difficult to train in compared to the 1000 afterimages. After all, the demonic wings was a martial skill that not only increased a cultivator's speed, but it could also attack and defend while moving, while the 1000 afterimages focused on evading the opponent's attacks instead. Thus, After having understood how both of those martial skills worked, Shenlong also understood that if the black-robed young man didn't have any other trump card and was planning on staking everything on the demonic wings, he would most likely lose. The young man in black robes shook his head after hearing the yellow-robed young woman's question, and without responding directly he waved his hand, as he took out a large, 2m, 79-inch, saber from his spatial ring. The saber was golden in color and its surface was filled with countless interweaving runes and patterns that seemed connected with each other while forming different symbols. The moment that the saber appeared in his hand, a deep look appeared in the black-robed young man, before he started to infuse his chi inside the saber. The mysterious patterns around the golden saber's surface lit up, while at the same time, a terrifying aura so dark that it seemed to have come from the deepest depths of hell erupted from the saber, completely covering the black-robed young man's body. At that moment, it didn't matter if it was the white-robed Dao Emperor, the peak rank 9 Dao King, or the disciples of the Holy Sect and those sitting in the audience seats. Everyone's expressions instantly changed when they felt the aura around the young man's body. Silence filled the surroundings of the arena before a disciple in the audience seats mumbled in shock. A star-rank weapon. Chapter 435, The Black-Robed Young Man's Desperate Struggle. Monarch of Time. It was unknown who had asked this question, but the moment that the words star-rank weapon were uttered, they instantly broke the silence that had filled the arena as the disciples of the Holy Sect and those in the audience seats couldn't sit still any longer. A star-rank weapon? A mere early rank 4 nascent soul kid has a star-rank weapon? What kind of background does he have? No matter what his background is, there is no way that any force outside the central region can afford to give its disciples or its descendants star-rank weapons. That guy must have definitely stepped on some dogshit luck to obtain that saber, right? Even we can't obtain star-rank weapons from our families, let alone someone outside from the central region. Whether it was the disciples of the Holy Sect or the disciples sitting in the audience seats, they were all staring at the golden saber in the black-robed young man's hands with red eyes that were filled with jealousy. Even the yellow-robed young woman opposite to him ended up slowing down her speed, almost as if she couldn't believe that the young man in front of her actually had a star-rank weapon. After all, the aura coming from star-rank weapons was vastly different to the aura coming from the bodies of cultivators, so even if someone wanted to conceal that they were actually using a star-rank weapon, it was nearly impossible to do so. Of course, if the disciples of the Holy Sect had been standing next to Shenlong when he had activated the runes on the black sword when he used the Thunder God's slash during the second or the third test, they would have realized that his sword was a star-rank weapon as well. However, due to the screen of light that only allowed them to observe the scenes, even the peak rank 9 Dao King, Elder Zwan hadn't been able to discern that his sword was actually a peak rank 1 star-rank weapon. At the same time, the moment that the black-robed young man took out the star-rank saber, the most shocked out of everyone in the arena was actually the white-robed Dao Emperor. As soon as Elder Cao Ling sensed the black aura coming from the golden saber, his eyes instantly narrowed while a serious look appeared on his face, almost as if he had just guessed something. Elder Zwan, who was standing a few meters away from him, couldn't help but shiver when he felt the aura coming from the white-robed Dao Emperor next to him, as he asked in a voice that was mixed with confusion as well as some fear. Senior Cao Ling, is everything all right? Cao Ling nodded his head without responding to Elder Zwan's question, as he continued to stare at the fight in the arena with a deep look in his eyes. The black-robed young man held the golden saber in his hands, and without waiting for the yellow-robed young woman from the Holy Sect to create more afterimages, he slashed the saber sideways. The deep, dark aura coming from the saber instantly swept past the afterimages in front of the black-robed young man, destroying more than 50 of them in a single instant. From the original 200 afterimages that the yellow-robed young woman had managed to create, more than 50 of them were destroyed with a single slash. Of course, as a middle-rank 5 nascent soul stage cultivator, despite being flustered for a moment after seeing the star-rank saber appear in the black-robed young man's hands, the young woman from the Holy Sect quickly regained her bearings, as she started to create even more afterimages once again. At the same time, she was no longer just running around, and while creating the afterimages she had also taken out a peak rank 3 gold-grade dagger from her spatial ring, and had mixed her own attacks in the process, attacking the black-robed young man from many different angles without giving him a chance to breathe. Despite having the star-rank golden saber in his hands, the young man seemed to have fallen into a passive state, having to desperately deflect the attacks from the young woman of the holy sect. After all, even with a star-rank weapon in his possession, the difference between their cultivation couldn't be bridged so easily. Ha ha ha! In the end, he is just an early rank 4 nascent soul stage rookie? No matter what, it's impossible for him to defeat someone at the middle of rank 5 in the nascent soul, especially when he is against someone like Senior Sister Who are you, who can even jump levels and fight against a peak rank 5 nascent soul stage cultivator head-on. Could it be that Elder Cao Ling knew about his golden saber, which is why he told Senior Sister Huo to not hold back in the fight? No, I don't think so. I've heard that there have also been a few instances in the past recruitments of the sect, where the disciples coming from the outside also had star-rank weapons, but neither Elder Cao Ling nor the other elders of the sect had made someone fight against a disciple who was nearly 2 entire minor ranks higher than them in cultivation. I think that this black-robed young man has somehow pissed off Elder Cao. Although the disciples of the holy sect tried to understand why Elder Cao Ling had forced the black-robed young man to fight against Senior Sister Huo are you like that, their voices were filled with hints of schadenfreude, almost as if they were enjoying seeing the black-robed young man being beaten up. Of course, even peak Dao Kings would be jealous if they saw an early rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivator having a star rank weapon in his possession. However, although the disciples of the holy sect seemed to be enjoying this scene, those sitting in the audience seats in the arena had furious looks on their faces after seeing the black-robed young man fall into a passive position. And yet, although they all felt that this scene was unfair, none of them dared to complain to the elders of the holy sect in the sky. After all, they were the ones who had made this rule. More than a minute passed since the yellow-robed young woman, Huo Ryu, had started her barrage of attacks, causing the black-robed young man's condition to fall into a desperate struggle. Not only did he not have an opportunity to attack, but Huo Ryu's attacks had already managed to pass through open-up gaps in his defense, filling his body with cuts and injuries. If it wasn't for the demonic wings which allowed him to defend himself during the most desperate moments, the black-robed young man would have already lost by now. Although Shenlong had been stunned when he heard the Dao Emperor giving the order to the yellow-robed young woman named Huo Ryu to fight all out without suppressing her cultivation, he was even more shocked when he noticed the black-robed young man having a calm look in his eyes, despite his body being filled with injuries. Of course, Huo Ryu had also noticed this calm look, which made her heart seethe with anger, causing her attacks to turn even more powerful than before as she no longer held back. Although it was unfair for a middle rank 5 nascent soul stage cultivator like her to attack an early rank 4 nascent soul stage rookie, it was also even worse if she was unable to defeat him even after going all out and using her peak rank 3 gold grade weapon. At that moment, Huo Ryu infused her chi into the peak rank 3 dagger in her hands before she thrusted it towards the young man's waist. This was a mystic high-grade martial skill that Huo Ryu had been using for many years, and it was also the attack she was the most proficient in. 500 after-images followed after her, as they all attacked the black-robed young man at the same time. Although only one of them was the real Huo Ryu and the rest were only after-images, in that split moment it was nearly impossible to detect which one was the real her. The black-robed young man covered himself completely with the demonic wings, almost as if he had turned them into the shape of a cocoon. And yet, Huo Ryu's attack still slashed through the black wings easily, before she plunged her dagger into the black-robed young man's waist. A rain of fresh blood filled the air, before the black wings that were burning with red flames slowly dissipated in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 436, Do I Pass the Test? Monarch of Time. As the demonic wings slowly disappeared, it revealed the scene of a black-robed young man standing behind them while a dagger that was filled with blood was plunged into his waist. And yet, despite the horrible injury that revealed his destroyed internal organs, the black-robed young man still had that same cold look on his face as he stared at the young woman in front of him. The moment that she met his gaze, Huo Ryu felt a sudden chill in her body, almost as if she had suddenly fallen into the deepest depths of hell. She instantly tried to open up the distance, but the black-robed young man opened his mouth for the second time today, as he said a simple sentence. "Since you guys have forced me to do this, you have to pay the price as well." The moment that Huo Ryu opened up the distance between herself and the black-robed young man, her eyes suddenly widened in shock, as she sensed a terrifying aura that suddenly erupted from the young man's body. It was an aura filled with darkness and cruelty, one that wanted to destroy until it had killed everything in its sight. At that moment, fear instinctively filled Huo Ryu's eyes as she hurriedly stepped backwards, opening up the distance between herself and the black-robed young man. The black-robed young man, however, didn't chase after her, while the aura coming from his body continued to rise, as it started to turn even more intense than before. In Huo Ryu's eyes, the black-robed young man was like a beast that had finally woken up. At that moment, Shenlong's expression instantly turned serious, as he stared at the scene at the center of the arena with a deep look in his eyes. At the same time, different expressions mixed with doubt, fear, and disbelief appeared in the faces of the disciples in the audience seats, as they all turned their attention towards the black-robed young man who seemed to be undergoing a transformation. His previously brown eyes had already turned red, while from his back, a pair of pitch-black wings suddenly sprouted, tearing off a big part of his black robes in the process. These wings that seemed like the wings of a demon, didn't have any dark red flames burning around them, making it obvious that they were completely unrelated to his demonic wings that had already dissipated. The disciples of the holy sect weren't any less shocked than the disciples in the audience seats, as they all stared at this transformation with fear rising in their hearts. Although all of them had knowledge regarding bloodlines, and some of them even had their own bloodlines inherited from their ancestors, the power coming from the black-robed young man definitely belonged to a very terrifying bloodline. Seeing the changes in the black-robed young man's body, Elder Zwan turned his head to look at Cao Ling, only to see that the white-robed Dao Emperor's face was also filled with disbelief. Elder Zwan took a deep breath as he tried to calm down his agitated emotions, before he asked in a voice that seemed unable to accept the scene in front of him. "Senior, is this really a dash?" "Yes." Before Elder Zwan could finish his sentence, Cao Ling interrupted him with a serious look as he confirmed his guess. At the same time, although Huo Ryu could feel a sense of deep fear in her heart after seeing the black-robed young man's transformation, she knew that this was still the fourth test of the sect and she couldn't back down. Besides, no matter how scary the young man in front of her felt, his cultivation was still at the early rank 4 of the nascent soul. As Huo Ryu used this thought to placate her mind and calm herself down, her feet once again blurred as she started to create even more afterimages than before. 600 afterimages once again appeared around the black-robed young man, all of them holding the same peak rank 3 gold-grade dagger in their hands. Without waiting for the black-robed young man to make a move, Huo Ryu immediately sprung into action, as she immediately shot towards him while she activated the same mystic high-grade martial skill as before, causing her dagger to be shrouded by her chi in an instant. No matter what, the black-robed young man in front of her was already seriously injured right now. If he got hit this martial skill a second time, it was impossible for him to remain standing. 600 afterimages all shot towards him at the same time, but the black-robed young man was still standing in the middle of the arena without a change in his expression. However, at that moment, just as the 600 daggers around him were about to pierce through his waist, he suddenly turned around and stared at a specific image before stretching out his right hand. He had found the real Huo Ryu. Huo Ryu could feel her heart constrict, but her movements didn't stop, as she changed the trajectory of her dagger, aiming it towards the black-robed young man's chest. At that moment, however, something astonishing happened. Before Huo Ryu could pierce his chest, the young man stretched out his left hand as well, before he easily slapped the dagger away from Huo Ryu's hand. Her entire right hand exploded on the spot, but the black-robed young man's actions didn't stop just yet, as his right hand tightly grabbed her neck. Raising her in the air with one hand, he saw the look of fear and despair appear in her face, causing him to shake his head in response. Then, with an uncaring look on his face, the black-robed young man stared deep into Huo Ryu's eyes before he said in a nonchalant tone, "Forget about it. Even an early rank 6 nascent soul stage cultivator wouldn't be my match after I have activated my bloodline, let alone someone like you." Without waiting for Huo Ryu's response, the black-robed young man slammed her body into the ground below him, causing her to lose consciousness. Then, he turned his head to look at the white-robed Dao Emperor in the sky before asking in a cold tone, "Do I pass the test?" Chapter 437, Sheng Huang. Monarch of Time. The disciples of the holy sect and those sitting in the audience seats, all turned their attention towards the white-robed Dao Emperor in the sky at the same time as they waited for his answer. If this didn't qualify as passing the test, then what else would? However, Cao Ling didn't respond right away. Instead, He first turned his attention towards the yellow-robed Huo who seemed to have completely lost consciousness, before he finally turned his attention back towards the black-robed young man. At that moment, Xiao Ling's lips slowly curved up into a smile as he asked in a seemingly casual voice, "What's your name?" The black-robed young man fell silent the moment that he heard this question, while his eyes continued to stare at the white-robed Dao Emperor above the arena without a change in his expression. Silence filled the arena as the disciples of the holy sect all had their eyes glued on him. No matter what, he had already passed the test, so it was unlikely for Elder Xiao Ling to refuse him entry into the sect at this point. Of course, as a Dao Emperor, if he really wanted to, Elder Xiao Ling definitely had enough authority to expel a disciple of the sect even if there weren't any real reasons. After all, even in the holy sect, a Dao Emperor was a true powerhouse. Finally, a few moments later, the black-robed young man broke the silence in the arena, as he opened his mouth and said in the same cold tone, "Zhang Chen." A deep look flashed past Xiao Ling's eyes when he heard his name, before he nodded his head a moment later, and with that same smile on his face he said, "Ha ha ha, of course you passed the test, kid. Although your test was slightly harder than the disciples before you, you still didn't disappoint me." Nodding his head, the black-robed young man who called himself Zhang Chen didn't say another word, as he turned around and flew directly towards the audience seats behind him. Of course, his arrogant actions had already pissed off many of the disciples of the holy sect standing behind Elders Wan and Xiao Ling, but considering that Zhang Chen had already passed the test and would soon enter the sect and become an outer disciple like them, as well as the fact that neither of the two elders didn't say anything to berate him, in the end, none of them dared to express their anger. At the same time, the disciples in the audience seats had mixed looks on their faces. On one hand, they were happy that someone had finally passed this fourth test of the holy sect, showing that the disciples of the holy sect weren't really undefeatable. On the other hand though, that person was not only arrogant, but he was also a monster who could fight against someone 2 full minor ranks above his level. Although he had activated some kind of bloodline, and it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to activate that bloodline again anytime soon, he still managed to beat an outer disciple of the holy sect in the end, and someone whose cultivation was more than 1 full minor rank above his own. More fights followed suit after Zhang Chen sat back in the audience seats, but in the next 10 fights that followed, the disciples of the holy sect seemed even more fired up than before, winning every single one of them without suffering another defeat. This was almost as if they were trying to claim through their actions that Zhang Chen was an abnormality, and something like that won't happen again. By the time the 35th disciple of the holy sect appeared at the center of the arena, the holy sect's disciples still hadn't lost another fight since Zhang Chen's victory. At that moment, seeing the disciple of the holy sect standing in the arena holding the token with the number 35 on it, a handsome young man in golden robes slowly stood up from the audience seats, and with a calm smile on his face, he walked towards the center of the arena as well. This golden-robed young man had short spiky black hair and a pair of deep green emerald eyes, while his aura that seemed to have reached the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul exuded an air of confidence as if he wasn't worried in the slightest about this battle. At the same time, the faces of some people in the audience seats instantly turned serious when they saw this golden-robed young man walking towards the center of the arena. Noticing the abnormally solemn expression on Xie Xingai's face, Lu Mei looked at her and asked curiously, "Xing'ai, do you know this person?" Xie Xing'ai turned around and looked at Lu Mei before she nodded her head with that same solemn look in her eyes and said, "Mei probably doesn't know him because you didn't spend enough time in the Heaven's Dome City's House of Rankings. He is said to be the greatest genius of the Shengtian dynasty and perhaps even the entire Night Star continent, the grandson of the old king of the Shengtian dynasty, Sheng Huang. It is said that so far, no one in the entire Night Star continent had managed to force him to reveal his true strength. The only one who is said to be on the same level as him in the entire Night Star continent is the young White Lord, Bai Longtian. However, since the two of them didn't fight against each other, no one knows which of them is stronger or weaker. However, Sheng Huang's talent is said to be far greater than that of his father and his grandfather. At the same time, he is a dual cultivator who trains both in chi refinement and body refinement. However, besides his Dao of metal, no one knows what other Dao he has comprehended and set as a foundation for his body refinement. There are only some rumors that it's an extremely powerful Dao that no one in the Shengtian dynasty has managed to comprehend before. The moment that she heard Xie Xingai's description, Lu Mei nodded her head, while the look in her eyes slowly turned serious. No matter what, for a person to be ranked first in the entire Night Star continent, his strength would definitely not be weak. As Sheng Huang arrived at the center of the arena and stared at the disciple of the holy sect that was leisurely standing in front of him, the calm smile didn't disappear from his face. Instead, a fervent look appeared deep in his eyes, almost as if he had been waiting for this for a long time, and without wasting any moment, his aura at the peak of rank 3 of the nascent soul exploded out from his body. At the same time, he waved his left hand, causing a bronze warhammer to appear in front of him. Then, with a voice that was no longer willing to wait, he raised the bronze warhammer in the air using his right hand, before he said in a serious voice, "Let's begin." Chapter 438. Monarch of Time. Without waiting for a response, Sheng Huang immediately kicked the ground, flying towards the yellow-robed young man in front of him at full speed. At the same time, a metal armor quickly formed itself around his body, covering him from head to toe, without leaving any gaps in his defense. Holding the bronze warhammer in his right hand, Sheng Huang looked like a metal knight, as he swung the peak rank 3 gold-grade warhammer at full force, aiming to hit the yellow-robed young man's chest. The young man from the holy sect hurriedly took out a rank 3 gold-grade sword from his spatial ring and held it in front of his chest with both hands, as he welcomed Sheng Huang's attack head-on. However, the moment that he actually felt the power behind Sheng Huang's attack, the expression on his face suddenly changed. The bronze warhammer felt no different than a small mountain collapsing upon him, as it sent him flying backwards uncontrollably for more than 10 meters until he finally stopped. And yet, the young man from the holy sect barely had enough time to stabilize himself and regain his footing, before another attack followed right after, immediately pushing him into a passive position where he could only defend himself. Staring at the scene at the center of the arena, Xie Xing'ai narrowed her eyes as her gaze landed on Sheng Huang's back, before she turned to look at Lu Mei next to her and spoke in a low voice. Originally, the Shengtian dynasty was said to have only 2 peak rank 3 gold-grade weapons in their possession, and both of them were being used either by the old king of the Shengtian dynasty Sheng Jun, or his wife. However, nearly 2 months ago, the Shengtian dynasty somehow managed to step foot into the depths of the Dragon Lord's villa and obtained countless rank 3 gold-grade weapons. Even the peak rank 3 gold-grade weapons that they found actually numbered more than 30, let alone the normal rank 3 gold-grade ones. With so many rank 3 and peak rank 3 gold-grade weapons, the Shengtian dynasty would have been considered the undisputed strongest power in the entire Night Star continent. But who would expect that the Alchemists Guild would actually arrive at the scene a few moments after the Shengtian dynasty and would engage in a chaotic fight with them? Additionally, the old king of the Shengtian dynasty and the hall master of the Demon Emperor Palace, who were both at the scene in the very beginning, had long since left the depths of the Dragon Lord's villa and were chasing after 2 people on a huge black dragon. Without Sheng Jun to help them, the members of the Shengtian dynasty fell in a disadvantageous position fighting against the group of the Alchemists Guild that was led by Zhao Lan. In the end, the Alchemists Guild obtained more than half of the gold-grade weapons in the depths of the Dragon Lord's villa, while the Shengtian dynasty got the rest of them. As for that bronze warhammer in Sheng Huang's hands, it is one of the peak rank 3 gold-grade weapons that the Shengtian dynasty obtained from the depths of the villa. Lu Mei's lips twitched slightly when she heard this, before turning her gaze towards the bronze warhammer as well. She couldn't believe that so many things had happened after Shunlong had snatched the 2-star rank treasures. Of course, the main reason why Sheng Jun and Duanzhu had both chased after Little Black instead of collecting the treasures inside the hall, was because Shunlong had not only taken both the star rank black sword and the translucent armor from the hall, but he had also snatched the wooden chest which most likely contained the most valuable treasure inside it. At the same time, Lu Mei felt the translucent armor around her body, causing her eyes to once again search through the crowd around her in an attempt to see if Shunlong was really here. However, due to the fact that the 1,000 disciples in the audience seats were all sitting close to each other, Lu Mei didn't manage to find the figure she was looking for. Noticing Lu Mei's gaze that was roaming through the crowd, Xie Xing'ai asked curiously, "Mei, are you looking for Brother Shunlong?" Lu Mei nodded her head, but a disappointed expression soon appeared on her face, before she slowly turned her attention towards the center of the arena. During the last 25 days that she and Xie Xingyi had spent together, the two of them had not only become friends, but after Xie Xingyi regained her strength, she also protected Lu Mei, who was weak and couldn't circulate her qi due to the after-effects of the rank 5 blood ignition pill. During this time, Lu Mei had also explained to Xie Xingyi how she and Shen Long got to know her elder sister, causing waves of shock to rise in Xie Xingyi's heart. In reality, Xie Xingyi already knew about a young master who had a powerful expert backing him, and was probably at the same level if not stronger than their entire Xie family. Xie Xingyi also knew that Shen Long and Lu Mei were the names of the people who had helped her sister obtain a Dragon Lord's medallion, allowing her father, her mother, and her elder sister, as well as herself, to all return back to the Xie family. Thus, Xie Xingyi felt endless gratitude towards the young man and the young woman that she hadn't met. However, based on what her sister had said, those two people were only heaven-grade cultivators back then and had yet to even step into the spirit realm. Could it be that they had managed to advance all the way to the nascent soul stage within 2.5 years? Although it wasn't impossible if one had found an extremely rare treasure, in such a situation, that person's cultivation would definitely be unstable. As for Lu Mei's cultivation, whether it was augmented by the help of a pill or not, she could still easily kill a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator by herself. This was certainly not the result of a rash advancement in cultivation. During this time, Lu Mei had also noticed the attention that Xie Xingyi seemed to have been placing into Shen Long. She had mentioned his name more than once and had said that she wanted to meet him. As the days went by, she had even started referring to him as Brother Shen Long. Originally, Lu Mei had been shocked by all of this and had even distanced herself from the beautiful young woman in front of her, but after spending the last 25 days together, the two stunning women ended up coming a lot closer with each other. Of course, the main reason why they were able to become good friends within a single month was the fact that Lu Mei had first saved Xie Xingyi while she was still helpless from the 4 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators who were chasing after her. Back then, after Lu Mei had saved her, if she had any malicious intentions she could have killed her long ago. At the same time, during the time that Lu Mei was completely defenseless for almost half a month, Xie Xingyi had protected her to her best of her abilities, even going all out and killing 2 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators who had actually found their cave during the second week that they had gone into hiding. Both of these things made the two women become very close with each other. At that moment, as Lu Mei and Xie Xingyi stared at the fight in the center of the arena, they saw the yellow-robed young man who was enduring Sheng Wang's barrage of attacks for so long roar out in anger, before he started to inject his qi in the sword in his hands. Suddenly, a blinding white light seemed to have erupted from the edge of the sword in the young man's hands, causing Sheng Huang to stop the subsequent barrage of attacks that he was about to follow with. The eyes of the spiky-haired prince of the Shengtian dynasty slowly turned serious as he swapped his warhammer into his left hand. At that moment, his lips slowly curved up into a smile as his right palm suddenly started to glow with a dark red-colored light. Staring at the sword in the hands of the disciple of the holy sect that was slashing down towards him, Sheng Huang finally smiled and no longer held back his strength. The aura of a cultivator at the early 5th stage in body refinement instantly erupted from his body, as he then pressed his right palm forward ready to clash with the rank 3 gold grade sword head-on, before he shouted in a mocking tone, "Get lost!" Chapter 439, Same Level of Talent. Monarch of Time. The moment that the disciples of the holy sect and those in the audience seats sensed Sheng Wang's body cultivation at the early 5th stage of body refinement, all of them widened their eyes in shock. Even in the holy sect, dual cultivators who were training in both qi and body refinement were already considered rare. As for those who had reached the same level in body refinement as in their qi cultivation, all of them were definitely geniuses. There was no question that a cultivator who was training in both qi and body refinement would be able to jump levels and fight people above his own cultivation level. As for the prince of the Shengtian dynasty who had already reached the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul stage while also reaching the early 5th stage in body refinement at the same time, he was definitely strong enough to fight against normal rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivators head-on. The moment that Sheng Wang's palm collided with the rank 3 gold grade sword, the dark red light on the palm's surface lit up, before a loud booming resounded throughout the arena. Under the shocked eyes of the disciples of the holy sect in the sky, the yellow-robed young man was actually sent flying backwards, like a kite that had its string cut. Even with his rank 3 gold-grade sword paired with his Saint low-grade martial skill, he was still unable to resist the power behind Sheng Huang's attack. This was the might of the Saint low-grade martial skill that Sheng Huang had chosen during the second test of the holy sect from the barrier of knowledge, the annihilation palm. And yet, Sheng Huang wasn't going to give a chance to the disciple of the holy sect to catch his breath. Although he clearly knew that he had already seriously injured his opponent, he was still planning to end this fight as quickly as possible. The yellow-robed young man from the holy sect had already collapsed on the ground after rolling for dozens of meters and had barely managed to maintain his consciousness. He hadn't expected that even after he had used a Saint low-grade martial skill and paired it with his own rank 3 gold-grade weapon, he would still be seriously injured in the end. Although he had yet to let go of the sword in his hands, his body was still filled with injuries, with the most obvious one being his destroyed left shoulder. However, this level of injury didn't hinder him from holding his sword with his right hand as he struggled to stand up. However, before the young man from the holy sect could completely regain his senses, the golden-robed Sheng Huang had already appeared in the sky above him, while a merciless look flashed through his eyes. The bronze warhammer in his left hand was covered with a dark, gray light, before the spiky-haired prince of the Shengtian dynasty slammed it downwards at full force, aiming towards the back of the disciple of the holy sect. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones being crushed resounded throughout arena as Sheng Huang's warhammer slammed itself on the spine of the yellow-robed young man from the holy sect. At that moment, the arena fell dead silent, as everyone stared at the golden-robed prince of the Shengtian dynasty, with different looks in their eyes. He was actually the second person to defeat a disciple of the holy sect, and he had done it in less than 2 minutes. Most of the disciples of the holy sect seemed to have calm looks in their eyes, almost as if they were unfazed by this development, but there were also some of them who seemed extremely furious. As for the disciples in the audience seats, although some of them were surprised that the fight was so short, after having seen the performance of the black-robed young man named Zhang Chen earlier, they weren't that surprised by Sheng Huang's performance. However, the disciples in the audience seats that came from the Night Star continent and had passed the third test, were the most astonished out of everyone else here. Although Sheng Huang was said to be the strongest cultivator in the younger generation throughout the entire continent, nobody expected him to pass through the test of the holy sect so easily. Even if he managed to succeed, everyone had expected this to be a hard fight. None of them had actually expected him to be a dual cultivator and to have already reached the early 5th stage in body refinement. Of course, part of his swift victory was definitely attributed to the peak rank 3 gold-grade warhammer in his hands. If it wasn't for the difference in the quality of their weapons, Sheng Huang wouldn't have been able to suppress the young man from the holy sect so easily in the beginning. However, everyone could clearly see that even without a peak rank 3 gold-grade weapon, Sheng Huang would still have most likely been the winner in this fight. Raising his head, the golden-robed prince of the Shengtian dynasty stared at the white-robed Dao emperor in the sky, who was actually looking back at him with a deep look in his eyes. A look of interest had already appeared on Cao Ling's face as he stared at the spiky-haired young man at the center of the arena, before he then asked with a smile on his face, "Is the second Dao that you have comprehended, the Dao of destruction?" Sheng Huang's pupils instantly narrowed as soon as he heard this question, while a look of apprehension appeared in his eyes as he stared at the white-robed Cao Ling. His Dao of destruction was his trump card and he had done everything he could to hide it so far. He had even picked the annihilation palm from the barrier of knowledge, because the Dao of annihilation and his Dao of destruction were similar to a certain extent. And yet, the old Dao emperor from the holy sect had already managed to see through it. Seeing Sheng Huang's abnormal reaction, Cao Ling smiled even wider before he nodded his head and continued. "Although your test wasn't as hard as that black-robed brat's, your talent isn't any lower than his. If you train your Dao of destruction to its fullest, you will not be any weaker than him in the near future." Sheng Huang fell silent for a moment, before he nodded his head and clasped his hands towards Cao Ling. Although he didn't feel that he was inferior to the black-robed young man who called himself Zhang Chen, he knew that it was impossible for the current him to win if the two of them really fought. However, even if he wasn't as strong as him right now, Sheng Huang still believed that he would trample everyone else in the future and rise to the top. And him passing the 4th test and entering the holy sect today was only the beginning. At that moment, the black-robed Zhang Chen didn't even raise his head to look at Sheng Huang, as he continued to sit in the audience seats with his eyes closed. Seeing the determined expression on Sheng Huang's face, Cao Ling nodded his head, before he waved his hand, indicating for him to return to his seat. Following Sheng Huang's fight, the rest of the disciples in the audience seats started to fight with a lot more confidence. They could finally see some hope in defeating the disciples from the holy sect. After all, although Sheng Huang was also a genius, in everyone's eyes, he wasn't as strong as the black-robed Zhang Chen. Besides, which one of those people who had passed the third test was considered a genius in their own continent? As more and more fights passed, the disciples of the holy sect started to lose some more. An hour later, 5 more disciples aside from the black-robed Zhang Chen and Sheng Huang had also managed to pass through this fourth test. Finally, as the 83rd disciple of the holy sect appeared on the stage, the white-veiled Lu Mei slowly stood up from her seat and turned her gaze towards the center of the arena. Chapter 440, Lu Mei's Advancement. Monarch of Time. Xie Ai was startled after seeing Lu Mei suddenly standing up from her seat, but when she noticed the token with the number 83 in her hands, her expression turned solemn. Looking at the beautiful young woman whose face was still covered by a white veil, Xie Ai then said with a serious look, "Mei, be careful." Although Xie Ai already knew that Lu Mei was extremely strong herself, and she had also witnessed firsthand the unbelievable rise in her cultivation during the last 10 days, she was still worried about her upcoming fight. After all, even if they had their cultivation restricted at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul, whether it was their weapons or their martial skills, the disciples of the holy sect differed greatly from each other. Some of them were stronger while some of them were weaker than others. This was obvious by the fact that some of them had average rank 3 gold grade weapons, while others had peak rank 3 gold grade ones. If Lu Mei ended up fighting someone extremely strong, Xie Ai was afraid that not only would she not win, but she may even be injured in the process. Although it was clear that the holy sect wouldn't allow any deaths to happen during this fourth test, staying alive didn't mean that all your injuries would be healed. An example was the disciple that had fought against Sheng Huang earlier. Even after consuming a top-grade rank 5 healing pill, his injuries still hadn't healed completely. Nodding her head, Lu Mei stood up and flew directly towards the center of the arena. At that moment, Shenlong's eyes immediately lit up as he saw Lu Mei's familiar figure with her face hidden behind a white veil flying towards the arena, while at the same time a smile slowly formed itself on his lips. Although Shenlong was certain that Lu Mei was strong enough to protect herself during the holy sect's test, in the end, before they had entered the first test, the two of them were still at the peak of rank 9 in the spirit realm. Fighting against disciples who were already at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul was practically impossible for Lu Mei, unless she was willing to consume the rank 5 blood ignition pill. And yet, even if she consumed the pill, Shenlong knew that there would still be dangers for her. Even if Lu Mei managed to defeat a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator, she would still have to spend at least 15 days if not an entire month recovering from the aftereffects of the blood ignition pill. During that time, she would be helpless if anyone attacked her. However, what made Shenlong feel happiness and relief was that not only was Lu Mei completely unharmed, but her cultivation had also skyrocketed during this time. She had actually already reached the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul. Of course, what Shenlong didn't know was that during the last 10 days that she and Xie Ai had gone into hiding, Lu Mei had already absorbed 90% of the qi from the 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage experts that she had killed during the third test. After her blood absorption art filtered the foul qi away, Lu Mei still had enough qi to advance all the way to the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul in one go. Such a terrifying speed of advancement had caused Xie Ai to feel some fear in her heart. After all, she had never seen anyone advance in their cultivation like that. Cultivation was a slow process, and yet Lu Mei seemed to have extracted the qi directly out of the 3 peak rank 3 cultivators' bodies before she absorbed it all for herself. Standing at the center of the arena, Lu Mei stared at her opponent a few meters away from her with a serious look in her eyes. It was a young man in yellow robes with long black hair and deep brown eyes, while his face seemed to have a relaxed expression. After noticing Lu Mei's cultivation at the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul, the young man from the holy sect seemed to have heaved out a sigh of relief. The disciples who had managed to pass the third test and were below the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul didn't number more than 30. Being lucky enough to fight against one of them was no different than getting a free win for a disciple of the holy sect. Even the disciples sitting in the audience seats didn't seem to be excited for this battle, let alone the disciples of the holy sect in the sky. At that moment, the young man from the holy sect smiled at Lu Mei, before he took out a pair of rank 3 gold-grade gloves from his spatial ring and put them on his hands. His confident voice then resounded throughout the arena as he said with that same smile on his lips, "Let's get this over with." Without waiting for a reaction from Lu Mei, the long-haired young man immediately kicked the ground, running towards the white-robed young woman in front of him at full speed. Although the look on his face was that of confidence and was no different than if he was looking down on her, he still didn't choose to underestimate Lu Mei, putting both the rank 3 gold-grade gloves on his hands before they started to fight. Nodding her head, Lu Mei didn't respond towards the yellow-robed young man's words, and instead, a black ball of qi appeared in her hands. The moment that they sensed the ball filled with death qi appearing in the arena, the white-robed Dao Emperor Cao Ling, as well as the peak rank 9 Dao King Elder Swan, both turned their full attention towards the white-robed young woman at the center of the arena. The young man from the holy sect seemed to have sensed a feeling of lethal danger coming from the black ball of qi and instinctively wanted to step back and forcefully stop his attack. He was afraid that Lu Mei was going to toss the ball of qi towards him once he got too close to her, causing him grave injuries in the process. At the same time though, he also knew that he had to take care of his opponent as quickly as possible and not allow her to do what she wanted. After a brief moment of pause, the young man gritted his teeth before he continued to fly towards Lu Mei at full speed. However, contrary to his expectations, the yellow-robed young man noticed that Lu Mei didn't throw the ball that was filled with death qi towards him, and instead, she opened up her hands as she allowed it to fall on the ground. A portal that resembled a black hole suddenly appeared on the ground, while an aura of decay and death erupted from the depths of the black hole. At that moment, the enormous, bizarre, and sinister-looking body of the Death Eater slowly emerged from the black hole, bringing with it an aura of endless madness, hunger, and killing intent, almost as if it wanted to devour everything in its sight. The appearance of the gigantic beast that had 4 thick, black-colored legs that resembled horse hooves, and the hideous mouth on its torso with its bright white teeth, instantly brought shivers down to everyone who laid their eyes on it for the first time. Even the white-robed Dao Emperor Cao Ling couldn't control the shocked expression from showing on his face. However, this wasn't the end yet. The scene that followed completely stunned everyone who stared at the center of the arena, including Xie Ai who already knew a bit about Lu Mei's powers, and even Shen Long who was sitting in the audience seats. 1,000 jade white skeletons and 50 undead knights, at the early and middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul stage all followed after the Death Eater, as they quickly arranged themselves in front of Lu Mei. And following behind the skeletons and the black-armored undead knights, were surprisingly 3 other cultivators at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul stage. An old man in black robes, a middle-aged man with eyes that resembled a snake's and an old woman wearing a crimson armor, all arranged themselves around Lu Mei, as if they were all part of her undead army. Chapter 441, Sinister Smile. Monarch of Time. It didn't matter whether it was the white-robed Dao Emperor, the peak rank 9 Dao King Elder Swan, the disciples of the holy sect in the sky or those sitting in the audience seats, seeing the undead army of skeletons and undead knights that emerged from the ground made everyone feel endless shock. After all, Lu Mei was clearly just a middle rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator, and yet, she could summon an entire army that was practically at the same level as her. Of course, Shen Long and even Xie Ai already knew about Lu Mei's ability to summon undead creatures. However, the appearance of the gigantic 30 meters 100 feet tall hideous beast with 4 legs that resembled horse hooves, as well as the 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators around Lu Mei were extremely bizarre. It only took a moment for Shen Long to guess that the enormous beast that was emitting an aura of death and endless killing intent was something that Lu Mei could summon after breaking through to the nascent soul stage. After all, Shen Long had already imagined long ago that as Lu Mei's comprehension of the Dao of Death increased, she would very likely be able to summon different undead creatures in the future. The appearance of the 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, however, was something that left him extremely puzzled. It was obvious that neither the old man in black robes, the middle-aged man with snake eyes, or the old woman in crimson armor were undead creatures. And yet, the 3 of them didn't seem to be alive either, looking extremely odd among the creatures in Lu Mei's army. Although Shen Long had no idea about the 3-peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators that Lu Mei had already killed during the third test, Xie Ai had clearly seen the Death Eater spitting the 3 corpses inside the cave that she and Lu Mei were staying in. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through the gorgeous, green-robed young woman's mind. Mei can actually control the corpses of the people she has previously killed. At that moment, the yellow-robed young man from the holy sect who was just a few meters away from Lu Mei had a look of horror in his eyes as he immediately stopped in his tracks, not daring to get any closer to the white-robed young woman opposite to him. Seeing the 1,000 jade white skeletons and the 50 undead knights that had appeared in front of her was already enough to make him take Lu Mei seriously, despite her cultivation that was only at the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul. But seeing the 3-peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators that had appeared along with the undead knights was enough to make the young man from the holy sect feel fear from the bottom of his heart. And yet, even if one combined those things together, they still didn't feel as terrifying as the enormous black beast with a hideous appearance. Despite its aura being only at the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul, the sense of danger that the yellow-robed young man could sense from the Death Eater exceeded even the 3-peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators around Lu Mei. Of course, the main reason behind that was that as soon as the Death Eater appeared, Lu Mei had silently chanted the word death, activating the Death's chant. Thus, the strength of the Death Eater had already exceeded that of an average peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator. The yellow-robed young man from the holy sect gritted his teeth before he once again kicked the ground, shooting towards Lu Mei at full speed. At the same time, all of the disciples from the holy sect in the sky had serious looks on their faces, as they focused their gazes on the fight at the center of the arena. Originally, they had all considered this a meaningless fight that would be over in a matter of seconds. However, the looks in their eyes had now turned extremely serious, while none of them dared to think of the white-robed young woman as an easy target. They knew that this fight would be extremely difficult for any of them if they also had to suppress their cultivation at the peak of rank 3 in the nascent soul. In their eyes, Lu Mei wasn't any less terrifying than the black-robed young man named Zhang Chen. That was because Zhang Chen was only one person who could fight cultivators above his level, but the white-robed young woman had an entire army instead. And yet, although fighting against Lu Mei seemed difficult, it wasn't entirely hopeless. The yellow-robed young man opposite to Lu Mei already knew that it was impossible for him to fight against the entire army of 1,000 skeletons and undead knights by himself. Therefore he had immediately set Lu Mei as his target. As the person who had summoned all those undead creatures, dealing with her was equivalent to dealing with every single one of her summoned creatures as well. At that moment, the yellow-robed disciple from the holy sect dove into Lu Mei's undead army head-on, destroying every single skeleton that stood in his path as he rushed towards the white-robed young woman on the Death Eater's back in a straight line. Although Lu Mei's jade-white skeletons were all at the early rank 3 of the nascent soul, against a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage outer disciple of the holy sect who was also wearing a pair of rank 3 gold-grade gloves, they were destroyed almost instantly. White bones flew in the air as more than 60 skeletons were destroyed in barely a few seconds. Without any hesitation, Lu Mei narrowed her eyes, as she had her undead knight's pincer attack him in order to trap the yellow-robed disciple of the holy sect. The young man however simply snorted in response when he saw this, before he punched forward with both hands at the same time. The 2 undead knights that were the closest to him and were trying to block his path from the front were immediately pushed back for dozens of meters, completely unable to detain the peak rank 3 nascent soul stage expert. Although the young man was stunned when he noticed that his 2 punches were unable to destroy the black-armored knights in one hit, he didn't seem to care too much, as he had already closed the distance between himself and Lu Mei. But before he could even approach the white-veiled young woman on top of the enormous black beast's back, the old woman in crimson armor, the old man in black robes, as well as the snake-eyed middle-aged man, all blocked the young man's path at the same time. Scram! Seeing the 3-peak rank 3 nascent soul cultivators who were blocking his way, the young man couldn't help shouting in fury, as he punched the old woman in crimson armor who was the closest to him. However, the old woman didn't dodge his attack, and instead, she allowed the yellow-robed young man to punch her, as a layer of ice appeared around her body. Crash! As the fragments of ice around her body shattered, the old woman was immediately sent flying backwards, before she was buried inside the arena, creating a human-shaped hole. This was the difference between a disciple of the holy sect and an average cultivator at the same level as them. It only took a single punch for the yellow-robed young man to send the old woman flying. And yet, at that moment, just as he was about to continue flying forward, the young man from the holy sect noticed that a layer of ice had already appeared on his right fist, and was slowly spreading towards his entire body. Just as he was about to shatter the ice around him, a sticky green liquid suddenly covered his body as it tried to restrict his movements, followed by 100 wind blades as well. Those two attacks came from the snake-eyed man and the old man in black robes respectively. At that moment, the yellow-robed young man once again punched forward with his right hand, immediately destroying the bubble of corrosive green liquid, before he sent another punch with his left hand, as he counterattacked the hundreds of wind blades that had sealed his path. However, the moment that he sent out his second punch, the yellow-robed young man felt the scent of death suddenly enveloping his body, causing all of his hair to stand up at the same time. Turning his head to the side, he then saw the enormous body of the Death Eater that had already appeared next to him with its hideous mouth wide open. Seeing the sinister smile on the gigantic beast's face caused a feeling of horror to quickly sprout in the young man's heart, as he instinctively tried to run away. However, before he could even take a single step backwards, the Death Eater that had already appeared next to him suddenly snapped its mouth close, immediately swallowing the yellow-robed young man under everyone's disbelieving eyes. Chapter 442, Which Continent's Peak Power? Monarch of Time. Looks of shock had appeared on the faces of the disciples of the holy sect in the sky, as well as in the faces of the disciples sitting in the audience seats, as everyone stared at the enormous magic beast at the center of the arena with incredulous looks in their eyes. The enormous black beast that was more than 30 meters 100 feet tall had actually swallowed the yellow-robed young man from the holy sect whole. No one believed that Lu Mei had the guts to kill a disciple from the holy sect in front of a Dao Emperor, and yet, everyone could still see that the Death Eater had a sinister smile on its face, as if it was enjoying a great meal. At that moment, everyone turned their gazes towards the Dao Emperor in the sky, who was actually observing the scene at the center of the arena with a nonchalant look on his face. A few moments later, the white-robed Cao Ling shook his head as he stared at Lu Mei, before he opened his mouth and said in a seemingly casual tone, "Remember, killing is not allowed." Although his tone was soft, it was obvious that Cao Ling wasn't going to allow Lu Mei to kill the yellow-robed young man. Lu Mei turned her attention towards the white-robed Cao Ling in the sky and nodded her head in response, before she closed her eyes and placed her palm on the Death Eater's back. Opening its hideous mouth, the Death Eater spat out the yellow-robed young man's body that it had yet to digest, causing the expressions on the holy sect's disciples' faces to change. Although no one believed that Lu Mei would actually dare to kill her opponent, they still hadn't expected her to be this merciless. The bones in the yellow-robed young man's legs were all broken, almost as if the terrifying black beast had munched on them, while the peak rank 3 nascent soul cultivator had already lost consciousness due to the pain. And yet, despite the young man's horrible injuries, the white-robed Cao Ling barely threw a glance at him, before he waved his hand, causing his body to fly towards the rest of the disciples of the holy sect behind him. At that moment, Cao Ling's gaze seemed to have been focused completely on Lu Mei, as he looked at her and asked with a light smile on his face, "Hee, what's your name, little girl? Which continent's peak power did you come from?" Elder Zwan nodded his head when he heard Elder Cao Ling's question, as he was curious about this as well. Although there were no peak powers from the surrounding continents that could match the power of their holy sect, as elders of the holy sect with plenty of experience, the two of them had already recognized the Dao that Lu Mei had comprehended, immediately attracting their interest. The disciples of the holy sect in the sky had also placed their attention on the white-veiled young woman at the center of the arena, while different expressions appeared on their faces. Some of them seemed apprehensive of Lu Mei, while others were staring at her with interest in their eyes. Lu Mei stared at the white-robed Dao Emperor in the sky, who had an amiable smile on his face, and after hesitating for a while she replied truthfully, "This junior's name is Lu Mei. I came from the Night Star continent, but I don't belong to any of the peak powers. I am a rogue cultivator." Silence instantly filled the arena as everyone stared at the white-robed young woman in shock. The Night Star continent? A rogue cultivator? While most of the disciples of the holy sect didn't care about the surrounding continents, they knew that the Night Star continent was definitely among the weakest ones. And yet, Someone who had attracted the attention of a Dao emperor of their holy sect came from the Night Star continent? Even Xiao Ling was stunned for a moment as his eyes kept staring at the young woman in the arena without speaking. As a Dao emperor from the holy sect, he clearly knew the situation of the surrounding continents around the central region. He already knew that the continents in the eastern region were in a very tense situation due to the Demon Emperor Palace that was trying to take over their land. As for the Night Star continent and the Martial Star continent, since none of those two had a Dao emperor to protect their continents, their situation was the worst, and it was very likely that they would end up falling into the hands of the Demon Emperor Palace. For a disciple below 300 years old to have actually started comprehending the Dao of Death while not belonging to any of the peak powers in the continent, the chances were extremely low. And yet, the white-robed Dao Emperor didn't suspect Lu Mei of lying. That was because unless someone was extremely ungrateful, they would definitely reveal the name of the power they belonged to once they joined the holy sect, allowing the sect to view their power with some more importance. Of course, the most shocked out of everyone else were the disciples of the Night Star continent in the audience seats. Sheng Huang threw a deep look at Lu Mei, trying to see if he had met her before, but he still didn't recognize her. As the number one disciple of the younger generation of the Night Star continent, he already knew every single one of the top geniuses of the continent, regardless if they came from a peak power or if they were rogue cultivators. And yet someone like Lu Mei had actually managed to stay hidden until the Holy Sect's test? It wasn't just Sheng Huang who was perplexed by this. The rest of the disciples of the Night Star continent in the audience seats had similarly puzzled expressions on their faces, unable to understand how or why this white-robed young woman had stayed hidden for so long. Xiao Ling stared seriously at Lu Mei for a few moments before he smiled and nodded his head in response, indicating that he had accepted her answer. Understanding that the white-robed Dao Emperor had no more questions, Lu Mei cupped her hands before she waved her hand, making the Death Eater, the remaining Jade White Skeletons and the Undead Knights, as well as the 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators all disappear, before she turned around to walk back to the audience seats. The moment that she turned around, however, a look of joy instantly appeared on her face that was hidden behind her white veil, as the familiar figure of a young man in blue robes appeared in her eyes, staring at her with a smile on his face. Chapter 443, Reunion. Monarch of Time. Without any hesitation, Lu Mei flew towards Shunlong's direction at full speed, attracting everyone's gaze in the process. After all, every single disciple still had their attention placed on this white-robed young woman who had effortlessly passed through the 4th test just now. Seeing her eagerly fly towards someone else naturally made them feel both curious and jealous. Even Xie Xing'ai had a stunned expression on her face after seeing Lu Mei's reaction. Due to the disciples that were blocking her view, however, she was unable to see who Lu Mei had seen who had made her behave like that. And yet in her mind, a possibility had already appeared, making the gorgeous young woman's emerald eyes lit up with a bright light. At that moment, Lu Mei had already arrived in front of Shunlong, who had already stood up from his seat, as he stretched out his arms and embraced the stunning white-robed beauty in front of him. Longji. Lu Mei's melodious voice resounded in the air, charming everyone who heard it, as she stepped forward and hugged Shunlong tightly. Her tone just now was completely different to the cold and distant voice that she used when she replied to Xiao Ling's questions earlier. As they stared at the blue-robed young man whom this white-robed young woman was showing her affection to, disbelieving looks appeared on the faces of the disciples around Shunlong. It seemed as if an explosion was taking place in their minds, as none of them could accept the scene in front of their eyes. A rank 1 nascent soul stage rookie? How is this possible? How did this person even pass the 3rd test? Is there some kind of mistake? The 3rd test? How did he even pass the 1st? Those discussions immediately attracted everyone around them, while even the disciples of the Holy Sect seemed to have turned their attention towards Shunlong. A peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator participating in the 4th test? Some of them even started to doubt their eyes, wondering if that blue-robed young man was intentionally suppressing his cultivation to fool them on purpose. However, they quickly shook their heads, rejecting this idea, since it didn't make any sense at all. Why would someone suppress his cultivation to the peak of rank 1 in the nascent soul to make himself look weak? Besides, once he started fighting in the arena, such a thing would be easily seen through. A deep look flashed through Xiao Ling's eyes when his gaze landed on Shunlong's silhouette, while the corners of his lips curved up in an indiscernible manner. Shenlong didn't seem to care about the gazes of the people around him, as he sat back down on his seat and looked at Lu Mei, who was staring at him excitedly. At the same time, although the disciples that were staring at him and Lu Mei seemed to have confused looks in their eyes, most of them still turned their attention towards the center of the arena, since they knew that the fights were about to continue. Of course, now that she had seen Shenlong, Lu Mei couldn't care less about the fights in the arena, as she smiled brightly and said, "Longji, I missed you. I missed you as well." Shenlong smiled warmly and patted Lu Mei's head lightly as he replied, before he continued, "You also seem to have gotten a lot stronger during this time. Not only did you break through to the nascent soul, but you even reached the middle of rank 3 in the nascent soul in one go." As Shenlong said this, a wave of relief also filled his heart at the same time. Although he was confident that Lu Mei would most likely be able to protect her life during the Holy Sex test, especially with the rank 5 blood ignition pill as a last resort, he was still afraid in his heart that something bad may happen to her. It was only after seeing her step into the arena earlier that the final worries disappeared from his heart. Lu Mei nodded her head like a little girl who was happy to receive praise from the person she loved, as she began to tell Shenlong everything that she had been through in this last month, starting from the first test of the Holy Sect. At that moment, a gorgeous young woman dressed in green robes stared at Lu Mei and Shenlong from a distance, while her lips curved up into a mesmerizing smile that charmed everyone who happened to see it. Seeing Lu Mei chatting with the blue-robed young man in front of her, Xie could easily guess his identity. And yet, she didn't go to interrupt the two of them right away, as she continued to stare at them from the distance. At the same time, Shenlong seemed completely oblivious to the gazes of the people around him, as he continued to stare at Lu Mei, who was narrating her experiences during the past 1 month. Occasionally, the two of them would also turn their eyes towards the fights at the center of the arena as well. More than 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Lu Mei barely had enough time to explain how she had met Xie and how the two of them had spent the last 25 days together inside a cave during the third test, when a young man with long brown hair stepped into the center of the arena. The young man held a golden-colored token in his right hand with the number 351, as he stared at the disciples in the audience seats like a hawk as he waited for his opponent. At that moment, Lu Mei seemed to have noticed the number in Shenlong's token, as her lips slowly formed an enchanting smile behind her white veil, before she said in a gentle voice, "Longji, good luck." Although she had yet to hear about Shenlong's experiences during the last 1 month, Lu Mei wasn't concerned in the slightest about Shenlong facing a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator. It didn't matter if Shenlong's opponent was an outer disciple of the Holy Sect, Lu Mei had nearly blind confidence in Shenlong's ability. Although the outer disciples of the Holy Sect couldn't be compared to average cultivators at the same level as them, even if it was just these 1,000 weakest outer disciples, Lu Mei was certain that Shenlong could win, even if he had to fight against a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator who had a peak rank 3 gold grade weapon as well. Standing up from his seat, Shenlong nodded his head at Lu Mei with a gentle look, before he turned his attention towards the long-haired young man at the center of the arena. Seeing Shenlong stand up and fly towards the center of the arena, everyone instantly turned their attention towards this rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator, while different looks flashed through their eyes. At that moment, the white-robed Dao Emperor's, Cao Ling's lips curved up into a bright smile, as his eyes were focused on the figure of the blue-robed young man that landed at the center of the arena. Chapter 444, A Soft Laughter. Monarch of Time. Staring at the blue-robed young man who was calmly flying towards the center of the arena, the white-robed Dao King's, Elder Zhuan's eyes suddenly widened as he immediately recognized him with a single glance. Even some of the disciples from the Holy Sect behind Elder Zhuan who hadn't taken a clear look at him earlier, now had serious looks in their eyes as they remembered the scene they had seen through the screen of light during the third test. The blue-robed young man in front of them had not only killed 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators during the third test right after breaking through to the nascent soul stage, but Elder Zhuan had also verified that he had already comprehended the Dao of space and had even set it as his foundation Dao for his body refinement. Now that his cultivation had already advanced to the peak of rank 1 of the nascent soul, even the disciples of the Holy Sect knew that they could no longer look down on him. If Shenlong could kill normal peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators while he was at the early rank 1 of the nascent soul, then after breaking through to the peak of rank 1, it was very likely that he had the strength to threaten even some of them. Only a few of the disciples behind Elder Zwan could remain completely calm, as they were barely affected by the appearance of this peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator in front of them. The tall and robust young man who had eliminated Hu Lu earlier, narrowed his eyes slightly as he stared at Shen Long, but a smile soon appeared on his lips. Although he had already said a month ago that he didn't put Shen Long in his eyes, he knew that someone who could defeat a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator when he had just broken through to the nascent soul was definitely considered a genius. However, which of the disciples of the holy sect wasn't also considered a genius? From the nearly 30 disciples that had already passed the 4th test, the robust, long-haired young man from the holy sect didn't put any of them in his eyes, aside from the black-robed young man named Zhang Chen and a few others. Of course, Shen Long was completely oblivious to the thoughts of the disciples of the holy sect in the sky, as he slowly arrived at the center of the arena. Seeing the young man with long brown hair in front of him who was holding the token with the number 351 in his hands, Shen Long's eyes slowly turned serious. He could feel that this person in front of him was clearly stronger than the average disciples of the holy sect who had previously fought in the arena, and he was already staring at him with an ice-cold look in his eyes. It was obvious that this yellow-robed young man had already seen Shen Long's fighting style during the 3rd test, and he wasn't going to underestimate him. At that moment, Shen Long could feel this person's aura at the peak rank 3 of the nascent soul exploding out of his body, before he took out a long, silver-colored sword from his spatial ring. This was clearly a peak rank 3 gold-grade sword. Staring at the blue-robed young man in front of him whose eyes had already turned serious, the long-haired young man from the holy sect held his sword with his right hand before he asked in a cold tone, "Are you ready?" Seeing the silver-colored sword in the yellow-robed man's hands and feeling the aura coming from his body, Shen Long knew that he couldn't hold back in this fight. However, just as he was about to take out the black sword with mysterious patterns from his spatial ring and reveal his star-rank weapon, Shen Long heard a soft laughter coming from the sky, as it resounded throughout the arena. This laughter wasn't loud, but it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Raising his head, Shen Long saw the white-robed Dao Emperor looking at him with a smile on his face, before he slowly turned his attention towards the yellow-robed young man opposite of him. Everyone in the arena seemed to have a sudden premonition of what Cao Ling was about to say, but they couldn't believe it, so they continued to stare at the Dao Emperor in the sky as the arena fell into complete silence. And yet, Cao Ling didn't seem to care about the reactions from the disciples behind him or those in the audience seats, as he stared at the long-haired young man at the center of the arena and said in a casual tone, "There is no need to hold back. Fight at full strength." The moment that these words resounded in the silent arena, everyone, including the peak rank 9 Dao King, Elder Zwan, stared at the white-robed Dao Emperor with shock in their eyes. Fight at full strength? Against a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator. It didn't matter if it was the white-robed Elder Zwan, the disciples of the holy sect, or those sitting in the audience seats. None of them believed that something like this was possible as they stared at each other with looks filled with incredulity. This was the second time that this Dao Emperor Elder had ordered for such a fight to happen, and this time, it was even more difficult than the previous one. At least the black-robed young man named Zhang Chen was at the early rank 4 of the nascent soul, but this blue-robed young man's cultivation was only at the peak of rank 1 in the nascent soul. Even Elder Zwan, who had already seen Shen Long's full strength during the 3rd test, felt that something like this was absolutely impossible. No, even if the top outer disciples had to suppress their cultivation to the peak of rank 1 of the nascent soul and fight against someone at the of peak rank 3, they may not necessarily win. And yet Senior Cao Ling wants to make this even harder? Even inner disciples most likely can't do something like this? What is Senior Cao thinking? As this thought flashed through his mind, the white-robed Dao King stared at Cao Ling in front of him with a perplexed look. At that moment, both Lu Mei and Xie Ai had worried looks on their faces that neither of them could hide. Even Lu Mei, who had absolute confidence in Shen Long's ability, felt that something like this was impossible. After all, at some point, the difference in cultivation realms couldn't be bridged. It was almost as if Shen Long and the black-robed young man from earlier had intentionally offended the elder and were now suffering his anger. Even the black-robed Zhang Chen had now opened his eyes and was staring at the powerful bald Dao Emperor in the sky, before he turned his attention towards Shen Long. Chapter 445, Shenlong's trump card. Monarch of Time. Although he couldn't understand the reason behind Cao Ling's actions, Zhang Chen was certain that defeating an outer disciple of the holy sect at full strength as a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator was already impossible. After all, before they sealed their cultivation levels at the start of the test, even the weakest of the holy sect's disciples had already reached the early rank 4 of the nascent soul. At that moment, Zhang Chen had already expected that the blue-robed young man would start to despair after hearing Cao Ling's words, and would either show fear, anger, or unwillingness. And yet, Shenlong's expression was actually the complete opposite. Despite hearing Cao Ling's order, Zhang Chen noticed that the look on his face was still calm, as Shenlong continued to stare at the white-robed Dao Emperor in the sky who was looking back at him with a smile. At the same time, the yellow-robed, long-haired young man couldn't believe his ears. He, a peak rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivator who was already an outer disciple of the sect, was going to fight all out against a peak rank 1 nascent soul stage rookie? However, despite staring at the white-robed Dao Emperor above the arena for nearly a minute, the long-haired young man from the holy sect noticed that Cao Ling's smile didn't fade. The white-robed elder didn't even spare him a glance as he continued to stare at his opponent instead. Understanding that he couldn't change the elder's mind, the long-haired young man turned his attention towards Shenlong and shook his head in a dissatisfied manner, before the look in his eyes finally turned serious. His cultivation that was previously restricted at the peak of rank 3 of the nascent soul abruptly started to rise at an alarming rate, as it reached the peak of rank 4 in the nascent soul in one go. Staring at the blue-robed young man in front of him, the long-haired young man from the holy held his sword tightly with both hands, before he said with a resolute voice, "This is pointless. Let's end this quickly." Without waiting for a response from Shenlong, the yellow-robed young man's body instantly blurred as he looked to close the distance between the two of them and end this fight in a single strike. The young man from the holy sect obviously intended to end this fight as quickly as possible. Shenlong's gaze immediately turned serious when he saw this, and without any hesitation, he circulated his monarch's hourglass and activated his second monarch's domain. The invisible figure of an hourglass expanded from his body, while his eyes instantly turned golden as well. Seeing the yellow-robed young man from the holy sect running at him at full speed, Shenlong didn't hesitate any longer, as he waved his hand and took out a black-colored sword with mysterious patterns from his spatial ring. He knew that concealing his strength and the black sword was useless. And yet, Shenlong's golden eyes suddenly narrowed when he saw the long-haired young man's sword appearing in front of him almost instantly, and was ready to pierce a hole through the right side of his chest. Holding the star-ranked sword horizontally in front of him with both hands, Shenlong circulated the full strength of his monarch's eternal body, as he met with the long-haired man's attack head-on. Since he didn't have enough time to inject his chi inside the black sword and activate the runes on its surface, he could only use the strength from his monarch's eternal's body to block the sword strike. At that moment, the long, silver-colored sword that was about to pierce through his chest was perfectly blocked as it landed on the black sword's surface, while Shenlong felt a nearly unstoppable force entering his body at the same time. For a moment, he thought that he was about to lose his grip on the black sword, as his body was instantly swept off the ground and was sent flying backwards for more than 30 meters until he finally stopped. "Ah, you really blocked it," the yellow-robed young man from the holy sect exclaimed in disbelief, unable to realize how Shenlong had managed to block his attack. Although his attack wasn't going to kill Shenlong, he knew very clearly that he hadn't held back at all. At the same time, he had noticed that although Shenlong was extremely fast and his speed probably rivaled that of a middle-rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivator, the long-haired young man was still slightly faster than him. As for the difference in strength, that was even more obvious. Even if Shenlong could really jump levels and battle a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator with his cultivation at the peak of rank 1 in the nascent soul, the long-haired young man still believed that he could take care of him in a single strike. This was the reason why he couldn't believe that Shenlong had actually managed to block this sword strike of his. Of course, what the yellow-robed young man didn't know was that Shenlong's hands had already been injured, despite perfectly blocking the attack. Even the bones in his hands had started to crackle, barely able to handle the pressure from this sword strike. At this point, Shenlong was certain that he would be unable to block a second sword strike. After all, his monarch's eternal body was still at the peak of the 4th stage. Facing against the full-powered attack of a peak rank 4 nascent soul stage, it was already a miracle that he had managed to block the first attack already. Finally, the look in Shenlong's eyes slowly changed as if he had just made a decision. His right hand slightly relaxed on the grip of the black sword as he allowed it to touch the ground, while he stared at the long-haired young man opposite to him and mumbled in a low voice, "I really didn't want to use this." As he finished his words, Shenlong closed his eyes with a resolute look on his face, before the blood inside his heart started to wildly churn. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, like the awakening of a horrifying magic beast, immediately enveloping every corner of the Holy Sect's arena. At that moment, regardless of whether it was the disciples of the Holy Sect in the air, those sitting in the audience seats, or the white-robed Dao King and Dao Emperor in the sky, everyone who sensed this aura felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts, as they all turned their attention towards the blue-robed young man at the center of the arena. Chapter 446, Shenlong's Goal. Monarch of Time. The look in Cao Ling's eyes had turned extremely deep and serious as he stared at Shenlong. This aura coming from Shenlong's body was so terrifying, that it even made him, a Dao Emperor, feel a chill in his heart. Of course, this wasn't because Shenlong's strength had suddenly reached the same level as a Dao Emperor's. After all, that was simply impossible regardless of one's bloodline or the pills they had consumed. Instead, Cao Ling clearly understood that this sudden chill that he felt was an instinctive reaction that his body had towards the bloodline inside Shenlong's body. He could feel that this was no different than if he was standing in front of a terrifying magic beast that had just opened its eyes. Naturally, as a Dao Emperor, it wasn't difficult for Cao Ling to suppress this feeling, and he didn't even need to circulate his qi, as his eyes continued to stare at the blue-robed young man in the center of the arena. Of course, Shenlong already knew that the moment he revealed his dragon bloodline, it was bound to attract a lot of attention. After breaking through to the nascent soul and awakened his bloodline, he had originally decided to keep it as a trump card and not use it in this fourth test. However, after a few moments of deliberation he finally decided against it. Although he didn't know why the old Dao Emperor from the Holy Sect would force a peak rank 1 nascent soul disciple to fight against someone at the peak of rank 4 of the nascent soul, Shenlong knew that this fight was nearly impossible to win. Even if he utilized the Dao of Space to its fullest and covertly used the Dao of Time without allowing anyone to notice it, he knew that his chances of winning were still less than 10%. Of course, those chances would probably rise to 20% if he went all out and attempted to use his time prison on the long-haired young man, but the odds of the time prison affecting someone 3 minor ranks above him were extremely low. Additionally, even if it did affect the long-haired young man in the end, there was no way that Cao Ling wouldn't recognize his Dao of Time in that case. Although comprehending a Dao wasn't a sin, as more and more time passed, Shenlong realized how extraordinary his Dao of Time really was. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't reveal it in front of thousands of people during the fourth test. With these thoughts in mind, Shenlong still decided to openly reveal only his Dao of Space during the Holy Sect's test. After all, although the Dao of Space was probably not that inferior to his Dao of Time, it was impossible for Shenlong to fight for so long without showing at least a single trump card of his. At the same time, he had already guessed that those people who were overseeing the third test had already guessed that he had comprehended the Dao of Space. However, this wasn't the only reason why Shenlong decided to show his dragon's bloodline. After all, in the end, he didn't really think that the old Dao Emperor in the sky would really eliminate him, even if he lost against the yellow-robed young man from the Holy Sect. No matter what, as an experienced Dao Emperor, it was impossible for Cao Ling to not realize that since Shenlong could fight against a peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivator with his own cultivation at the peak of rank 1 in the nascent soul, he was at the very least considered a rare genius. Since the Holy Sect's aim was to find disciples, Shenlong would most likely still pass the test, even after losing to the long-haired young man in front of him who had already unsealed his cultivation. And yet, the reason why Shenlong still decided to show off his dragon bloodline despite having guessed this, was because he wasn't planning to stay low-key after entering the Holy Sect. He wanted the Holy Sect to notice him, and only by showing his talent could he really achieve that. At that moment, Shenlong could feel immense amounts of energy filling his body, while protective black scales that resembled black armor started to cover his arms and legs at the same time. At first, The black scales only covered his arms and legs, but a few moments later they started to expand, completely covering his entire body and even his face. Although it was obvious that these scales didn't originate from a human, they gave off a sense of indescribable beauty as well as fear at the same time. Finally, as Shenlong opened his eyes, a powerful aura instantly erupted from his body, causing the long-haired young man from the holy sect to imperceptibly tremble. Just based on his aura, it was obvious that Shenlong's strength was already more than enough to threaten him. At that moment, a look of shock as well as some fear had already appeared on the face of the white-robed Dao King Elder Zwan, as he stared at the blue-robed young man at the center of the arena without saying a word for a long time. Elder Zwan had already seen Shenlong fight with 3 peak rank 3 nascent soul stage cultivators during the 3rd test, and he was already certain that that was his limit. After all, for a rank 1 nascent soul stage cultivator to jump levels and fight against a rank 4 nascent soul stage outer disciple from the holy sect was absolutely impossible. And yet, the aura coming from Shenlong's body right now was clearly strong enough to rival even that of a peak rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivator. Turning his head to the side, Elder Zwan looked at the white-robed Dao Emperor next to him and asked in a disbelieving voice, "Senior Cao Ling, is that really an immortal grade bloodline?" Chapter 447, A Crazy Guess. Monarch of Time. It was obvious that Elder Zwan trembled as he said this, almost unable to complete his own words. Although he had also suspected that the black-robed man's, Zhang Chen's bloodline was possible to be an immortal grade bloodline as well, the instinctive feeling of terror that he had felt from Shenlong's bloodline even exceeded the pressure that Zhang Chen's bloodline was emitting. The white-robed Dao Emperor, Elder Cao Ling, stayed silent, as his eyes didn't move away from the blue-robed young man's body even for a second. Finally, a few moments later, he nodded his head in a serious manner before he said, "Just like the black-robed kid with the demonic bloodline, this kid also possesses an immortal grade bloodline." Even though Cao Ling's tone was calm, his words seemed to have struck Elder Zwan's heart like a hammer. Indeed, both of them possess immortal grade bloodlines, and that young man named Zhang Chen even has a demonic bloodline. As Elder Zwan mumbled to himself, he seemed to be unable to calm down the upheavals in his heart. Even in the holy sect, the number of disciples who possessed an immortal grade bloodline could be counted in one hand, and yet, there were 2 of them here today, both participating in the 4th test. What Elder Zwan didn't know was that Cao Ling was even more shocked than him, as his eyes kept staring at Shenlong with a disbelieving look. At that moment, a single thought flashed through the bald Dao Emperor's mind. Is this really a dragon's bloodline? As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Cao Ling instantly rejected it. In the cultivation world, dragons were mythical creatures that may not even exist. Even he, a powerful Dao Emperor, hadn't even heard rumors of any power possessing a dragon's bloodline, let alone see such a person. For someone to really have the bloodline of a dragon, it was unknown what kind of background such a person would really have. Although the holy sect wasn't afraid of any power from the continents surrounding the central region, Cao Ling still wouldn't treat such a matter lightly. Without explaining anything else, the white-robed Dao Emperor continued to observe the fight at the center of the arena with a profound look in his eyes. At the same time, staring at the yellow-robed young man in front of him, Shenlong's lips curved up into a smile, as he said in a slightly excited tone, "Now, we can really begin." Clenching the black star-rank sword with his right hand, he didn't wait for the long-haired young man to respond before he abruptly took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. The long-haired young man from the holy sect instantly tensed up when he saw this, while his eyes immediately turned extremely serious. He already knew that Shenlong had comprehended the Dao of space, and had been on his guard about it from the very beginning. No matter which angle Shenlong attacked him from, he would definitely be able to react in time, before he counterattacked. Using Blink, Shenlong instantly appeared by the yellow-robed young man's side, and with the same smile on his face, he swung the black sword in his hand downwards without any hesitation. Injecting his chi inside the black sword, he no longer held back his strength, as the runes and the mysterious patterns on the sword's surface lit up one by one, while sparks of lightning started to appear on the sword's edge at the same time. In less than a single breath of time, Shenlong had already condensed the lightning on the sword's surface as he said in a low voice, "Thunder God slash." At that moment, a terrifying black-colored slash filled with berserk lightning left the sword's edge and flew towards the long-haired young man from the holy sect. The yellow-robed young man's face instantly paled when he felt the strength behind the sword slash, as he hurriedly raised the silver sword using both hands in front of his chest, in an attempt to block Shenlong's strike. And yet, the scene that followed was something that shocked every disciple to their core, regardless if it was those sitting in the audience seats, or the disciples of the holy sect in the sky. The moment that the Thunder God's slash met the yellow-robed man's silver sword, the long-haired young man was only able to resist it for a single moment before he was sent flying back to the ground like a meteor. Boom! Everyone watched as the long-haired young man collapsed on the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood in the process. At that moment, silence immediately filled the arena, as every single disciple suddenly turned their attention towards the black-robed Zhang Chen who was sitting in the audience seats, before they quickly turned their eyes back to look at the black sword on Shenlong's hands. Another star rank weapon? An early rank 1 nascent soul rookie actually has a star rank weapon. It was unknown who had actually said this among the disciples in the audience seats, but it instantly broke the silence that filled the arena, causing looks of shock and envy to appear on everyone's faces. What kind of force does this kid come from? There is actually a power that can really afford to give out a star rank weapon. Wait. Wasn't he sitting together with that white-veiled young woman earlier? Didn't she say that she is a rogue cultivator from the Night Star continent? Could it be that this kid is also a rogue cultivator as well? A young man from the holy sect asked in a loud voice, almost as if he had just come to a realization. Silence filled his surroundings for a few moments, before another young man from the holy sect looked at him and said mockingly, "A rogue cultivator? Idiot! Do you really believe that a rogue cultivator can get a hold of a star rank weapon? Even in our central region, have you ever seen a rogue cultivator with a star rank weapon? Why don't you bring out a star rank weapon yourself? Even some of the top outer disciples of our holy sect don't have star rank weapons." It wasn't just the disciples of the holy sect who had been stunned after seeing the appearance of another star rank weapon in this fourth test. Even the white-robed Dao Emperor in the sky was shocked when he saw Shenlong holding the black sword in his hand. A dragon's bloodline, a star rank weapon, a woman who has comprehended the Dao of death. As these thoughts flashed through Cao Ling's mind, his previous thoughts about Shenlong having a powerful background started to take root even further. And yet, the most shocked out of everyone wasn't Cao Ling, but the black-robed Zhang Chen in the audience seats, as well as the golden-robed prince of the Shengtian dynasty, Sheng Huang. A crazy guess had appeared in Sheng Huang's mind as he kept staring at the black sword in Shenlong's hands, while a look of animosity and hatred, as well as envy, also appeared in his eyes at the same time. Chapter 448, Recognized. Monarch of Time. Although others may not know about it, Sheng Huang actually happened to be near the Dragon Lord's villa when his grandfather, Sheng Jun, and his grandmother had led the Dao kings of the Shengtian dynasty inside the villa. Thus, when Little Black charged out from the villa with Sheng Jun and the hallmaster of the Demon Emperor Palace, Duanzu, both chasing after the Black Dragon, Sheng Huang had happened to personally witness that scene. He would never forget the scene of the majestic Black Dragon spreading his wings and flying away from the Dragon Lord's villa. And seeing the scales on Shenlong's body, the first thing that came to Sheng Huang's mind was the scales on the Black Dragon's body, that were nearly identical to Shenlong's. However, this was just a suspicion that Sheng Huang had in his mind, and it didn't necessarily prove that the power backing Shenlong was really the one that had attacked the Dragon Lord's villa and were related to that majestic Black Dragon. And yet, the moment that Sheng Huang laid his eyes on the black sword in Shenlong's hands, he became almost certain in his mind that Shenlong was indeed related to that power. The first reason that made him nearly certain was that he was indeed a couple with that white-robed young woman named Lu Mei, who claimed to be a rogue cultivator from the Night Star continent. But the most important reason was that Sheng Huang still remembered his grandfather's words after returning from the Dragon Lord's villa. The old king of the Shengtian dynasty had already explained to his grandson how the people sitting on the Black Dragon's back had stolen the mysterious black sword and the translucent armor from the depths of the villa, that he suspected them to be star-rank weapons, as well as the wooden chest right below the golden throne, which most likely contained a star-rank weapon as well. Thus, as he stared at Shenlong inside the arena, a single thought surfaced in Sheng Huang's mind, filled with jealousy, hatred, and killing intent. If the power behind Shenlong hadn't stolen that black sword, as the heir of the Shengtian dynasty, everything inside the core region of the villa, including the sword in Shenlong's hands, would belong to him. If it wasn't because of the people on the Black Dragon that ended up luring Shang Jun away, how would his own grandmother ever have to fight against the peak rank 9 Dao King, Zhao Lan, and his group from the Alchemist's Guild? After reaching this conclusion, the killing intent coming from Sheng Wang's body had nearly become tangible, scaring away the disciples in the audience seats that were sitting around him. As for the black-robed Zhang Chen, his eyes were completely focused on Shenlong's back at the center of the arena, while his own thoughts were a mystery. Of course, Shenlong was completely oblivious to the fact that he had already alerted the two geniuses who had already passed the test, as his eyes were focused on the long-haired young man at the center of the arena. Despite hitting him with the Thunder God's slash, Shenlong knew that not only was the long-haired young man from the holy sect still alive, but he was most likely still able to fight. The reason why Shenlong was so certain about this was because once the Thunder God's slash cut through the long-haired man's yellow robes, a set of silver armor revealed itself, before it absorbed most of the damage of the black-colored sword slash. And yet, the remaining power was still enough to not only send the yellow-robed young man flying back to the ground, but it also made him spit blood while severely injuring him at the same time. Indeed, a few moments later, the long-haired young man actually slowly stood up from the ground with some difficulty, as he turned his head and stared at the blue-robed young man covered in black scales in the sky, with a look of anger as well as some concealed fear in his eyes. It was obvious that Shenlong's cultivation was still at the peak rank 1 of the nascent soul, and yet, the power of his bloodline had augmented his strength to such a degree that he was already capable of harming him, a peak rank 4 nascent soul stage cultivator. No, it isn't just capable of harming me. If it wasn't for the rank 3 gold grade armor in my chest, I would have already been seriously injured long ago. As this thought appeared in his mind, the long-haired young man stared at Shenlong with even more apprehension in his gaze. And yet, amidst this apprehension was also some relief. No matter what, in the end, he is just at the peak of rank 1 in the nascent soul. There is no way that he has enough chi to use that move again. After reassuring himself, the long-haired man's gaze turned serious, as he raised his silver sword in the sky. Of course, although the armor on his chest had already absorbed more than 80% of the Thunder God's slash, the luster of the armor was no longer as bright as before. Instead, it had considerably dimmed and it was obvious that it was unable to absorb another attack. Once they returned back to the holy sect, the long-haired young man needed to find a formation master, and pay a huge amount of spirit stones to have it repaired. Therefore, he was already prepared to end everything with his next attack. Raising his silver sword in the air, the long-haired young man from the holy sect infused his chi inside it, as he stared at Shenlong with a determined look in his eyes. Slashing his sword horizontally, he then shouted, "Let's end this." At that moment, a silver-colored sword slash appeared from the long-haired young man's sword, flying towards Shenlong at extreme speed. With just a glance, Shenlong immediately realized that this silver-colored slash wasn't an average martial skill, but the first stage of a saint low-grade martial skill the long-haired young man had comprehended to 100%. Even with the Thunder God's slash, Shenlong would only be able to match its strength or slightly overpower it. At that moment, Shenlong's smile slowly faded from his face, and nodding his head, he looked at the long-haired young man with a serious expression before he said, "Fine, let's end this." Clenching his right fist, Shenlong closed his eyes for a moment, before a pitch-black flame started to take form on his right hand. Just as the silver-colored slash arrived just a few meters away from him, Shenlong suddenly snapped his eyes open, before he said in a low voice, "Flames of Destruction." Chapter 449, Flames of Destruction. Monarch of Time. As his voice resounded in the air, Shenlong punched forward with his right hand, as a burst of terrifying, pitch-black flames erupted from his arm, before they collided with the silver-colored sword slash in front of him head-on. However, the scene that followed exceeded everyone's expectations. There was no loud explosion once the silver-colored sword slash met with the terrifying flames. Instead, the black flames quickly engulfed the sword slash before they completely swallowed it, leaving no traces of it behind. And yet, the powerful sword slash only managed to stop the black flames for a single moment, before they continued to descend towards the arena, flying towards the yellow-robed young man from the holy sect. Seeing this scene, the long-haired young man's eyes instantly widened while an expression of fear finally appeared on his face. The moment that he saw that his saint low-grade martial skill had not only failed to defeat the peak rank 1 nascent soul stage rookie in the air, but it didn't even manage to weaken the ball of black flames in the slightest, made the yellow-robed young man's face instantly pale. Of course, the flames of destruction was a unique skill to black dragons that humans couldn't possibly use. The only reason why Shenlong could use it was because he had activated the power of his bloodline and wasn't much different than an actual black dragon during that time. As for how strong these flames really were, if they were rated in the terms of a martial skill, then they far exceeded the might of a normal saint low-grade martial skill. At that moment, right before Shenlong's flames of destruction were about to hit the long-haired young man from the holy sect, a soft sigh resounded throughout the arena, as everyone turned their eyes towards the white-robed Dao Emperor in the sky and saw him waving his hand. The black flames that were just a few inches away from the yellow-robed young man suddenly stopped in the air, almost as if they had met with an invisible wall, before they were slowly extinguished. At that moment, complete silence filled the arena, as everyone stared at the blue-robed young man in the sky with different expressions on their faces. It didn't matter if it was in the eyes of the disciples of the holy sect or those sitting in the audience seats. Shenlong had completely become the center of attention at this moment, attracting everyone's gazes. Some of these disciples were filled with shock, while others felt disbelief, nearly unable to believe that the scene in front of their eyes was real. A peak rank 1 Nascent Soul stage rookie had actually managed to defeat a disciple of the Holy Sect at the peak of rank 4 of the Nascent Soul. The most surprising thing, however, was the intense gazes of the female disciples sitting in the audience seats. Most of them had a fervent look in their eyes as they stared at the handsome, blue-robed young man in the sky, while anyone could guess their thoughts from the expressions on their faces. At the same time, a dazzling smile that could encapture the hearts of men and women alike appeared on Lu Mei's face behind her white veil, while a look of pride filled her eyes as she stared at the handsome, blue-robed young man in the arena. Meanwhile, the green-robed dazzling beauty, Xia Xing'ai seemed to have heaved out a sigh of relief after seeing the white-robed Dao Emperor stopping the fight, while the look in her eyes seemed to have been filled with joy. Since the elder from the Holy Sect was forced to step forward to stop the fight personally, it clearly meant that Shenlong had passed the test. Of course, what none of them knew was that the reason why Xiao Ling had interfered in the fight was because he could feel that Shenlong's flames of destruction wouldn't have simply severely injured the long-haired young man. Instead, the tyrannical black flames would completely destroy his soul. This had completely exceeded Xiao Ling's estimation of Shenlong's absolute strength. It was very likely that even an average early rank 5 nascent soul stage cultivator may not be able to take these flames head-on. Staring at the white-robed Dao Emperor in the sky, Shenlong saw Xiao Ling's lips forming into a smile, as the bald Dao Emperor took a single step forward and asked in a seemingly amiable tone, "What's your name, kid? Which power do you come from?" Staring at the bald Dao Emperor in the sky, Shenlong's lips slightly curved up, as he cupped his hands and said seriously, "This junior's name is Shenlong. I am a rogue cultivator from the Night Star continent." The moment that he finished his words, silence once again descended in the arena, while even the hushed discussions from the disciples in the audience seats behind Shenlong instantly stopped. At that moment, Shenlong noticed Xiao Ling's eyes narrow, while the expressions of the disciples of the Holy Sect behind him also changed. A rogue cultivator? Another one from the Night Star continent? Who would believe that? Of course, Shenlong already knew that it was unlikely for anyone to really accept that he was a rogue cultivator. Just by revealing the black sword earlier, it was bound to attract a lot of attention. However, it was the truth that he and Lu Mei were in reality rogue cultivators. Although Shenlong had thought of declaring himself as a member of the Alchemists Guild from the Night Star continent, he also remembered that the old woman from the guild, Jin Wenling, had already said that the Alchemists Guild was under the jurisdiction of the Feng family from the central region. Despite having already guessed that the Holy Sect was most likely stronger than the Feng family, Shenlong didn't want to be entangled with a family that he knew nothing about. Besides, he hadn't really received the favor of the Alchemists Guild as he had rejected Zhao Yan's offer to be groomed by them. Thus, declaring himself as a rogue cultivator was the best choice. And yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, the white-robed Dao Emperor actually smiled a moment later, as he nodded his head and said in an uncaring tone, "Very well. It doesn't matter whether you really are a rogue cultivator or not. Since you have passed the test, you are now officially a disciple of my holy sect." Despite being stunned for a moment, Shenlong still nodded his head in response. At the same time, The black scales on his body slowly receded until they completely disappeared, before he turned around, and without another word, he flew towards Lu Mei's direction in the audience seats. No matter what, he had successfully passed the Holy Sex test already. Once the remaining fights were over, he and Lu Mei would enter the Holy Sect, along with the remaining disciples who end up passing the test. Chapter 450, Zhongfang, Monarch of Time. As he flew back to the audience seats, Shenlong saw that everyone's gazes were focused on him. Every single one of the more than 600 disciples sitting in the audience seats were staring at him with different looks in their eyes. And the most intense out of all of them seemed to be the black-robed young man's, Zhang Chen's curious gaze, the gaze of a handsome young man dressed in white robes, as well as the golden-robed princes of the Shengtian dynasty. Shenlong first turned his eyes towards the white-robed young man with sword-like eyebrows, and saw him nod his head as a greeting with a smile on his face. Since he didn't sense any malicious intent from him, Shenlong nodded his head in response before he turned his eyes towards the black-robed Zhang Chen and the golden-robed prince of the Shengtian dynasty, Sheng Huang. And yet, Zhang Chen didn't seem to move his gaze away from him despite seeing that Shenlong had noticed him. Instead, the mysterious black-robed young man continued to stare at him with curiosity in his eyes, almost as if he was trying to carefully examine his body. Frowning slightly, Shenlong decided to temporarily ignore Zhang Chen, as he then turned his attention towards the golden-robed Sheng Huang. However, what surprised him was Sheng Huang's gaze that was stuck on him and was filled with undisguised hostility. Seeing that Shenlong was looking at him, the golden-robed prince snorted, before he turned his attention back to the arena, as he waited for the next fight to start. Ignoring the rest of the gazes around him, Shenlong continued forward and quickly arrived in front of Lu Mei. Staring at Shenlong with the same dazzling smile behind her white veil, Lu Mei then said in a gentle voice that was filled with love and unconcealed pride. He, Longji, congratulations. I knew that Longji wouldn't lose no matter what. Shenlong smiled and patted Lu Mei's head lightly when he heard this, before he pulled her into a hug. Of course, although Lu Mei was curious about the black scales that previously appeared on Shenlong's body, since she was already familiar with Little Black, it wasn't too hard for her to guess that this was something related to the Black Dragon. After all, Shenlong's relationship with the Black Dragon was definitely one that seemed to go back for many years. As Shenlong sat back down on his seat along with Lu Mei, they both turned their attention towards the center of the arena as well, as they continued to observe the fights that followed. In the next 100 fights that took place, only 8 disciples from the audience seats managed to defeat the disciples of the Holy Sect. Although 8 new people out of 100 passing the test to become outer disciples of the Holy Sect wasn't too small of a number, if one actually considered that practically every single one of those disciples who were participating in the 4th test were actually the strongest geniuses in their own continents. It only highlighted the difference between themselves and the newly admitted outer disciples of the Holy Sect even further. Among the disciples who passed the 4th test was also a young man dressed in white robes, with a chubby face and long silver hair that reached all the way to his back. This person had very thick arms and legs, but the most important reason why Shenlong ended up paying attention to him was because he also came from the Night Star continent as well. This was the 4th person from the Night Star continent who had managed to pass the 4th test after Shenlong, Lu Mei, and Sheng Huang. When the white-robed Dao Emperor asked him for his name, the chubby-faced young man introduced himself as Zhongfang from the Mercenaries Association of the Night Star continent. Zhongfang. Both Shenlong and Lu Mei had heard this name many times while they were still in the Heaven's Dome City. This person was previously ranked 2nd in the House of Rankings, but before the Holy Sex test started, it was rumored that he fell to 3rd place after losing against the young White Lord, Bai Longtian. After passing the 4th test, Zhongfang first threw a glance at Shenlong in the audience seats, before he actually flew towards Sheng Huang's direction. The prince of the Shengtian dynasty and the young lord of the Mercenaries Association seemed to be quite close to each other. Of course, Shenlong didn't care too much about Zhongfang. If it wasn't because he also came from the Night Star continent, Shenlong wouldn't have cared about him to begin with. After all, although Zhongfang was actually ranked 3rd in rankings of the Night Star continent and was right behind Bai Longtian, he was nearly eliminated during his fight against the disciple of the Holy Sect. Although this proved that his strength was definitely high enough to become an outer disciple of the Holy Sect as well, he was definitely not worth paying too much attention to. In front of the strongest geniuses like the black-robed Zhang Chen and Sheng Huang, he was actually considered weak. As time passed, more and more fights continued to take place, and less than 3 hours later, the 810th fight was already completed. During this time, only 76 disciples from the audience seats had actually managed to pass the fourth test. As a young man from the holy sect walked up and stood at the center of the arena while holding a token with the number 811 in his hands, everyone saw a stunning blonde-haired young woman fly out from the audience seats, heading directly towards the center of the arena. Whether it was the golden-robed prince of the Shengtian dynasty, Sheng Huang, the young lord of the Mercenaries Association Zhong Fang, Lu Mei, or even the white-robed young man with sword-like eyebrows who smiled at Shen Long earlier, they all had serious expressions on their faces as they looked at this gorgeous young woman who flew to the center of the arena. And yet, before she stepped foot inside the arena, Xie Xing'ai stopped and turned around to face Lu Mei and Shen Long. Under everyone's stunned eyes, this peerlessly beautiful girl smiled gently towards Shen Long and Lu Mei, before she finally stepped foot in the arena. At that moment, Lu Mei's lips behind her white veil curved up, forming a radiant smile.